Well, boys, 2 days
Is tomorrow.
and Anissa Jones is in the news. Now, we haven't talked about this woman in a little while. What, it's been like a week? I know, Chad. We took a break from the Jomha news and everything. Okay, everything happened. Because if you guys don't know, this woman for some reason, I don't know if she's like becoming Shino from Naruto or some shit. She's now collecting bugs because now she has this whole new bug tank. I'm assuming because she has what 2 lizards, a thing. I refuse to say the name of the animal. 2 dogs. I'm pretty sure shrimp. Weird aquatic pet. And now she's collecting beetles.
That's
How does
hot.
she afford to feed all this, by the way? I truly don't know how she affords feeding this. Like, this amount of mouths is quite a lot. Items doesn't care about Anissa's new beetle. The real question is, how do you have this much time for this many pets whenever you're supposed to have a small amount of pets that to give the max amount of love from you? You can't love this many pets. You just can't.
Oh, look at that, guys. Oh, a prized beetle. Nice.
This man dope as
I
fuck.
wish I had a prized beetle.
And he went back to just list some bullshit. What the fuck are we watching? And what is this? Oh, yeah, this boy
High off that shit. That boy, hey, he was lit. He was lit right there. He was like, "Oh, is that a beetle? Get that shit out of my face." That boy was about to get funky. His ass was about to get funky. All right, little musty. Man, animal hoarding is a real thing. Yeah, she's doing it, Jackson. She's doing it, bro. Even the fucking, even in here, there's like, bro, he just don't give a fuck. Snowfinder, the lack of giving a shit, switching to dancing actually made me chuckle. Exactly, that boy was just like, "Oh, you got a beetle? All right, cool." Hey, he was getting it. He was getting it. Patrude said, "Imagine your spouse spending a month of your pay on prized beetles. You can literally feel how much he resents her retarded exotic pet episode she's having." Again, by the way, why is she buying all these pets? Like, chat, I've had multiple pets at once, right? Usually, before I would get a new pet, I would either have one die. Well, actually, no, they would either just die or I would get them, but it would be like a year or two later. Like, I wouldn't get a pet every few months. I don't understand why she's getting a pet every few months. Like, it seems like every other month there's a new pet in their house. Because, chat, now she is, well, making. She's making a whole new terrarium. She already has 2 made, but now we have a whole new one. 3-month lifespan max. And then she put out this saying, "It won't look this stupid tomorrow, I promise." And she has a whole new terrarium. Don't get me wrong, pets do deserve a home and they do deserve love, but somebody tells me the Jomhas aren't giving them the best home or love. Well, let's just say that. Rest in peace, little insect. Yeah, she was swinging that shit around like that fucking fish in Finding Nemo in that bag. Help, abuse, help. And also, people are calling out like, "Hey, what happened to the last pet you had? It seems like you haven't shown us that one in a while." Because It's Easy Nkr says another animal that will quietly disappear in a few weeks. She's almost is King Cobra JFS levels of pet owner. Actually, that's not even fair to Cobes. He really did love Puff. He was just actually stupid and wasted. Anissa has the ability to give them a good life, but like anything else, once the novelty and attention of getting a new animal wears off, she bores of it and neglects.
Wait, why is it showing this
Somebody
dude?
please get this bitch a pass to the zoo.
Wait, have the
and
Necrons been
confiscate her animal?
defeated? Wait, when?
Bro, the
How?
amount
Why?
of
I
pets
didn't.
that she has
I was supposed to
is a
defeat them. What the fuck?
stupid amount. All right.
What happened?
Like, bro, there is no reason
Bitch.
to get this amount of pets. Like no reason. Even if you
I'm
are
mad.
rich, you just can't take care of them all. You just can't.
Oh,
You
well,
can't love them
whatever.
all. You can't take care of them all. You will forget some. Like you just will. Like naturally, you'll just be like, oh wait, fuck, I was supposed to feed the thing today. I haven't fed in like 2 weeks. I've been working on the other one. What's up, fun guy? I don't know. On hoarders, it's a sign of personality disorder. Oh yeah, we already know she has personality disorder. You don't even have to ask us. We already know Anissa, her, Jonah. Oh yeah, she's been had a fucking personality disorder. Let's just say that. We don't even need to think about that. Battle pass for the zoo, something. You know, she can get a little prize every time she goes to the zoo. Every day she goes to the zoo, she can get like a new stuffed animal. You know what? I'd rather her hoard stuffed animals than real animals, because at least then whenever she gets bored of them, she can throw them away. I don't know, leave them in the corner or something. Give them to her dog so they can chew on it, something. But she's just gonna quietly never talk about this pet that she has ever again after a couple months. And then we're gonna be like, didn't you have X, Y, and Z? She's like, you guys are stalkers. It's like, we're stalkers because you get brand new pets every other month, and then the pets from the last month mysteriously never show up on your stream again. Okay, then. If you say so. I heard Anissa's single. Hey, you gotta compete with X10. You and X10, you guys are competing against each other. Please tell my girlfriend that your girlfriend's a hoarder. What, your girl? Don't tell me your girlfriend's a pet hoarder. Oh my goodness, we have pet hoarders in the fucking chat. We're gonna have to have an intervention with her. Wait till they get Tiger Mike Tyson style. If they get a tiger, I'm gonna be honest here, they actually might just ruin their whole reputation, because like they already got a exotic thing, you know, this word, I'm not gonna say it. They already got one of those, all right. And I'm already was just like,
Wait,
why
why
would you get
can't
one of
he
those?
say
A,
snake?
it's huge, chat, and they keep it in a pretty small tank, and I'm just like, bro, that thing is huge. I don't think it likes being trapped in like what, a 8-foot tank. Like, bro, it was half the length of the tank. If it slithers, it's on the other side. Like, bro, they keep it in like a small ass tank, and every once in a while they'll bring it out, wrap it around their neck for like a string, and then put it back in its small ass tank. Ian would get mauled if he got a tiger. Oh my god, imagine hearing row, row. Anissa, help! Ian, feed the tiger! No, Anissa is eating me, help! Row. Oh my god. He can't do nothing on his own. I'm coming. Now that's peak content. That's peak content right there. Tigers will probably eat Ian. Not even Anissa. No, they want to gnaw on the bones. They want to gnaw on the bones. Oh, it seems like they actually sold the small tank. They actually gave it a bigger tank? Wait, hold up. It seems like they may have sold the small tank for the thing, by the way. Anyone knows which was the animals that died that made them sell their massive tank? The thing didn't die. She just blew hundreds more on a bigger tank. When did this happen? And then someone found Anissa's Facebook market listing trying to sell the massive tank around 7 days ago. Great tank, no cracks, wood trim, great piece for a home, no pixie glass top, but can easily be added. We can also deliver the tank if that's easier. Measurements are, and then she wants $350 for this. A 75 gallon. Yeah, but how long? Wait, how long is it though? 75 gallon L aquarium wood trim MCM. What is that? How long is it? Because again, chat, you guys got to realize that the creature that she was having in this wasn't a fish. It was a huge slitherer. It was huge. So I'm like, 75 gallons? I don't feel like that's big enough for like, if you, for fish, 75 gallons is a lot. For a fish. For a thing that can slither, that is not big at all. Just bleach it before you move it. Upgrade for you. Ooh, true. Chat, should we buy the should we buy the tank? Should we buy a large gallon wood trim tank for the fish bowl? We could do it. We could do it, chat. We could do it. Sub joined later. Yo, what's up? Imagine Ian pulling up to deliver that terrarium. Oh my god, you know he be struggling to hold that shit up. You know he be struggling to hold that shit up. We have a couple confessions in here. I don't know if one was in here, but we have a confession. I don't know if this is one's alternate account saying, my ex-wife, who streamed, did the same shit too. Just pissed me off. Every few months, I'd come home to a new little obsession, and we'd fight over her leaving me to take care of the last few pets. She decided to bring home without talking to me.
Or wait, shit.
Once I divorced her, 6 bearded dragons, 4 ferrets, 2 rats, and a sphinx cat all died within a year. She remarried 30 days after our divorce. 30 days? God! And got a dog. The dog died about a year after all the other animals, I believe. An absolute terrible human being. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I feel so bad for that guy. Holy shit. Because you gotta realize, like, hey, people become attached to these animals, right? I'm sure that guy was attached to them, but he's also like, they're legally not mine. So I can't just take them from her. And she just allowed them all to die. Like, bro, that is so horrible. Because, again, people do get attached to these animals. Even if you're a spouse that don't want them, you will get attached to it. I'm like, chat, it's like bringing home a cat for the first time. And, like, your parents like, we're not having, I don't like cats. And you're like, come on, give it a try. And then after, like, a year or two, they're like, oh, my God, I fucking love this thing. It's the cutest little thing in the world. Like, everyone gets attached to these pets. And the fact that they can just let them die, people like Anissa can just let them die. Oops. I'm no longer a substitute. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. If you ask me, chat, this is a personal thing. If you want a pet, I truly do believe you need a license for it. If you ask me, you should get a license to actually own a pet. Like, a lot of people just abuse and obsess over these pets, and then they don't take care of them properly, and they die in horrific ways. Maybe they're malnutrition. Maybe they don't get the right vitamins for this person and know they needed X vitamin because they think, oh, well, I'm a human. I don't need that vitamin. Why does my pet need it? And they just never thought about it. Right? They just don't know the proper pet care. I feel like if you're going to get a pet, you need a specific license for that pet, and you need to take training to take care of the pet. It shouldn't just be you walk into PetSmart, you buy the pet, oops, it died. Excuse me? Excuse me? Like, brother, what? Don't support her. I hope she didn't send the ferrets to Pirate Software. Pirate Software put him on his ass.
What?
Anissa should just work at a pet store. Exactly. If she just worked at a pet store, she could get her obsession in, and the pets would still be taken care of. Even if she forgets them, some other employee will remember them, obviously. But like something, like this bitch needs some kind of outlet because her streaming all day is not good for her. But it seems like she is going through with this brand new tank, obviously, because she bought this. Obviously, it's not for her thing. You guys know what I mean, the Slitherer. This is not for her Slitherer because it wouldn't go up here. This is for a brand new pet. It's starting to take shape. Still very much in the it's starting to take shape. Still very much in the trust the process phase. It's all about layers. She's gonna figure it out. Did she duct tape? She duct taped the wood to the wall. Oh my god. Okay then. Alright. What the fuck? No, she will end up stealing them? Actually true, she probably might. Sneak out a fucking hamster in her bra. The mini hamsters and frogs that get kicked under my watch as a kid. Wait, what? Oh, that's Ian's new tank? Oh yeah, she's gonna put Ian in here. But yeah, she did sell her old tank that we saw earlier for that new one. And what is she gonna put in there? Something. She's gonna put something in there. Chat, just realized this, by the way. The only actual man in the house, Anissa's father, can't even object to this because he has amnesia. So he can't even object to this because every day he wakes up, it's a brand new day. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And her mother is literally her sycophant. It is a very weird level that her mother obsesses over Anissa and just allows her to do whatever she wants. Her dad is lucky. No, he's not lucky. He has a thing slithering around his house that I'm pretty sure he would probably be like, oh, hell no, get that shit the fuck out of here. What? Like, he probably would object to 99% of the shit that she does, but he just doesn't remember. Like, he just wakes up next day, it's a brand new day. He doesn't know what's going on. And I feel so bad for him, because he probably would object to half the shit she's doing. In his house, by the way. This isn't like, oh, she's a grown woman doing this in her own house. She's doing this in her dad's house. And he just doesn't know what's going on. Her mother never said no to her, and it's pretty apparent. I have no idea how to manage a terrarium. They can get pretty expensive. Oh, Jackson, thanks for the 4.
Fingers crossed she gets a saltwater tank so expensive.
Oh my god, please don't get a saltwater tank. Those poor fishies would not survive. Those poor fishies wouldn't. Yo, thank you for 5 though. Hearts and chats for Jackson, everyone. Hearts and chats, hearts and chats. But they get pretty expensive though. Managing a terrarium, they get pretty expensive. Depending on what animal you put in there. Like if it's like a little gecko or a lizard, you just gotta mist it every once in a while, get a heat lamp. That's not that bad. But if it's like an exotic pet that needs like the right moisture, the right temperature, or else it'll just die, you know she's not gonna do that. She's not gonna get the right moisture for the tank, right? And plus, does she even have the right wood for this moisture? Is it, you know, moisture resistant? Is this gonna be suitable for the animal? She's not doing that level of research. She's just like, oh, that animal's cute, I'll just buy a terrarium for it. Wakes up every day and thinks to himself, who is this cuck? Yeah, he looks at items, just like, who's this guy in my house? Like, who the fuck are you? Obviously, we have Savings saying, this will surely fill the large gaping void of a hole in her soul. Oh no, it 100% will. She will take care of this pet and cherish it for the rest of its life. She definitely won't move on to the next pet by the time this whole project is done. If anything, what I would say is, Anissa, stop buying pets and start making terrariums and selling them on like Etsy or some shit. She could probably make a killing off of that. Because I'm not gonna lie and say like terrarium looked bad. I don't know if the terrarium's right for the setup for her specific pet, but I'm not gonna say it looked bad. She should stop buying pets and just make the terrariums, because it seems like she likes the whole process of making the terrarium. The pet process is where she runs into the problems of you don't take care of them. Like, just stop buying the pets and just make the terrariums. And then, I don't know, actually, this is what I would do, right? I would buy the materials and just remake terrariums every other week and just have them for, like, plants and shit. Like, if she had plant terrariums, I feel like that would be 100% fine. Poor guy, he probably wakes up every day like, who's this weird kid in my house? Why does he smell? And also, why does he have a gold tooth that a fish stole, by the way? This is what happened when you have no job and Twitter is your hobby. Like, oh my god. Like, I don't want to be honest here, boys. I don't know where she's getting this money either. Like, she just keeps buying this shit. I don't know where they're getting this money. And then Dread King says, I thought the bull had that covered? No. Until she finds her next thing that provides dopamine, because Ian isn't giving her any. But yes, it seems like she is obsessing over these new pets, chat. Alright? She is obsessing over these new pets whenever she should be obsessing over her streams. Because I'm gonna be honest here, those numbers are not looking good. Alright, she is not obsessing over the right thing. The thing that's supposed to be pulling in the buku bucks are not looking good. Safe to say, it's over. Anissa pulling sub 100 viewers. An hour 36 minutes in and she's at 87. It seems like her rise is now becoming a fall. Let's just say that. She's plummeting back down to reality, chat. Holy shit. She is now getting numbers under what iDubbbz is getting. Whenever she was doing really good, she was doing better than iDubbbz actually. Because look at her Twitch, her little Twitch tracker stat page. Because like literally, she got a huge boost. Like literally, she started streaming, right, in February. 200 viewers? Yo, that's really good. And then bow, God. Within 2 months, she lost all of her viewership within 2 months, by the way, Chad. This was a 2-month endeavor, and she lost it all. Oh my god. Two Super, how's your day today, my guy? What are you up to? Hope you're doing well. A pet rock for that bitch can't take care of anything. I'm gonna be honest here, that pet rock might turn into sediment if she's the one left in charge of it. That thing will get eroded away swiftly. That was short. 2 months and she just killed her whole entire streaming career. I'm like, two? Brother, you could at least gave it a year. Like, God, at least iDubbbz is going somewhat strong. Well, he's not going strong, but at least he's keeping it like consistent. Like, she's just dropping in viewership. Oh, X10, thank you for the prime, my guy. Hate watching, got bored? Yeah, it did get bored. Oh, actually, never mind. Seems like iDubbbz is also dropping. Yeah, iDubbbz is steady. iDubbbz is kind of steady. He's steady with it. He still's dropped a couple viewership points, but like he's steady with it. Anissa just absolutely murdered her shit. All right, Anissa murdered her stream. That shit is gone. But let's all be honest here. We don't need to feel bad or any pity for these two, because I'm like, just look at this shit. Never feel bad for looks shaming these two. I'm like, they do it to themselves at this point. They do it to themselves.
He's ugly. I'm sorry. I'm calling him like listen, there is a theme in that universe. It's that a lot of them are fucking ugly.
Which one?
I'm sorry. And like, I know you guys try to take, I'm gonna white knight for my husband. There are so many people who try to take still shots of Ian, and it's like, bro, my husband is so hot, especially compared to all of the creatures in that world. It looks so sad anytime somebody tries to like screenshot my husband in any scenario. I'm sorry. My husband mogs all of you ugly.
Oh my god, she is still delusional. Oh my god, she's delusional. All right, she's at like she's at this stage of her relationship where she realized, if I divorce him now, what if he makes a comeback? What if he makes a comeback? Yo, if she divorces Ian, he'll be like one of those gym guys where he's just gonna make a comeback on YouTube, come back stronger than ever. And she's like, I gotta stick strong, I gotta stay strong, because if he makes a comeback, hey, that's my money right there. That's my money. I can't divorce him now. I'll get nothing. Regardless of fucking low attack people's appearance. Hey man, that's what they enjoy. They love attacking people's appearance, and then they cry whenever you attack theirs. But that is the Jomas, or not the Jomas. That is just Anissa. All right, she has her obsession of abandoning animals after her whole, attraction to them wears off after a while. She's done. All right, she's gonna be done with that terrarium. That thing might last like 2 or 3 months. You'll never hear about that thing again. Hell, she'll probably put up the terrarium on Facebook Marketplace. Who knows? Just like the last one. Oh my god. But yep, this woman Anissa is something else, boys. The only thing that could be as sad as Anissa's life of basically killing animals, and she doesn't do it on purpose. I'm assuming it's that whole thing. But killing animals is Nina Lynn being a fraudster. Brother, she's a fraud. She's a fraud. This woman, Nina Lynn, has been exposed by her old editor for scamming and being fraudulent towards him. Click this video right here to find out what the hell's going on with Nina Lynn. But other than that, don't like, subscribe, comment down below, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Even casual fans of NBA basketball have likely heard recent conversations surrounding the NBA's draft lottery and what is called tanking, or teams intentionally losing games to maximize their odds of getting a transformational young player in this year's draft. But a long-running conspiracy has lingered over the league for decades, fueling fan speculation that the NBA is fixing the results of what is the single most important path for struggling teams who want to turn around their fortunes. This is the story of the 1985 NBA draft lottery, an event mired in controversy and accusations of rigging, with many believing this was done so that the league could award a generational talent to the NBA's favorite franchise, the New York Knicks. So did the NBA fix the results of the 1985 draft to reward the league's most important team with a once-in-a-generation college prospect? Are they still doing this now, manipulating the draft to reward certain teams with the perfect superstar? Whether you're a die-hard NBA fan or if you've never watched a basketball game in your life, the story of how the New York Knicks ended up with superstar Patrick Ewing is worth a listen. So hello everybody, today we're talking about the NBA draft conspiracy. Like any good conspiracy, this is mired in a want for money, fame, and money. The ramifications from this draft have stuck with the sport ever since. And if you're not familiar with how a draft works or how the NBA works, don't worry, we're going to talk about it. And if you're already familiar with this story, then maybe we'll talk about some plot lines that you might not have heard before. Before we get started, I want to mention that I've got a new channel you can check out in the description called Win to Glitch. On Win to Glitch, I'm going to be doing faceless commentary of some of my favorite horror games or playing some of my favorite shooters with friends. I've already got videos over there about the Angel Engine horror game and playing the new Ready or Not DLC with Operator Drewski. I play a lot of video games anyway, and this is the kind of content I can make while I'm watching the kids.
Drewski, the
hopefully
comedian?
It shouldn't take away from anything happening on this channel or Wendigoon. Nate, my editor over there, already hates me enough to make sure that his platform to bully me won't be too time consuming. And also, you may be asking why not call it Win to Game. Well, this channel was called Win to Games before it got reconverted into whatever all this is now. So since it has the @Win to Games, anytime you search Win to Game, gaming, whatever, this will show up first. So I effectively bullied myself out of the name, so you're going to take Win to Glitch and you're going to be happy about it. For real though, all the support we've seen over there has been phenomenal. You guys are the best. And speaking of the best, let's talk about the best thing that you need to hear about right now. Maybe, I don't know who you are. Misunderstandings can be frustrating, especially when there's a language barrier. But now you can work through it easier than ever thanks to today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is an award-winning app that makes learning a new language simple and effective. With Babbel, you can learn a variety of languages, including German, Portuguese, Russian, Turkish, Spanish, and much more. Babbel's courses are created by over 200 language experts. It's like having a private tutor in your pocket. What's cool about Babbel is all the different ways that they help you learn the language. There's progress trackers and real-time feedback that help you feel accomplished and keep track of where you're going. You can have simulated conversations and get feedback on your pronunciation or your wording. One of the most natural ways we learn language is by hearing it spoken, and Babbel has a ton of podcasts you can listen to in the language you're trying to learn. There's a reason they've sold over 25 million subscriptions and have over 1.6 million 5-star ratings on the App Store. I'd love to travel Europe, so one of the languages I'd like to learn is German. So Babbel starts me on the ichs and the do's and eventually takes me to saying phrases I might need. Mein Name ist ein Sehr, wo ist die Toilette, and ich bin ein sehr trauriger man. Babbel channel, their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. For those unfamiliar, the NBA draft is the turn-based selection process in which the league's teams each choose from a pool of players who are ready to make their jump into the NBA. These players mostly come from college as well as overseas, but what all of them have in common is that they're all playing in the NBA for the first time. With each draft pick, the teams are selecting the rights to sign these players to their team. Every pick is a gamble of some kind. You never know whose skills will translate from college to the pros, if they'll develop lingering injuries or attitude problems, or if they'll fit within the system and team structure currently in place. But some players present bigger risks than others, and every so often, a college or international player will come around who is so good, so talented, and so dominant that their success at the professional level is all but guaranteed. And in 1985, that player was Patrick Ewing. Born in Kingston, Jamaica, and moving to the U.S. just outside of Boston in his early teens, Ewing didn't even pick up a basketball until he was in high school, when some friends invited him to play at the park with them. The game was completely unfamiliar to Ewing. He had only played soccer and cricket in his native Jamaica, but when he tried explaining this to his friends, they said they didn't care. They just needed an extra body on the court. The eventual superstar would learn quickly. And despite classmates making fun of Ewing for his unusual height, he persevered. Within a couple of years, he was one of the best high school prospects in the country. Along with the recognition came the calls of college recruiters. And of the many interested programs, Ewing chose to play for the Hoyas at Georgetown under legendary coach John Thompson. In college, Ewing rapidly ascended to superstar status, leading the Hoyas to a #1 seed in 1982 NCAA tournament, where he helped the team reach the Final Four, the furthest Georgetown had been in 40 years. Advancing to the national championship game against breakout freshman Michael Jordan at the University of North Carolina, Georgetown would lose the game after Jordan made his now iconic shot to put UNC in the lead in one of the most memorable championship games in tournament history. 2 years later, Ewing would lead Georgetown to a national championship, defeating the University of Houston and Hakeem Olajuwon, an eventual Hall of Fame all-time great NBA player himself, for the title. By the time his college career was said and done, Patrick Ewing had amassed multiple Player of the Year awards, multiple first-team All-American selections, 3 NCAA All-Tournament team selections, 4 Big East Division Player of the Year awards, 3 Final Four appearances, a national title, 2 Big East Conference championships, and set atop the Georgetown record books with the most blocks, most rebounds, and most points in school history. All of that to say, he was good. And just as it had been during his senior year of high school, Ewing was a highly desired prospect by the end of his college year. This time, by professional teams from the National Basketball Association. But the NBA of the 1980s was nowhere near the capitalist dreamland that it is today. With max contracts in the $60 million per year range, a $77 billion TV deal, lucrative player sponsorships, and the opportunity for the most obscure players to build a brand for themselves. That's today. In the early to mid 80s, the NBA was in trouble. There were financial issues. At least half a dozen teams in the NBA in 1982 were, quote, on the verge of extinction. Corporate sponsors were few and far between. Attendance was low, the TV ratings were even worse, and the league's reputation was so bad that nobody wanted to buy any of the endangered teams and save them from disaster. Then there were the image issues, which bore a lot of blame for the league's failing economy. Several players in the 1980s were involved in various high-profile scandals, from drugs to violent crime. Michael Ray
Oh,
Richardson,
that's the boy.
four-time
All right.
All-Star, would be banned for repeated violations
Hell
of the
yeah.
league's anti-drug policy. Lynn Bias, a promising 22-year-old from
boys.
the University of Maryland, would
Maybe I'm gonna grab a pop.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
tragically die from a cocaine overdose just 2 days after the Boston Celtics selected him with the second overall pick in the draft. And then
Jeez.
there was Marvin Bad News Barnes, and yes, that was his nickname, Bad News, of the Detroit Pistons, who, on top of being found guilty of robbery, was placed on probation for assaulting one of his teammates with a tire iron. Sometime
Nice.
later, Barnes would violate that probation when a 38 caliber pistol and several loose rounds were found in his bag at the Detroit Metropolitan Airport as he was about to board a flight to St. Louis.
Nice.
For this, he would serve 152 days in prison before being arrested again for burglary and trespassing. An unrelated story to our main one for today, but one I found funny enough to mention, Barnes was once supposed to take a 3-hour flight from Louisville to St. Louis. But since the flight was scheduled to arrive in Central Time before its departure time from the Eastern Time zone in Kentucky, Barnes reportedly told airline personnel, quote, "I ain't getting in no damn time machine," and rented a car instead. That is awesome. It tells me everything I need to know about him. Why did he try to bring a gun to an airport? Why did he beat someone with a tire iron? Why did he break into someone's place and steal stuff? He wasn't getting no damn time machine. So the NBA had an image problem, and it had an audience problem. And because of this, it had a money problem. But things were about to turn around, all thanks to one singular, somewhat controversial figure.
Me.
David Stern.
Oh.
Any future video that I make regarding NBA players or controversies between the 80s and 2010s will almost certainly involve David Stern in some major way. Stern served as the league's commissioner for 30 years until February of 2014.
He's short.
And is
Or
credited
they might
with
just be
saving the
tall.
NBA and building it into the successful enterprise it is today. He ushered in a new era of wealth and success for the owners and the players, implemented a salary cap that helped level the playing field, helped owners turn a profit, and leveraged the power of marketing to create household names who brought visibility to the NBA. He's also been the center of
Jesus
controversy
fuck.
himself and was seen by many as calculating, manipulative, tyrannical, stubborn, petty, and deceptive. Or, you know, as I call him, a good businessman. According to
Hell yeah.
sports journalist Pablo Torre, Stern was, quote, a ruthless Manhattan attorney, micromanager, and central planner. But in 1984, Stern was about to inherit the NBA, becoming its commissioner in February of that year. And upon being promoted from executive vice president, he immediately began enacting policy changes that would eventually reverse the fortune of a sport in danger of becoming obsolete. One of the very first moves Stern would make towards executing his vision for the NBA was to its annual player draft. The basic idea behind practically every sports league's draft is that when the season is over, each team takes their turn in choosing which new, incoming players will play for them. Whether in baseball, hockey, football, the other kind of football, or in basketball, there's no shortage of up-and-coming athletes who are ready to go pro. And the draft is how leagues like the NBA ensure the distribution of talent is at least somewhat equitable among teams. Think of it kind of like a game of kickball or dodgeball in elementary school, in which team captains take turns picking players. Now imagine instead of it being 2 teams, you take the NBA draft that has 30, at least right now at the time of recording. Drafts are essential. Without some way of managing the annual influx of talent, several problems might present themselves. First and foremost, incoming rookies could all flock to the best teams, year after year, in hopes of winning a quick championship. Meanwhile, struggling franchises would never be able to climb out from the hole of uncompetitive basketball they sometimes find themselves in. But beyond top talent simply choosing the best teams or the worst in terms of competitive ability, there's another reason why, if not for the draft, top players might all decide to play for the same handful of teams. It's the never-ending battle between the two kinds of franchises that often exist in sports: the small markets versus the large. Soccer fans already know what I'm referring to. I'm not even sure what I'm referring to, but the note in the script says that if you know soccer, you'll know what I'm referring to, so I'm going to hope that's true. See, sports teams or franchises
Why is his
are,
lips
above
so
all
big?
else, a business. They're owned usually by a group of severely extremely wealthy individuals, trusts, and so on. And just like any other business, these franchises have differing values. Some teams are worth a lot of money, while others might be worth significantly less. That value can be determined by several factors. How many fans do you have? How much money do those fans have, and how willing are they to spend it on your team? How large is the television audience for the games that you play? There are many components that go into answering these questions, but among the most important are two. One, how large is the market in which you play? And two, who are your stars? Market is an often misunderstood label in discussions between NBA fans, because people seem to think a market is simply the population size of the city where a team plays. And while that can be a contributing factor, and usually is, it isn't everything. The San Antonio Spurs, for example, play in the sixth most populated city in the United States, yet are considered a small market team. That's because historically, San Antonio ranks near the bottom of per capita income for all metropolitan areas in the United States. In other words, despite having so many people who realistically would, should be, and are Spurs fans, on average, they may not have as much disposable income to spend on the team. Things like game tickets, jersey sales, and so on. It even goes to television, because television advertisers will spend more or less money to advertise its products and services during a basketball game based on the return they can get on those advertisements. If I get a sponsorship for the channel and no one buys them, they're probably not going to sponsor again. Meaning the brands that you see recurring are the ones that you, the audience, tend to buy. In other words, if people with more money to spend are seeing your ads, you'll probably pay considerably more to buy up some of those commercial time slots. Less TV revenue for the channel that carries the game usually means smaller deals for the team when it comes time to negotiate those deals. In other words, market doesn't just mean a number of people, it means a number of people who have money to blow. Take, for instance, the Golden State Warriors, who play in the San Francisco-Oakland Bay area, which, yes, has a large population, but is also comprised of areas with some of the highest medium and per capita income in the country. As such, the Warriors command the most money from sponsorships, merchandise, and premium seating at games. According to Forbes, they, quote, far outpace the rest of the league. The Warriors would be considered then a large market team. But another reason the Warriors have skyrocketed to the $11 billion evaluation they received in 2025 is because of a 6'2" guard from Charlotte named Steph Curry. Curry came into the league in 2009 as a relative unknown, but soon evolved into the greatest shooter in NBA history, hitting long-range shots seemingly at will and revolutionizing the game. Along the way, he and a very well-constructed, well-coached Warriors squad won numerous championships, becoming one of the league's premier teams and generating a massive fan base from a vast portion of Northern California, despite the in-conference rival Sacramento Kings playing just 90 miles northwest of their facilities. That's because the other key component that makes the team valuable is the existence of star players. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. You know these names whether you've played basketball your entire life or if you've never seen a single minute of the NBA in action. Superstar talent drives value for a team and for the league because these names drive interest in the game. They get people to turn on the TV. They put butts in seats in the arena. During the 15-year championship contending run, the San Antonio Spurs were led by Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili, to arguably even more on-court success than the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry. Tim Duncan is a consensus top 10 player of all time and the best ever at his position. Robinson, Parker, and Ginobili are all Hall of Famers, and their coach, Greg Popovich, is considered by many to be the greatest to ever do it. Together, Duncan and Pop won 5 championships in 6 final appearances, held the highest winning percentage of any team in the 4 major American sports, had a winning record against every other team in the NBA, won more games than they lost every single year, and never missed the playoffs in that 19-year span. Despite all of that, the Spurs are still, once again, a small market team. But part of why the Spurs' value has never approached anywhere close to the $11 billion valuation of the Warriors is because of the market that the Spurs play in, small market of San Antonio. For a league whose goal is to maximize revenues, you can understand why their dream scenario would be to put a big star in a big market. In 1985, with the NBA on the brink of disaster, that's exactly what David Stern needed to do. There exists a bit of paradox in competitive sports leagues. To thrive and reach maximum financial success, you do want the biggest teams who generate the most revenue to play well, to be in the conversation, to be relevant. On the other hand, people get bored of the same results. They tire of watching the same team or teams win over and over again, year in, year out. As a sports fan, few things are less inspiring than going into the start of a season believing that one team is going to dominate everyone else from start to finish, and then watching it play out in real time over the course of several months. Audiences crave variety, a certain level of uncertainty. They want to feel like anything can happen on any given night. That's what makes the games worth watching. If you send the New England Patriots to play against your high school football team, the only people watching are going to be the paramedics. That variety, the possibility of it being anyone's night, different teams winning different years, is called parody. That's parody with a T, not to be confused with a parody of something, like how I'm a parody of a good YouTuber. That parody is the whole purpose behind the NBA's draft process. Before David Stern took the reins in 1984, the order the team selected in the draft was the direct inverse of their record that year. In other words, the worst teams got to pick first and the best teams got to pick last. Or to be more specific, as cited by the NBA, quote, the NBA team that finished with the worst record in each conference participated in a coin flip. The team that won the coin flip received the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. The team that loses the coin flip received the number 2 overall pick. The remaining teams picked in inverse order of their regular season records. In other words, the 2 worst teams get to flip a coin for who gets the number 1 upcoming player and the number 2 upcoming player. So this would solve everything, right? Not exactly. The draft did solve the issue of parity, or at least it presented the
Must have been a
opportunity for
button I
parity on
pressed
some level.
earlier,
Bad
maybe.
teams had the chance to
Weird.
dig their way out of futility by rebuilding through the draft, adding young stars and getting progressively better as the years went on. But what happens when you build a system
Mine's
that
shootier
can
than
reward
yours.
losing? Well then, and you're starting to see where the word conspiracy in the title comes into effect, teams start to lose on purpose. Allegedly. In 1982, then Clippers owner and famously awful person, Donald Sterling, was quoted as saying, "We have to bite the bullet. We can win by losing." And although he didn't call it by name, what he was referring to is what's known as tanking. Tanking is the strategy of intentionally losing games, and it can be employed in a few different ways. There's the more ethical version of tanking, which involves a team trading some of their best players to other teams in exchange for more picks in upcoming drafts. This makes them worse in the short term because they're offloading their top talent, but in exchange, they get the chance to draft more players in the future. And by making themselves worse, they are also securing a better position for themselves in those drafts. The less ethical version of tanking might involve a team arbitrarily restricting their best players' minutes or even holding them out of games entirely, allowing the team to keep those players and get a top draft pick. The Utah Jazz did this in 2026 to some pretty intense blowback. This is also what the 1984 Houston Rockets did, and this strategy, plus a favorable flip of the coin, landed them the number 1 overall pick, which they used to select hometown kid Hakeem Olajuwon, the University of Houston star player that I mentioned earlier, who lost to Patrick Ewing in the college championship just a few months prior. These days, there are fines for the latter type of tanking, which is why overtly tanking teams will sometimes claim or exaggerate injuries to their star players to hold them out. This is actually still a huge point of contention in the modern NBA, but it's tricky. There is, of course, a thin line between legitimate injuries and an exaggerated one, and no player is 100% healthy throughout the course of an 82-game season. Various maladies are easy to find if you're looking for one. The burden of proof, in this case, falls on the league. And while the draft was, and still is, the best way for the NBA to handle the transition of incoming talent, the draft order process of the early 80s was triggering an all-out race to the bottom. If you weren't going to win that season, then you better lose hard. So, incoming Commissioner David Stern saw an opportunity. This opportunity was about saving a floundering league from falling into the abyss of failed American sports, a statement that would eventually prove to be true in more ways than one. At the NBA's Board of Governors meeting in June of 1984, just a few months after being made commissioner, Stern proposed a, quote, lottery system among the non-playoff teams, or the teams holding their picks through trades, to determine their order of selection in the first round of the NBA draft. This new draft lottery would take effect the following year, before the 1985 season. Now, instead of the worst teams automatically receiving the top few picks, any team that missed the playoffs would be eligible. And while it didn't eliminate tanking entirely, at least the system would no longer reward the bottom-feeding teams for losing, or punish them for winning a few more games here and there. In other words, the second half of the season isn't just everyone trying to lose harder than the other team. Now you had teams that made the playoffs and were fighting for the championship, and teams that kept playing even when they weren't in the playoffs, because everyone who didn't make it was put into the same lottery. Had this been implemented the year prior, for instance, Houston may have tried a bit harder to win some more games, rather than tank the season to get the league's worst record, and therefore Olajuwon. On the surface, this was Stern's public motivation for instituting a lottery system, but it probably wasn't the only reason he decided to implement it when he did. Remember, at this time, the NBA was in trouble. Scandals rocked the league, the culture was untenable, and interest had been waning for some time. And, as we've discussed, one of the most effective ways of generating league interest is to have your star players in large markets. If you've been following along, then you might already see some pieces coming together. A desperate league in need of a public image boost, a brand new commissioner determined to turn things around, and a dominant, generational college player, Patrick Ewing, coming off his senior year and ready to become a star in the NBA. Now, Stern just needed a major market in a big city to pair Ewing up with. If the NBA was in trouble, then the New York Knicks were on life support. In 1984 and 85, they held one of the league's worst records at 24 and 58. That is 24 wins and 58 losses.
Nice.
They lost twice as many games as they won, plus 10. And while they had made the playoffs 3 of the previous 4 years, they had only won a single playoff series in that span. The team's glory days of the 60s and 70s were well behind them. And despite having 2 championships to show for it, along with legendary players like Clyde Frazier and Willis Reed, the Knicks of the early 80s lacked a true centerpiece, a franchise star. Although the Los Angeles Lakers have a strong case, there's no arguing that New York is one of the premier NBA markets, if not number one. It's often called the Mecca of basketball, due to the city's adoption of the sport in its earliest days. The New York Knicks then seemed larger than life. They played in Madison Square Garden, the quote-unquote most famous arena in the world. Madison Square Garden had hosted the likes of Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier, Elvis Presley, and Led Zeppelin. And the Knicks were an important part of that legacy. When the Knicks were good, the NBA just felt bigger. So the fact that they were struggling to be relevant was somewhat of a canary in the league's coal mine. Sports Illustrated Chris Ballard said, quote, "Many nights, Madison Square Garden had been half full. If there was a perfect landing spot for Ewing, it was New York, the league's biggest market." I mean, it's hard to think of a city in the United States that have a lot of people and a lot of money more than New York City. Stern knew Patrick Ewing could be the singular force to turn all of that around, and the NBA along with it. Chris Ballard continues, quote, "In Ewing, teams saw not just talent, but salvation.
Oh, what the fuck?
Ticket sales, playoff runs, and most of all, relevance. He was, as Sports Illustrated put it at the time, possibly the most recognized athlete ever to enter a major professional league. So, with all of our pieces in play, the draft lottery was set to happen on June 18th, 1985. It was at the Starlight Roof of the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. David Stern wanted the event to be televised, despite half the NBA playoff games not being shown on national TV at the time. The airing of the lottery on the USA Network, which would later be described as, quote, a glorified drawing of straws, might have been more of a testament to Stern's desire to prove everything was on the up and up, rather than for any monetary purpose. After all, if the league's favorite, struggling, large market team just so happened to land a transformational college star, it would be better to do it in front of the world, rather than behind closed doors. Otherwise, the accusations of tampering and favoritism would never end, and we couldn't have that, now could we? So the day of the lottery comes, and a room filled with over 200 media personnel and various spectators watch alongside the live news crew. 7 envelopes, each containing the logo of one of the 7 worst teams from the 84-85 season, are brought into the room. They're placed into a large, transparent, round drum. Chris Ballard said that, quote, the drum was the brainchild of Rick Welts. He described Welts as a 32-year-old rising star in the NBA office, whom Stern had deputized to design a lottery that would be both fair and, against all odds, entertaining. So they turned to a set designer known for working on presidential debates. After rejecting a number of ideas, they settled on using the drum to shuffle 7 envelopes, each one a square foot. The envelopes are placed into the drum by Jack Wagner, a partner at accounting firm Ernst & Winning. He's serving as an independent third party for the lottery process. As Jack Wagner puts the envelopes in, and this is all footage, you can watch this happen, as he puts them in one by one, he pauses on the 4th envelope and then throws it into the drum very differently than the others, to the point that one of the corners bangs against the drum. The room is quiet and extraordinarily tense. Pat O'Brien, a reporter for CBS News at the time, said, quote, "I've been in courtrooms and murder trials that weren't that tense. Everything was on the line for the teams in the 7 envelopes." With all the envelopes in the drum, Wagner closes the door and the NBA's head of security, Jack Joyce, spins the drum with the attached handle about 6 times. David Stern eyes the contents of the drum as he fumbles with the door. He opens it, takes a deep breath, and reaches inside, immediately grabbing an envelope with a large crease on one of the corners. The envelope is amongst a bundle of 2 others, but he turns them over using the creased one, pulling it out. He announces to the room that this envelope contains the logo for the team that will have the number 1 pick. Someone places the envelope in the number 1 slot on a wall. Stern repeats the process, this time without even looking into the drum. This envelope, he says, represents the 2nd pick. He does this 5 more times until picks 1 through 7 are on the wall. To build suspense, Stern opens the 7th envelope first, because this is televised and a big deal and you get it, which contains the final draft pick and announces that the pick belongs to the Golden State Warriors, the worst possible outcome for them. Pat O'Brien jokingly proclaims, quote, "and the first team to hate the lottery," explaining that, in the old system, the Warriors would have participated in the coin flip to determine who got the 1st and 2nd pick, as that year they had the worst record in the Western Conference. So if this had been the previous year rules, they would have got number 1 or 2, but now in this new system, they got number 7. The rest of the draft order goes as follows, with each result being met with disappointment from the team's representatives, all of whom want number 1, the Sacramento Kings, the Atlanta Hawks, the Seattle Supersonics, the Los Angeles Clippers, leaving just 2 teams left, the Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks. Tension is building, but the room is no longer silent. Onlookers are murmuring, shouting, and jeering. Both executives, representing the Pacers and the Knicks, look like they want to die. David Stern opens the envelope, and the 2nd pick goes to, you already know, the Indiana Pacers. Meaning, as O'Brien declares on the broadcast while this was happening, quote, "Basketball is back in New York City, my friends." He and everyone else knows what that number 1 pick means. As one writer for SB Nation put it, quote, "The Knicks had to land the number 1 pick, not only to prove the concept of the NBA draft lottery and the unpredictability that anything can happen, but to ensure that Georgetown standout Patrick Ewing can anchor the Knicks in the NBA's premier market for the next decade." In the 2 or 3 hours following the nationally televised lottery, the Knicks reportedly received more than 1,000 phone calls from people offering congratulations and asking for season ticket applications. Before they were all out of the building, it was already working. Stern told the press in the aftermath, quote, "We were very pleased with the lottery. The interest was great. People are talking about the lottery instead of drugs, unauthorized franchise moves, or anything else negative." But it didn't take long for non-Knicks fans to grow suspicious of the process, as you probably are because of the way I described it, and even more so of the results. The motive was certainly there.
I know what
not
happened
just to help the
when he
Knicks.
chucked the one
financial
thing in
stakes
and
for
it
the
had
league
that
could have been higher.
the
In a
corner
quote from
bent.
the New York
That's how the
Times,
one dude
the
indicated
NBA's
blah blah blah
four-year,
and so on and so forth.
$91.9 million TV deal with CBS was set to expire after the season.
Right?
Ewing in Sacramento did not move the TV needle, but Ewing in the Big Apple? There's a strong feeling among league officials and television advertising executives that the NBA will benefit most if Ewing winds up in a Knicks uniform. This was written by the New York Times before the draft. Everyone, even people outside the league, knew that Ewing had to go to the Knicks for this to work for the league as a whole. Stern tried to downplay the results that so many had predicted. Again, according to the New York Times, quote, "When he was asked what Ewing will mean to the Knicks, the commissioner said, 'Having a strong team in New York is not essential to the league. but his being there will make it easier for all of us. You have, before the draft even happens, the New York Times writing and being like, if Ewing doesn't go to the Knicks, I think CBS isn't going to watch basketball anymore. Like, that's how serious everyone is. And then they ask Ewing about it, or sorry, they ask the commissioner about Ewing, and he's like, well, you know, it's easier, I guess. Easier for all of us. But still, as you can imagine, rumors grew, and with good reason. Some parts of the process just didn't seem quite right. For starters, that independent third party who brought in the envelopes and threw one of them against the side of the drum, well, the accounting firm he worked for, Ernst & Winnie, also operated as the accounting firm for a company called Gulf and Western Industries, who also happened to be the, quote, predominant owner of the Knicks in 1985. As a matter of fact, they held 81% stake in the Madison Square Garden company at the time. So the guy who came in to do the unbiased throwing of the envelopes into the bowl, he works for the financial company that owns the majority of everything that stands to profit if Ewing goes to the Knicks. Lest you think that's merely a coincidence, when company president Jack Crumpy, man, his last name is Crumpy, that's sad. When Jack Crumpy was asked if the draft was fixed, he replied by saying, quote,
Mr. Crumpy.
"Hey, I told them how to fix it 60 days ago. You call up Ernst & Winnie and you say, if we don't get Ewing, you're fired." Which, that's not the thing you say to the press when you're the president of a company. Did you guys rig it? Well, we should have rigged it. That's what I told him. I told him we should rig it. Skeptical fans weren't alone. There was at least one high-ranking NBA official who believed that the lottery was fixed. Stan Kasten, then general manager of the Atlanta Hawks, recalled a conversation with several NBA executives months before the draft. He said, quote, "I was sitting with a couple of NBA guys, and I remember one high-ranking team executive, who I will not name, was 1,000,000% convinced of what was going to happen. He's going to the Knicks," he kept saying. "He's going to the Knicks. It's all arranged." I didn't believe him at the time. Making matters even more suspicious, the year after the Ewing draft, the way the envelopes were pulled was handled completely differently than the year before. For starters, David Stern, who grew up in New York as a Knicks fan, was no longer involved in that part of the process. Instead of pulling out the envelope himself, one was pulled from the drum by each team's own representative. Second, rather than assigning the first selected envelope to the first pick, then 2, then 3, and so forth, an interesting choice in 1985, to say the least, the 1986 draft pulled the envelopes in a much more straightforward descending order, from 7th to 1st. Doing it the way they had in the Ewing draft would have allowed Stern to seek out the bent envelope first, ensuring the top pick would go where it was supposed to. But if you go 7th to 1st and everyone else is pulling it out, then even if you have a marked envelope in there, you have a 1 in 7 chance that someone else doesn't grab the marked one before you can. Because again, the last envelope you pull is the one that goes to the first spot. Ballard said, quote, "Stern brushed off questions about a rigged outcome. If people want to say that the lottery was fixed, fine. As long as they spell our name right. That means they're interested in us." That's terrific. Ah yes, the old any publicity is good publicity argument. Never wrong. It wasn't long before the belief that the 1985 draft lottery was fixed had become conventional wisdom among NBA fans. And if you thought the rumors would eventually die down, well, you'd be wrong. I mean, it's been 40 years, and here we are. Speculation has lingered throughout the years, and it's not hard to understand why. In 1986, Patrick Ewing was named the NBA's Rookie of the Year, and after the 85-86 season, he led the Knicks to 14 consecutive playoff appearances, including 2 trips to the NBA Finals where they hadn't been in 21 years. The Knicks became a consistent 50-win team out of the 82 games per season, as well as one of the top defensive squads year in and year out, behind Ewing's dominance. If the draft had really been intentional by David Stern, then the plan worked like a charm. The most important team in the league was relevant once again, and basketball was indeed back in New York City. But was the draft really fixed? Well, the theory still certainly has its proponents. Among the most vocal of these in the modern era has been Bill Simmons, former ESPN writer, producer of the 30 for 30
Am I even
sports
damaging it?
documentary
Like, what the
series,
fuck's going on?
and creator of the Ringer network of podcasts. Simmons
Okay.
is also a diehard fan of the Boston Celtics, heated rival of the Knicks. which is worth mentioning.
Wait,
but
the
Simmons
boss is still
supported
alive?
the theory
Where?
long before footage of the
Oh,
event
wait.
lived on YouTube.
Wait,
It
where?
had been widely believed to be unavailable and possibly even destroyed.
Oh, right there.
Once the
what the
video
fuck?
became available online, his beliefs only grew louder. As he wrote in a 2007 mailbag on ESPN, quote, "A reader named Greg K. from Fair Lawn, New Jersey, I'd give you his whole name, but I don't want him to be randomly found dead in his bathtub tonight, pointed this out to me. If you look closely, right at the 5-minute 31-second mark, right as the commissioner yanks that Knicks envelope out, there's a noticeable crease in the corner of the envelope. You can see it for a split second.
Called it.
As he pulls the envelope up, it's on the corner that's pointing towards the bottom of the jar. There's a giant crease. It's right there. The same one the accountant created as he was throwing the envelopes into the drum. So you're telling me that out of the 7 envelopes in that glass drum during a lottery when the NBA desperately needed the most ballyhooed college center in 15 years to save the league's marquee franchise, the commissioner coincidentally pulled out the envelope with a giant crease in the corner that happened to have the Knicks logo on it? This is the Zapruder film of sports tapes, isn't it?" That's so funny. This is the Zapruder film. It's like, if I was as into basketball as I was like political assassinations, I'd probably say stuff like that. This is a Zapruder film, and Patrick Ewing is Kennedy, and the Celtics were Castro, I guess, and the commissioner, that was the CIA. That was old Hoover. Or no, Hoover was the FBI. You get the point. And for those of you wondering if one bent corner would have been enough for Stern to discern the Knicks envelope from everyone else's, well, there's an answer for that too. As Steve Hull said for the Replay Sports, quote, "There's also the frozen envelope theory, which goes like this. The NBA had put the Knicks envelope in a freezer before the lottery. So while all the envelopes looked the same to the naked eye, Stern could feel that the Knicks one was far colder and was able to pick it out. It would have been the perfect crime. No lingering video evidence that disappeared on its own, while allowing the envelope to sit there in plain view on national television looking like the rest. But as much as this theory has persisted over the years, the science may not necessarily support it. According to H. Ruby, upon exposure to room temperature of 70 degrees, a plain manila envelope stored in a home freezer remains cold to the touch for 52.3 seconds. I love when there's a story like this and people have taken the time to write sentences like that. Someone was so into this, they took the time to do the math on the material of vanilla and putting it in the freezer, and I just love this level of obsession. I mean, also, like, was there a freezer in the hallway or a break room? Maybe he had a cooler. As Stern says on the broadcast the night of the lottery, Jack Wagner, the Ernst and Winnie representative who brings in the envelopes, was the only person in the room at the time the logos were placed inside the envelopes, and he had done so within the hour, keeping them exclusively in his possession the entire time. Assuming this was all true, it's certainly possible that Wagner took the Knicks card from a deep freezer and put it in the envelope. However, the footage appears to show Wagner standing off to the side with the envelope for several minutes, meaning that, unless they managed to find a way to cool the card and envelope for 6 minutes, or someone pulled off an impressive switch of the cards when the camera wasn't looking Wagner's way, and without tipping off anyone else in the room, the frozen envelope theory is almost certainly no more than a conspiracy. Ballard said, quote, "Ed Desser, who co-produced the draft lottery, said, it was hilarious when all the conspiracy stuff started. Like, oh really? We were just worried about the things not falling out of the drum. We couldn't have been clever enough to think about freezing cards or bending cards." Pat O'Brien also said at the time, quote, "Here's the thing about David Stern. He's smart enough to pull that off. He's also smart enough not to do it." Stern may have played it off at the time, but eventually, questions about the draft being fixed clearly began rubbing him the wrong way. In a 2012 radio interview with host Jim Rome, Stern became irritated when Rome pressed him on the '85 draft. Rome said, "I know that you appreciate a good conspiracy theory as much as the next guy. Was the fix in for the lottery?" Stern replied, "I have 2 answers for that. The simple, easy one, no. The second, a statement. Shame on you for asking." Rome went on to say that he thought it was his job to ask because people wonder. "No, it's ridiculous, but that's okay," Stern said. Rome said he didn't think the question was
Easy.
ridiculous, to which Stern replied, "Have you stopped beating your wife yet?" That's the most...
Jesus.
He's just putting up with this question for 40 years. And then this radio... I mean, maybe the radio host was beating his wife. I don't know any of these people. But just, like, maybe there was some controversy years back, or maybe a girl accused him of something, who knows. But for Stern to just pull that out in the interview, oh my god. Over something he's been asked a billion times and everyone knows about. That is insane. As with most things in life, the more they change, the more they stay the same.
Fight.
Today, the draft process is considerably more complex, and yet the conspiracies about the NBA, the draft lottery, and promising number one picks have remained. In 2025, the Dallas Mavericks sent shockwaves through the sports universe when they unexpectedly traded their 26-year-old franchise megastar, Luka Doncic, to the Los Angeles Lakers for a fading, injured player named Anthony Davis, and very little else. The trade has since gone down as the most shocking and lopsided in league history, with the biggest point of contention being that the large market Lakers, which many believe are the NBA's most treasured and financially important franchise in the modern era, had been gifted a savior to turn their fortunes around after years of mediocrity. Having given away such a key player for practically nothing in return, the Mavericks missed the playoffs and entered the draft lottery with some of the lowest odds at getting the first overall pick. 1.8%. Again, the draft system is far more complicated now and there's a lot of variables. The top prize of the 2025 draft was a generational 18-year-old forward named Cooper Flagg, a highly sought-after prospect from Duke University. And lo and behold, despite just having a 1.8% chance of getting it, the Mavericks got the number one pick and Cooper Flagg. For a team to offload an already young franchise star who had just taken the team to the NBA Finals the year before by sending him to the league darling Lakers, then magically being rewarded with a younger, cheaper, maybe even better replacement was too much for NBA fans to believe. Accusations of conspiracy flooded social media, many who were convinced the NBA had forced the Mavericks to give Luka to the Lakers with the promise of Cooper Flagg in return. This followed a similar pattern of other recent controversies surrounding number one picks and perceived narratives about their perfect fit. In 2023, the San Antonio Spurs won the top pick to get Victor Wembanyama, a transformational big man, only 4 years after missing the playoffs for the first time in over 2 decades. The Spurs were tied with 2 other teams for the best odds at 14%, so it wasn't necessarily shocking. But the Spurs had also drafted transformational big man Tim Duncan in 1997 with the number one pick, and transformational big man David Robinson in 1987 with the number one pick. With their reputation for player development, longevity, and a top-tier training staff, some felt like the NBA sent Wemby, as he's known, to San Antonio to ensure that the most promising prospect since LeBron James would have long-term career success. And speaking of LeBron, even his landing spot raised eyebrows at the time he was drafted. James, born and raised in Akron, Ohio, was selected with the number one pick by the hometown Cleveland Cavaliers. As written in Fadeaway World, quote, "This perfect alignment of interest, reviving a struggling franchise, and maximizing LeBron's marketability led some to speculate about the lottery's authenticity. To be fair, no evidence of manipulation exists." LeBron himself even stoked the conspiracy flames when in 2026 he appeared on the Pat McAfee show and hinted it may have been rigged. Similarly, Chicago native and highly desired college prospect Derrick Rose was taken first overall by the Chicago Bulls after they won the lottery in 2008, despite only having a 1.7% chance of doing so. Chicago, the third largest U.S. media market after Los Angeles and New York, were desperate for a franchise star after Michael Jordan retired from basketball a decade earlier. So, they got one in Rose. But one of the biggest modern-day draft controversies has to be the 2019 draft of Duke big man Zion Williamson by the New Orleans Pelicans. This controversy, which mirrors the Luka Doncic trade in several ways, also interestingly involves the same player who would later be used by the Lakers in the trade, Anthony Davis. In 2012, the NBA itself actually owned the franchise in New Orleans. At the time, it was called the Hornets, and they owned it after the previous owner fell upon health and financial issues. The NBA's goal was to keep the team afloat until they could find a new buyer and owner, boost attendance, and pump up its value. So in comes Kentucky Wildcat Anthony Davis, regarded similar to how Patrick Ewing had been. A dominant big man, consensus overall number one pick, and the type of player you can build your team around for years to come. And wouldn't you know it, New Orleans won the draft lottery, taking Davis first overall. Convenient that he goes to the company that the NBA owns and are trying to make lucrative for a sale. But in 2019, Davis, who was unhappy with the direction New Orleans was headed, would demand a trade. And of all the potential destinations, he would eventually be sent to who else? The Los Angeles Lakers, who, along with LeBron James, won an NBA title in 2020 during the shortened, delayed, quarantine bubble playoffs. But that's not all. The same summer that Davis was traded, New Orleans would somehow wind up with yet another number 1 overall pick with just a 6% chance, granting them the right to draft dominant athletic big man Zion Williamson from Duke. For those keeping score at home, that's 2 number 1 picks in just 7 years, with 2 highly rated transformational big men at the top of the draft. Which when you realize there's 30 teams, and hypothetically, if a low-performing team gets a good player, they shouldn't be back in the draft for a while. That's pretty good odds to get number 1 twice. A quote from Batar: "The timing of the win led to theories that the NBA intervened to stabilize the franchise and remain competitive. The narrative convenience of many of these picks have been enough to continue the time-worn tradition of NBA fans believing the drafts are rigged. But if doing so in 1985 was challenging, today, doing so would be next to impossible. Today's draft lottery is fundamentally similar to the Patrick Ewing draft, but it has grown into an extremely complex system involving ping pong balls instead of envelopes. It's pretty remarkable to see just how much this process has evolved in over 40 years, and yet how the core idea behind it has stayed the same.
Easy.
The NBA currently has 30 teams, a few more than the 23 teams in 1985. And it may soon have even more. Along with more teams comes more lottery spots. Now, there are 14 non-playoff teams who go into the lottery each season instead of 7. Each team has varying odds at getting one of the top picks based on how bad their record is. The worst team is guaranteed to get a top 5 pick, while the 3 worst teams all have an equal chance at getting the number 1 pick. For the drawing, 14 ping pong balls are numbered 1 through 14 and put into a machine that spins them around. On command, a button is pressed and one of the balls is drawn at random. They do this 4 times, creating a specific combination of 4 balls. Going into the draft, each lottery team is given a random assortment of combinations. There are 1,001 possible combinations when 4 numbers are drawn from that number sequence. Those combinations are divided amongst the lottery teams. Teams with higher odds receive more combinations, thereby increasing their chances. In other words, it's bingo. It's pretty much bingo. The first
bingo.
overall pick is
I'm just
determined
kidding.
once
I've
the
never
first
played it.
4 balls
Well, I
are
mean,
drawn,
I have in school,
with the
but
winning team
besides
being
that.
whoever owns that particular 4-ball combination. The balls are then placed back into the drum,
I love
and the
balls,
process is repeated for picks 2 through 4. If the worst team was not included in the top 4, they're given the 5th spot, and the rest of the draft from 6th to 30th goes in order from worst record to best. The entire process happens in a room with select, very well-respected media members and a representative from each lottery team. The whole event's recorded and uploaded to YouTube after the results are announced in a televised program. The intervals at which the balls are drawn is monitored by a timekeeper who signals to the machine operator that the applicable period
machine
of time
god?
has elapsed for each ball to be drawn. This timekeeper has their back turned towards the drum and cannot see the balls. All of this to say, despite accusations that the draft lottery is still being rigged, it is extremely difficult to explain how that would even be possible. The league has built in numerous safeguards and protections to prevent tampering. When you consider the way the very first lottery was conducted and the controversy that came as a result, it's pretty fascinating to see how many conspiratorial sticking points have since been addressed. I mean, the dude can't even look at the balls flying around in the larger ball. I should also note that while this is true of the draft process at the time of recording in 2026, it may not be the case for much longer. In March, days before recording this video, David Stern's successor as commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, has vowed to make significant changes to the way the draft works. Much like in 1984, the league is experiencing a surge in teams tanking, and tanking hard, making far too many games uncompetitive and damaging the reputation of what is, at the end of the day, an entertainment enterprise. And just as they did way back when, it may once again be time for the NBA to reinvent the system.
Hell
David
yeah.
Stern passed away in early 2020. Taking
Was
any
it COVID?
secrets about the first draft lottery with him. So we may never know the full truth behind that fateful night at the Waldorf Astoria. Since Patrick Ewing entered and retired from the league, basketball has experienced colossal growth around the world, and the struggling flailing financial and reputational mess that was the NBA in the 80s is a distant memory. But as things change, and players, commissioners, and drafts come and go, the one ever-present constant
come, easy
might just
go.
be the lingering joy and fascination that comes along with a good old-fashioned NBA conspiracy. And all that it took was a bent envelope. And that's the story of the Patrick Ewing draft conspiracy. I love this because even if you don't care about basketball at all, it's just a cool little narrative. Maybe it was rigged. There's certainly proponents who think it was, and there's people who think it's still rigged today, although that would be difficult. Regardless if you think it was rigged or not, I'm glad that you stuck around and you found
Maybe,
it
I don't know.
interesting.
I wasn't paying
think
attention,
that's really cool,
kind of.
and we just want to say thank you for watching. Y'all have been
Something about
fantastic.
ping pong
Sports
balls.
videos are a little out of my normal purview, but let me know if you enjoyed, and I'd be happy to cover more. Got a lot of great people putting together the scripts and the research for these videos, so if there's something you like, they can probably find out about it. I'll once again mention that if you want to watch me fail miserably at video games and get progressively more frustrated, check out When to Glitch in the description below.
Wendy
Everyone
Bit?
who
No,
made
I'm
this
just kidding,
video
that's mean.
possible will be credited in the description. Be sure to show them some love. And all in all, I believe that should do it for now. But before I go, we just want to say thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye! I could figure out a way that the modern system's rigged if you give me enough time. Nothing will get in the way of a good conspiracy with me. Maybe some of the balls are weighted different. Maybe the guy who says time's up actually has like a remote magnet or something that makes the one that they want to go through get closer. Or maybe like there's like disappearing ink on all the numbers they give to the different teams, and then the team they want to win just gets magic ink. Does anyone check the envelopes for the numbers they get? If it's just like the owners of the team alone in a room, they could just write down the numbers real quick on like a paper towel, and then they'd win. I can figure this out.
It's quite remarkable how Trump has turned a movement that was described as ascendant, as cool, finally, as the culturally dominant force for the first time in a very long time, and as victorious into a dead and decrepit and dilapidated and sad movement of people who are now jumping ship. And that's, of course, MAGA, right? We were in D.C. during Trump's inauguration, and I was walking around on the streets because they blocked all the roads, so I had to walk, and I was trying to find my way back home. And people were bumping into me like, Trump! Yeah! And I was like, oh gosh. And Trump's popularity was still low.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Now,
well, that just hits different in 2026 now, doesn't it, when he says it himself? And yeah, I agree with literally everything he just said there about the current administration. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and guess who MAGA is furious with now? Yes, Sean Ryan, because Sean Ryan's had the audacity over the last couple weeks to criticize and call out the Trump administration for its handling of trying to cover up the Epstein files and protect a bunch of pedophiles, and of course getting us in another regime change war in the Middle East that they all campaigned on the fact that they would never do. And they are really mad at a lot of people right now. They're mad at Tucker. They're mad at Joe Kent. They're mad at Candace. They're mad at Ian Carroll. They're mad at Sean. They're mad at me. Oh my God. Anybody who has the audacity to question things like how Charlie Kirk was murdered, why nobody's been arrested in the Epstein files, why we have another war in the Middle East for no reason. Oh, we're the bad guys, aren't we? So that's what we're going to talk about in the video today. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, follow us on Patreon, grab some merch. Let's jump into this thing. Let's take a look at some of Sean's new clips that are enraging his MAGA base. First one we're going to look at is just Sean calling out the flip-flopping bullshit on Iran from the Trump administration, just simply reading off quotes. Then we'll look at his comments and see the rage from MAGA base.
what they said on the campaign trail. Trump advisor Stephen Miller on X. Liz Cheney is Kamala's top advisor. Liz wants to invade the whole Middle East. Kamala equals World War III. Trump equals peace. Tulsi Gabbard, October 28, 2024. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney and a vote for war. War and more war. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to end wars, not start them. Miller also wrote, Kamala will send your sons to war. J.D. Vance, 2023, on the Wall Street Journal. Trump's best foreign policy? Not starting any wars. He has my support because I know he won't recklessly send Americans to fight wars overseas. The Republican National Committee promoted Trump Vance is the pro-peace ticket. Trump on October 30th, 2024. They're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, in quote, oh gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. Pete Hegseth, December 2025 speech. Our department will not be distracted by democracy-building interventionism, undefined wars, and regime change. Every single one of these things is a complete.
Don't forget, during the Biden administration, Trump said, this president is going to drive us into war because he doesn't know how to negotiate. Well,
here we are.
Oh boy, the audacity of Sean to simply read quotes. That's all he did there. Just read literal quotes from the Trump administration from a year ago. Let's see what his comments had to say. Here we go. Marshall Park says, disappointed in you. Yeah. Could you imagine leaving that comment from a guy who literally just read off quotes? That's all he did. Yeah, absolutely dumb as f***. Now, what you will see is that obviously any of the comments supporting Sean are 10xing the dipshit comments like that, but there are a lot of his base who are not happy. He hasn't started any wars. There's no boots on the ground. Okay. I love how Sean ignores everything Iran has done to the United States or Donald Trump's statements on Iran. Like, we need to listen to Donald Trump's statements on Iran? We should send pallets of the cash to Iran, right, guys? Sounds like Tucker Carlson 2.0 show, laughing emojis. But there are no boots on the ground. No! Exclamation. Did you talk about the Iranian massacre, thousands slaughtered on January 2026? Yes, as you can see, Pre, that's me, Priscilla here, an absolute expert on foreign policy and war compared to Navy SEAL Sean Ryan. But again, let's extrapolate on what Sean is saying here. He simply read off quotes, and I'll give you some context to this. He talked about, of course, Tulsi Gabbard, who for 15 years explicitly ran her campaigns on being anti-war in the Middle East. And she has sold her soul on that one, huh?
Recognized for 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Trump has committed an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. A war that would be so costly and devastating, it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic.
Well, what happened? That almost sounded like that could have been filmed today, couldn't it have? Oh, Tulsi. What happened? Well, that was Tulsi then. This is Tulsi now.
Your opening statement, you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats, correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
Now keep in mind, she's admitted that her own intelligence shows their entire program was wiped out. They've never tried to rebuild it. which would make it impossible for there to be an imminent nuclear threat. So that's what she's going to say, right?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
and
This
he
is the
made that
worldwide. This is the
determination.
worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
So that's what's called a logic trap, and you can see Tulsi Gabbard squirming there. She knows she's inside of one, and all she can do is basically lie, and she knows she's lying. And again, this is someone who ran their entire campaign for 15 years on no more war with Iran. That's her now. But that's the craziest thing, is she's sitting there admitting that Iran posed no imminent nuclear threat to us. She admitted it. But yet, that's the story we're going with anyway. And she's on board to grift for it, I guess. But who else did Sean talk about? Oh, that's right. J.D. Vance. Now, it's very interesting because J.D. Vance seems to be in hiding. I feel like we've seen J.D. Vance about as much as we've seen Benjamin Netanyahu in the last 15 days. And I wonder, oh, that's right, because he used to say stuff like this.
Donald Trump and I believe that America ought to be tough and America ought to have a strong foreign policy. But when people like Kamala Harris send our sons and daughters, our young people, to fight in stupid wars, it is the young generation that carries the burden of that. We're going to stop sending our young people to faraway lands. We are not the policemen of the world. We need to use our young people here at home. My honest guidance to those young men, and I think their concerns are very legitimate, but if you're worried about the world spinning out of control, if you're worried about a military draft, if you're worried about, God forbid, a world war, the best way to prevent it is to vote for Donald Trump.
Oof. Ouch. That was just, 2024? That was on the campaign trail. And what does JD have to say now about the war?
Are you completely on board with the current war in Iran?
And look, I think that I know what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to drive a wedge between members of the administration, between me and the president. What the president said consistently, going back to 2015, and I agreed with him, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We have taken this military action under the president's leadership. I think all of us, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, should pray for success and pray for the safety of our troops. That's the approach that I've taken. Make it as successful as possible.
Well, there you go. A complete 180 flip-flop, just like all the rest, huh? But of course, what about the guy in charge himself? Because Sean called him out as well. Well, again, what did he used to say?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Now, I'm more militant and more militaristic than the president. I believe in strength. But to start a war in order to get elected, and I believe that's going to happen, would be an outrage. This is a great time to negotiate. Unfortunately, we have a president that doesn't know the first thing about negotiation. We have a real problem in the White House. So, I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected.
Well, that just hits different in 2026 now, doesn't it, when he says it himself? And yeah, I agree with literally everything he just said there about the current administration. But, of course, that's not the only thing that's pissing off Sean's base. Again, Sean has been very outspoken about the Epstein files, and they hate that, don't they?
I've been pretty quiet about
Why is
Pam Bondi
Epstein
in front of Congress the other day talking about how
censored?
the Dow is
Like, why is everything always fucking censored? Holy shit.
Because what you should be talking about is how you are going to investigate and prosecute any files that were running around on Epstein Island that you're affiliated with. But we didn't talk about that, did we? Oh, and what's the excuse? What was the excuse? Oh, if we prosecute everybody, the whole system would go down. Well, you know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? That sounds like how Trump ran his campaign. Let's drain the swamp. Doesn't that sound a lot like draining the swamp? It actually is drain the swamp served up to you on a f***ing silver platter. But you're not going to take it, are you? You're going to protect files. You're going to protect files rather than go after them and hope that everybody's happy that the Dow hit 50,000. Are you fucking out of your mind?
Oof, ouch, absolutely scathing and 100% true. And isn't it interesting when we look at the MAGA base, what they really support? So they support you shutting your mouth about the Epstein files. They support you shutting your mouth about the Charlie Kirk assassination. They support you shutting your mouth about being against this war in Iran. It's just, wow, what a losing side. Like, if there was a I'm trying to be on the wrong side of history award, they're literally nailing it on every fucking issue. And the final one, oh, they're real upset about this one.
Last time you were here, you said, we're occupied. Said by who?
I answered AIPAC, but Israel.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the Western Wall of the Temple Mount.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change.
And when we were talking, Sean, I told you it's there for anybody to see if you just take the time to look.
We are not at war. We have no intention of being at war.
What was the first thing we were told on why we were going into Iran?
Nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time.
You can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon.
This isn't retaliation for what they did a number of years ago in the Iraq War. This is about what Israel wants.
Mm-hmm.
This is about nuclear weapons that probably don't even fucking exist.
Oh boy, you're not allowed to talk about that, are ya? And again, that's why they're calling him Tucker 2.0. Yes, John is now based in America First, and my God, they are all furious about it. But I'm not. I love to see it. I love to see a guy who just, again, comes out just telling the truth, just objective truth that he's talking about, that we all know, we all see it. And the best part is, if you actually go look at the comment section, of course, a huge portion of his base is furious, but if you look at the ratios of likes, any comment that you see that is supporting Sean is 10xing all of his MAGA fans that are throwing tantrums about it. But again, also not surprising because you're seeing a mass exodus of conservatives from the MAGA movement. And Sean,
I think I remember this. If I step there, doesn't it like just kill all my units?
And pretty much all they have left is these guys. Yeah. Whose channels are all burning into the ground and are all dead. So that should tell you, who does the country actually really support right now? It doesn't look like it's MAGA. But we're going to find out for sure in 2026, aren't we? So that's going to do it for this one. And guys, we are going to talk in detail tonight, Friday Night Live at 5. We're going to talk about why, I don't know, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, Sean Ryan, all these people are under fire, literally and figuratively, for being against the war in Iran. So let's get for this one. Catch y'all in the next video.
Pawn Stars is the fakest reality show in history, yet somehow they tricked millions of Americans into watching 700 episodes over the past 15 years. Fake customers, fake conversations, a fake store, fake items, shady experts with suspicious backgrounds to verify the value of those items. Even the image of the Harrisons being a humble, hard-working blue-collar family is mostly fake. The TV show was essentially an extremely calculated and systematic distraction to prevent the sellers from realizing they were being borderline scammed, and in this video we are going to expose it step by step. However, this system was built out of desperation, because the cast we now know today was actually so unlikable in real life that nobody initially wanted to work with them. The show's producer, Brent Montgomery, recalls the first time meeting them. "I walked out of the pawn shop and I said, I never want to go there again. These guys smoked, they were saying the same jokes over and over. I was actually the fourth producer to work with them, and so I certainly didn't think that was going to be a hit show. Additionally, pawn shops are not exactly a secret goldmine of treasure and rare artifacts. Most shops mainly make their money through loans given to extremely desperate people. Sellers will offer the pawn shop their lawnmowers, blenders, TVs, firearms, anything with a little bit of value. Then the shop gives them 25 to 60% of the item's resale value in cash, and the seller only has 30 or 60 days to buy the item back back with interest. The average pawn shop loan value is $75 to $100, meaning these people are likely next to broke, struggling to keep a roof over their head, or withdrawing from hard drugs. Rick Harrison, the main character and owner of Gold and Silver Pawn in Las Vegas, said, "I think it's 20% of the adult population in the United States that does not have a bank account, and most of them can't get one. They don't have credit cards, they don't have anything like that for when some small emergency pops up. A lot of people don't realize that up until the 1950s, pawn shops were the #1 form of customer credit in the United States." So it's safe to say a show about struggling Americans giving away their possessions for $100 out of desperation isn't exactly the most entertaining idea, which is why their pilot episode was shot down by every major network.
Can't give me two? No. No. I can do 120. It's the best I can do. I'll pawn it for that. One time, a guy bought a bunch of stuff at Walmart on his credit card. He brought it in here. His grandmother was in the hospital, and she didn't have insurance. I pawned him for him, and then he went out and stayed up all night. He won $50,000 and came back, got the TVs back, took them back to Walmart.
So if the pawn shop employees were unlikable and the day-to-day business of pawn shops is low-key depressing, the show is dead in the water, right? Well, Rick Harrison was not willing to give up on the idea of him getting his own TV show.
You know, I have a pawn shop on the strip, you know what I mean? Like, I was always like a medium, because that was like free advertising. So I'd always like, I'd put my, like, you know, it was the only 24-hour pawn shop on the strip in Las Vegas. And, so I mean, so before you know it, I'm getting Super Bowl rings, things like that. So I used to put I put like my Super Bowl rings on this on eBay like a week before the Super Bowl. Like so then like a bunch of reporters, you know, radio stations and things like that would call me, and it was always free press, and it was always good for business. So like 20 years ago, I'm thinking like, hey, if I get one of these reality shows, get a season or two, you know, it might be good for business,
Ironically, the way Rick and Brent got their reality show was by completely distorting the reality of the pawn shop. Basically, they sold a lie, and the History Channel bought it. In 2009, the History Channel was looking for something different to boost its ratings, which got Rick and Left Field Productions a second chance to share their idea. But to work with the History Channel, Rick agreed that the show had to be much more family-friendly than the original concept. It started with the characters, focusing on 3 generations of the Harrisons. Rick Harrison would sit at the center of the operation, often being referred to as the genius. He would be tasked with spotting fakes, explaining the history behind the items, and keeping the family in line.
Back in the day, the Mint was always coming up with new designs. They actually tried to get a nickel into circulation where there was a nickel, but it had a hole in the center, so everyone called it the Holy Nickel.
Rick's father, Richard Harrison, would take the name The Old Man. His role would be the no-nonsense patriarch of the Gold and Silver Pawn Shop. He comes in with stories about what the business was like back in the day and constantly reminds the guys that he is the actual boss.
You don't turn that car into a lowrider. It's his car. He can do whatever he wants with it. Well, it shouldn't have been his car. It was my car. I'm damn pissed I don't even want to talk to you.
To appeal to a younger demographic, Rick's son Corey, or Big Hoss, would work alongside his dad learning everything he can about the business, only to constantly mess things up and make bad deals.
You test drive it? No. What do you mean no? No, I didn't test drive it. It's a Chris Craft. The thing's worth like 30 grand.
He doesn't spend that kind of money until he asks me first.
They also decided to include Corey's childhood friend, Austin Russell, or Chum Lee, who was essentially the comedic punching bag of the show.
Find me some good deals on that stuff then.
What kind of percentage am I gonna get?
Your salary.
I got no problem taking my salary as long as it walks through the doors, but if I'm putting in extra work...
Extra work? You don't work to start with.
But it wasn't the characters that made the show successful. Even the producers knew that. I think people love stuff. The items are the stars. Don't tell the stars that. People really remember when you bring in a Coke machine from the 60s and what it felt like to go to a Coke machine, and the great stories behind the stuff that you don't hear on other shows. On the show, people brought in gas masks for babies from 1938, ancient swords like katanas or Chris swords from the 14th century, helicopters, and ancient firearms used by by naval officers and pirates. And despite literal treasure coming through the doors now that the cameras were rolling, the guys initially were so stuck in their ways that they refused to buy anything. Brent Montgomery told students at the University of Texas that this was one of the biggest hurdles. If you ever met those guys, I couldn't convince them to pay more for anything, but I did tell them initially to try and buy the stuff even if they didn't want it. If we had a show where they never bought anything, it wouldn't work well. This is likely what led to Rick's infamous lowball offers.
What were you looking to get out of it?
$7 grand?
Ooh, 7 grand's not gonna happen.
How about 3,500?
3 grand.
One time, Rick lowballed someone so bad, even his son Corey called him out. It started when a seller brought in a pair of 18th century onyx diamond spectacles.
There's enough stones and precious metals in them to make them worth a lot of money.
The customer said he wanted $5,000 for the pair, but when Rick stepped in, he offered way less.
Generally, jewelry from this time period to this quality is worth a lot of money.
Good.
But technically, this isn't jewelry.
So what do you think they're worth?
$700 or $800.
Seriously?
Yeah.
The seller then adjusted his price per Rick's recommendation from $5,000 to $850, and even Corey knew they borderline ripped this guy off.
I feel a lot better about these now that my dad looked him over, but I think he might have lowballed a little bit.
And it's because of deals like this that Rick became a massive meme online. However, it was clear that Pawn Stars had found gold. Their season 2 premiere drew 7 million total viewers, which drove the History Channel to become the #1 cable network for the night in total viewers, making it the highest rated telecast.
I don't think
in
I've
the
ever
network's
watched
history.
this show.
But ratings like this weren't the result of dumb luck. They came from a calculated design. And once you look past the dumb jokes, the humble family business facade, you start to see something else. A very controlled, very repeatable formula designed to get the best deals possible from the sellers. So let's break it down. It all starts with the manufactured image of the cast, which is the Harrison family. The producers have been very open about the fact that they cast blue-collar looking people to trick honest blue-collar people into thinking these reality stars are one of them. I always say we're looking for really smart people who look really blue-collar. Those are the casts that we've had
I think I have a
success with.
sliver in my
the
finger, and I
average-looking
think it
guy
might
with
be
the
getting
really hot
infected.
chick in the beer commercials, so you want to buy the beer.
It was
so you
really
can be
deep in
as
there, and
lucky as
I
that
just
guy.
decided
That's
to
who we're
leave
looking
it
to
for whatever
cast in our
reason, and
reality
now
shows.
it's
So now that Rick and his family
hurting
look
quite
like
a
the
bit,
people
and
their
it's
target audience
red
can
and yellow.
trust, now it's time to
Nice.
control the environment in which the transactions take place. What you see on screen is not the actual pawn shop, it's a TV set. By 2012, Gold and Silver Pawn had transformed from a small-time pawn shop into a full-on tourist trap. The general manager revealed that about 1 in 100 visitors to the Las Vegas pawn shop are actually there to sell an item. Otherwise, the staff typically shuffles tourist visitors out of the showroom when it's time to film. In response to Nevada's privacy laws and the increased traffic, the Harrisons couldn't continue to rely on their original shop. Instead, they worked with producers to make a separate showroom that was inaccessible to the general public. We got an inside look at this controlled environment when a seller secretly recorded his experience with a camera watch. Andrew Wilson uploaded a YouTube video detailing the process of him attempting to sell his vintage 1985 Rambo metal lunchbox. As he walked around, you can see the trusses above the fake shop with all the studio lights to ensure a perfectly lit set. From there, he went to an office in the backstage area where he met with a field producer who laid down some ground rules before they walked on set.
Okay, so this is when the lady comes in, sits you down, and says how things are going to go, what you can and can't do. And the biggest thing she says was you can't reference the show. You can't talk about that you're on a show. It's basically you're supposed to act like it's totally normal and you're not on a show.
Andrew and his father openly admitted that the only reason they wanted to sell the lunchbox was so they could be on the show. But the field producer said that they can't do that, which meant they had to lie for television.
Would they actually say, hey, this is my dad's, and would they say, does he know you're selling it? Would they say something like that?
I don't know. I think you'd say, why are you selling it? Like, why are you selling it?
Yeah.
I know, you can't reference the show.
When he finally walked onto the showroom floor, Andrew noticed that all the customers were just extras, pretending to be paying customers looking at all the items in the background. And listening to him interact with Corey and Chum Lee is way different than what you see in the final product.
Take that. Yep, that's what they said.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Yeah.
I have a Rambo lunchbox. Original, 1985.
Rambo, that's awesome.
The matching thermos. Here, I'll show it to you.
It reminds me of myself. Just a real badass.
Yeah, same here.
So where in the world did you get this?
From my dad.
Do you mind to go pull this out?
Oh yeah, go ahead. He gave it to me. He was a huge Rambo fan, huge Sylvester Stallone fan. He bought it back in '85, and he's had it ever since. And he gave it to me.
Okay. Definitely one of the times, man. I can't imagine sending my kid to school today with a lunchbox of a Vietnam vet who had severe PTSD and, killed a couple cops and basically took the town hostage.
The awkward silence and bad jokes makes you realize just how much editing goes into this show. You can even hear the producers giving notes to Corey on what he should talk about.
Yeah, I mean, back then too, lunchboxes were kind of like your expression of who you were as a kid.
The awkwardness and the stiffness of the interactions is almost completely gone once you see the final edit.
At one point, Steve McQueen was going to play Rambo, Paul Newman was going to play Rambo, and then out of nowhere, Stallone writes, directs, pays for, and produces Rocky.
Yeah, all the stuff they're saying, like Corey and Chumley are acting like, yeah, they did this, and it's like, you don't actually know these things. You looked this up 5 minutes before we came out here. It's supposed to look like I just walk in and it's natural and everything. And for those of you who don't already know, it's not like that. This is done in multiple takes, and they tell you specifically what you can and can't do.
And in case you needed any more proof of how contrived these interactions really are, the producer Brent Montgomery admitted that the guys are not exactly the experts in history they are portrayed to be, saying, "We found really smart scripters to feed the characters organic information." Now, in this particular instance, Andrew just wanted to be on the show. He didn't really care about making a deal, but that's not the case for most sellers, nor is it for the Harrisons. After all, they do actually have a real pawn shop with full intentions to buy and sell items for a profit, which is why the next phase of their system is a calculated scheme to make sure that they get the best deal possible. Now, about half the time, Rick, Corey, Chumley, or the old man will pretend like they have extensive knowledge on whatever item is brought in front of them.
I'm 99.9% sure it's real. I still have that chance that it's not.
The seller puts the item on the counter, and one of the guys will go into a history lesson giving all the relevant details as to why the item is interesting or valuable. However, the other half of the time they will play dumb and admit that they know nothing about the item that is trying to be sold. But lucky for them, 100% of the time they have a buddy who specializes in the exact thing that they need more information on.
I got a buddy, he works right down the street. I got a buddy who deals in all these antiques. I got a buddy, he works right down the street. He's got a sports shop. I got a buddy of mine. I call him in a lot when I deal with expensive sports stuff.
I got a buddy that's pretty good with stuff like this. Let me have him come down and kind of give me an idea of what they're worth.
I wish I had a
Somebody
buddy.
who will know everything about this. I got a buddy who all he does is like Hollywood memorabilia.
I got a buddy that works literally right across the street.
And this is the perfect trap. From the seller's perspective, that expert feels neutral. He looks authoritative. He explains the item's history, verifies if it's real, maybe even compliments it. But when they give the appraisal, they typically say something like, "At auction, this might go for," followed by almost always a price that is far less than what the seller wanted. And now that the expert established the price, the seller now looks crazy for asking anything equal to or more than what they said. But even if the sellers remain firm in their initial asking price, Rick and the gang start talking about the risk, the overhead, paying employees, storage, the fact that it might sit on a shelf for months. Now the seller isn't negotiating based on what they think their item is worth, but rather they're negotiating based off if the buyer can make a profit or not.
I have to make money on this thing. I might get $4,000 out of it, but that's an auction. There's auction fees. It'll take me a year to get my money. I got to spend money to ship it across the country somewhere.
Putting that already as well.
Yeah, it's $2,100.
And this system, 80 to 90% of the time, leads to the pawn shop getting the seller to sell something to them for far less than what they originally thought it was worth. But in reality, these buddies aren't some objective third party walking in off the street, but rather someone coordinated by production who understands the show and who could get more opportunities to be on television if they excel at their job. Take Bob Uhas, for for example, who is the expert they call on when they need to restore an automobile, antique toys, and vintage machines.
This is collectible because it's very rare. Done correctly, done nice, starting at 5,000 and up. And like this, you should be happy if you walked home with it for 800 bucks.
Not only is Bob an expert when it comes to bringing discarded items back to life, but he is also somewhat of an actor, who was in a couple episodes of American Restoration and Mystery Diners, a hidden camera show to gather evidence of theft or poor customer service at restaurants. So he's not exactly a neutral third party. You can actually argue he is incentivized to give the Pawn Stars guys exactly what they want instead of maximizing the seller's potential payout, especially considering that in the clip I played before, the seller got $850 and Bob got paid $2,600 to restore the go-kart. It just seems likely that if Bob does exactly what the producers want, he could get more screen time, which means
Oh, I
more
could grow
business for
something
him.
like
The
that.
private businesses owned by these experts or buddies benefit from the show so much, you'd almost assume that they have some sort of contract. And one of Rick's buddies may have accidentally leaked information we were never supposed to know. Sean Rich was one of the most well-known experts, appearing in over 50 episodes of Pawn Stars since it debuted in 2009. Sean is a master antique gunsmith, and he's usually called in when the guys need antique guns, swords, or other armory appraised. But when one fan noticed Sean disappeared and they had a few other gun experts on the show, they emailed him saying, "Why haven't we seen you on Pawn Stars recently? We miss you." Sean replied with, "Unfortunately, to make a very long story short, the production company and History Channel wanted me to sign an exclusivity agreement to lock me down, control me, my business, future, my appearance, how I make a living to provide for my family, and expect me to do it for free or very little money without any negotiation, with no guarantee of being used." Now, of course, Sean could be leaving out very important context. It could just straight up be a lie, or even a fan just making something up out of thin air wanting to stir up drama. But the idea of the experts having a contract with the show makes sense considering how much the show changes the lives of the experts. Jeremy Brown was the buddy they called in for anything related to sports memorabilia. He relocated his store, Ultimate Sports Cards and Memorabilia, just 1 mile down the road from Gold and Silver Pawn due to how much business the show was bringing him. However, there are countless negative reviews accusing Jeremy of selling fake cards, charging $50 to $100 more than the market rate, or extremely lowballing sellers. Wonder where he got that strategy from. Jesse Amoroso, owner of Cowtown Guitars, is the expert they would call in regarding vintage guitars. He also relocated his store to just 1 mile away from Gold and Silver Pawn. Unfortunately, he was also probably the wrong guy to platform. Cowtown Guitars permanently closed its business operations after drowning in negative reviews, with multiple people calling Jesse a thief, refusing reasonable refunds, and providing horrible customer service. Even their professional sports authenticator, Steve Grad, who was in charge of authenticating all autographs on sports memorabilia on Pawn Stars, got sued for approving numerous forgeries as legitimate. He then admitted in open court that he has never had any education or training from PSA with regard to how to authenticate signatures. He basically said in court that he learned everything he knows about this business from a buddy. Now, I'm not suggesting that all of the Pawn Stars experts are fraudsters. I'm not suggesting what they are doing is illegal or even deceiving, but it is highly controlled so that the house always wins. And some sellers suspect this and straight up admit that they don't believe the experts.
If you wanted to buy this, I'd pay no more than $600 or $700. This one, if you want one of these, I can get you one for $1,500.
No, they're worth a lot more than that. If you think you can find these on the internet for $1,500, knock yourself out, because it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'd give you $1,000 for the coin.
Is this a real offer, or?
That's a legitimate offer, yeah.
That's not a legitimate offer. You're just using your position here, trying to buy something for below its market value.
1,000 maybe. So
that would be your crybaby, whiny opinion. If I come back, it would be interesting to have the same appraisal guy. Sometimes I'd like to smack him, but that's just me.
But it took viewers years to pick up on this calculated system the Pawn Stars created to maximize their profits. The golden era of Pawn Stars is considered by most to be seasons 1 through 6, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that everything looked more small scale and authentic. There were a few big items, but they were almost always rejected by the Harrisons for being too pricey or were impractical. The History Channel had successfully made the Pawn Stars look like good, honest, hard-working, humble American underdogs rather than multi-millionaires who were ripping off honest people. And millions of their middle America fans cheered them on like they were rock stars.
We're basically here celebrating that Pawn Stars is going to Thursday night, and we got Leonard Skinner playing in the parking lot of the pawn shop.
Who? Who?
Congratulations on another great season.
But in the mid to late 2010s, even their fans stopped seeing them as a humble family business and more like ultra-calculated scammers. And once that illusion was broken, the personal lives of the Pawn Stars started to crumble. On June 25th, 2018, the old man passed away after a private battle with Parkinson's disease.
Wait,
His
what
loss
year?
was a major... The old man, personal lives of the Pawn Stars started to crumble. On June 25th, 2018, the old man passed away after a private battle with Parkinson's disease. His loss was a major blow to longtime fans of the show, and Rick Harrison worked with the History Channel to make a memorial episode to remember him by.
This pawn shop is more than just a place of business. There's a lot of memories here, and most of those memories are with my father. Got the privilege of working with my dad 5 days a week for almost 40 years.
The loss of the old man was definitely the first major sign that the show was on its last legs. His dynamic with Chum Lee was one of the few scripted interactions worth watching. From here, Rick had mostly given his role of the genius historian over to the large collection of experts, and Corey had pretty much checked out entirely, as viewers no longer bought the storyline suggesting he wanted to be the next big boss. Then again, even from the very beginning, he never looked like he even wanted to be there.
I probably told my dad I hate him more than I love him.
It's just stupid. It's really stupid. What about the other really bad tattoos you have?
You know, the only chance I have, the only way I have to move up around here is one of them dies.
It's likely that the old man or the money they were making from the show is the only reason the family stayed together, because on screen you probably would have thought that it was this wholesome small family, but in real life was an entirely different story. Rick Harrison detailed a lot of the reality behind the scenes in his book Licensed to Pawn. In one of the chapters, Rick revealed that both Corey and Chum Lee had battled meth addiction before being hired full-time. It also explained why the two struggled with weight throughout the series, as they used fast food as a way to avoid getting high. In fact, 2 years before the old man passed, Chumley was arrested in Las Vegas on felony weapon and drug charges. He was taken into custody when officers serving a search warrant in a assault investigation found methamphetamine, marijuana, and at least one unregistered gun at his southwest Las Vegas home. By some miracle and an expensive lawyer, Chum agreed to 3 years probation to avoid jail time and continued working on the show like nothing had ever happened. As for the Harrisons, life after the old man's death slowly turned into a nightmare in the press, especially in 2022. Although it had mostly been kept a secret, Rick had a long-standing feud with his mom, Joanne Harrison, who slapped him with a lawsuit which states that when she and Rick's father, Richard Harrison, started the shop, she was given 51% of the ownership. After Richard died in 2018, his shares went to Joanne. In the early 2000s, Joanne was in the hospital and allegedly unknowingly signed away her shares to Rick after waking up from a coma. Additionally, she accused Rick of hiding details of her late husband's assets and failing to provide her with monthly allowances. To make matters worse, Joanne filed a temporary restraining order against Rick to prevent him from stopping the monthly payments to her and hiding any family assets. The restraining order stated, "While Rick enjoys his comfortable life as a celebrity firmly in control of all the family businesses and finances, Joanne is left frightened and unsure of if she will have enough resources to pay for her considerable medical and personal expenses each month." And this only appeared to be the start of the Harrisons' family troubles. That same year, Corey was suspected of driving under the influence after allegedly swerving all over the road in an alleged relapse. While he would manage to walk out of jail 8 hours later, Rick's son Adam Harrison wouldn't be so lucky. Now again, if someone just watched Pawn Stars, you'd have no idea that Rick's family is much larger than it appears. In reality, the man has been married 5 different times, with the latest wife named Angie Palushkin in 2026. From those many wives, Rick has had 3 sons, Corey, Adam, and Jake. He also has 3 stepdaughters, Serena, Sienna, and Marissa. And while Jake made some brief appearances on the show show, most people wouldn't know that every family member has either worked or visited the pawn shop countless times. Rick's son Adam was one of the family members that worked off and on at the pawn shop, but tragically, most fans only saw his face when his own drug habit took a turn for the worse. In 2024, Adam was found dead after an accidental overdose of fentanyl. It was evident that the family drama and trauma was stacking up to a point where they just couldn't do the show anymore. And in 2025, it was finally announced that the show was not going to be renewed on the History Channel for another season. However, recently they announced a return, but this time without Corey. He said, "At this stage of the game, we're all playing a character on Pawn Stars. I can't play another season of 41-year-old me pretending to be 23. However, Rick and Chum Lee started a podcast at the Gold and Silver Pawn Shop, where Rick doesn't really seem like he wants to let go. And even though everyone now knows that Pawn Stars is one of the fakest shows on television, he still has a hard time admitting how staged it really was."
I guess the answer to that question is, it's not a set, but it is kind of a set up.
Yeah.
Mock of the pawn shop
but
up
it's
front.
all the entire show is filmed here at the pawn shop.
15 years of dominance on TV just for it all to come crashing down, destroying the legacy of the show forever, which is almost the exact same thing that happened to Impractical Jokers, as they could not prevent their private controversies from making headlines. But check out this video if you want to hear that story.
Donald Trump needs to be impeached, removed, jailed, and buried under the jail. This is insanity. He is a war criminal, a financial criminal, a sex criminal, and anyone who will not say that in the Democratic Party does not care about you and does not care about this country. It is time to be upset. The man is a lunatic. He is in deep cognitive decline, and thankfully, after the insane post he made this morning, we saw more
He's not even
Democrats
shooting at
come
him,
out
bro.
and say it and drop a 25th Amendment bombshell.
The fuck is going on
that we
with-
have needed throughout this entire administration. Now, my voice does sound like shit because I am sick, but I'm more sick of this and the disgusting administration that is killing Americans on behalf of Israel and to protect the Epstein class. And that is why Donald Trump made this insane post on Easter Sunday that led to
Bro,
Marjorie
give me
Taylor
a
Greene, to Democrats in Congress, and so
the fuck
many
is it
others
called?
coming out against him, talking about his broken brain and why he needs to be removed from office.
A war
Donald Trump
gator,
wrote on
like-
Truth Social, "Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you're crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump." He is the
What
weakest
the
president
fuck?
we have ever had in American history. Oh, so now we need the straight, and you're going to rain hellfire down upon us? Donald Trump was saying the opposite last week.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't. The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that past.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get food.
Go to the street and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves.
He is flip-flopping back and forth because he doesn't know how to gain leverage. And I can tell you, you're not going to gain it by threatening war crimes. Donald Trump should be removed from office for that alone. Anyone who wants to see an end to the war that Donald Trump started, who wants to see oil prices come down, who wants to see Israel stop bringing us into these conflicts, should be against the way that Donald Trump is negotiating right now, because it is batshit crazy. And even Marjorie Taylor Greene said that before Democrats started dropping their 25th Amendment bombshells on Donald Trump. He has gone insane. Marjorie Taylor Greene absolutely bludgeons Trump in fiery reaction to President's evil threat against Iran. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene called out Donald Trump's new threats against Iran. Greene's comments followed Donald Trump's insane Truth Social post in which he demanded the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. The former Georgia Congresswoman went ballistic. On Easter morning, this is what Donald Trump posted. Greene wrote in a post on Twitter, "Everyone in his administration that claims to be a Christian needs to fall on their knees and beg for forgiveness from God and stop worshiping the president and intervene in Trump's madness. I know all of you and him, and he has gone insane, and all of you are complicit." Greene has been a severe critic of Trump's war and continued, "Trump threatening to bomb power plants and bridges hurts the Iranian people, the very people Trump claimed he was freeing," she wrote. Greene continued, "On Easter of all days, we as Christians should be reminded that the Son of God died and rose from the grave so that we can be forgiven once and for all for our sins," Greene wrote. "Jesus commanded us to love one another and forgive one another, even your enemies. Our president is not a Christian, and his words and actions should not be supported by Christians." She added, "This is not making America great again. This is evil." When Marjorie Taylor Greene is lecturing you on the teachings of Christ and forgiving your neighbors, you have hit a pretty fucking low point in your life, and that is what Donald Trump is at right now. This is his lowest point. Republicans are resigning from his administration. They're quitting Congress. They're attacking him on social media. They're attacking him on Fox. Donald Trump is spiraling out of control because he is weak cognitively, physically, and politically. So he is grasping at anything right now that he thinks will give him leverage in a war on behalf of Israel. If you want to know how weak Donald Trump is, just realize that we started this conflict to begin with because the fucking Epstein blackmail that Israel has on him probably forced Donald Trump's hand. And if it wasn't that, it's because Miriam Adelson and Larry Ellison own his ass. Israel does. That's how weak our president is. It is embarrassing. And this person cannot govern us. He cannot protect us. He is only putting us in harm. Everyone should be calling for the 25th Amendment, and that is why I'm glad some Democrats actually did, and it's driving Donald Trump to even crazier threats. Trump triggers...
Me personally, I'd be a little more happier if Republicans were like fucking doing that, but it's a cult.
25th Amendment calls with unhinged Easter meltdown. Countless calls have been raised for the 25th Amendment to be invoked against Donald Trump after his profane Easter morning Truth Social post aimed at Iran amid fears he's gone insane. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day, Donald Trump wrote this Easter morning. Senator Chris Murphy responded and said, "If I were in Trump's cabinet, I would spend Easter calling constitutional lawyers about the 25th Amendment. This is completely, utterly unhinged. He's already killed thousands. He's going to kill thousands more." A separate post from former GOP Congressman Joe Walsh read, "His Easter morning post, and just 2 days ago, one of his religious advisors compared him to Jesus. He will forever be a stain on this country and the world. 25th Amendment. Now, and to everyone else, unlike Trump, understands and celebrates today. Happy Easter." Similarly, Anthony Scaramucci, Trump's first-term White House communications director for a historically short 11 days, wrote, "It was at this point that our founders thought the best thing to do would be to remove a madman who is the executive office. It became more formalized with the 25th Amendment, but more people now should be calling for this man's removal." Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari, who has been consistently calling for the 25th Amendment, also wrote, "The 25th Amendment exists for a reason. The President of the United States is a deranged lunatic and a national security threat to our country and the rest of the world." Donald Trump's claim for his war on Iran was that he was freeing the Iranian people and that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump is now destroying civilian infrastructure, blowing up little girls' schools, and I'm sure is on the verge of threatening nuclear war. If anyone is a threat to produce nuclear fucking Armageddon, it is Donald Trump. And right now, if you are not just in his cabinet, but this is why Donald Trump is driven so crazy and made an additional post, if you are one of the big money donors to Trump, how are you profiting off of this? Right, if you're Larry Ellison, and if you're Miriam Adelson, it makes sense. But if you're Elon Musk, I guess you just support the fact that Donald Trump wants a $1.5 trillion military budget, and for that reason, you can get huge AI contracts, which Elon has already gotten from the government. But there's a certain point when this instability starts to really worry these guys. And they put J.D. Vance in there, the tech oligarchs who also elected Donald Trump president, for a reason. Donald Trump was told that J.D. Vance was going to be his vice president because if he had some, run-of-the-mill centrist Republican, some establishment type, then they would try to take him out. But I think Donald Trump is feeling more pressure when 25th Amendment calls go out because they could replace him with J.D. Vance, the very people who got him elected, which is why he continued to angrily post, trying to gain any ground, get the cards, any leverage, this right here. The first post was not enough for Donald Trump. He doubled down, writing Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. He is scheduling out his threats of war crimes right now. Not a single Democrat should be quiet in the face of the need, the absolute emergency that it is for us to call for the 25th Amendment. And not just that, you cannot be a collaborator with this fascist regime in any way, including funding Donald Trump's illegal war, which is why it is so important that Ro Khanna said this morning.
Any scenario where you would support new funding if it was determined necessary for the readiness of the military?
No, I'm not supporting new funding. I mean, they're asking for $400 billion. I know you asked Senator Kaine and Representative Lawler. The answer for every Democrat should be absolutely no. Absolutely no. We don't need to read it. We don't need to study it. It's $400 billion for a war that we oppose. We could have universal child care for that. We could have free public college for that. We could pay teachers $60,000 for that. I call it new economic patriotism. Democrats need to oppose this funding and say we're actually for the American people.
Well, let's talk about the other big news at the...
Not another dime should be spent on this war. And anyone who says that if you say that, you're against the troops or not supporting the troops don't want to be sent to die for Israel. And the American government should not be working on behalf of Israel. And of course, this is, thank God, becoming a bigger conversation in the party. But there are some people already seeking to twist it, to say that anyone critiquing the Israeli government's genocide, the way that they bring us into these foreign conflicts is one, they always say anti-Semitic. But two, saying that they're putting Israel in harm's way. First of all, I don't really give a fuck. I don't really care. Kind of happy at this point, but that's what Israel wants. Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli government want their people to be in harm's way. That's what they want, so they can further justify conflicts, dragging us into them, demanding more money for us, but we should not be giving money in any form. Graham Plattner said it all right here.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming
That bald
and defending
dude
a
looks
country that commits a genocide.
based. He looks swag.
I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid, but I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this is a
The guy
nation that
speaking
right now
seems
is
swag.
exterminating people.
I don't know who he is, but
It is going to be very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely.
See so.
An immense amount of work is going to have to be done, in my opinion, to fix that relationship, because what I am witnessing now is the height of horror. And the fact that it is being done by bombs that are built in this country and paid for with our tax dollars is utterly unconscionable, and it needs to end.
I suspect in the next few months, and it already is amongst the base, amongst people like you and I, It is mainstream in the Democratic Party to say that we should not be sending any weapons to Israel. We should not be sending offensive weapons. But what the real fight happens is with defensive weapons. We should not be funding the Iron Dome. We shouldn't. And you'll hear lots of Democrats say, oh, well, you're putting innocent civilians in harm's way. No. Israel is. First of all, we shouldn't be giving money to a country committing a genocide. Would you also recommend then we send defensive weapons to Russia? Russia's engaged with the conflict. Do we need to protect innocent Russian civilians? But it's a nonsense argument. Israel uses its Iron Dome, the protection that it gets from the United States, to attack as it pleases any country in the region, to start these conflicts that they drag us into because they feel protected enough to do so, by protection from the United States, willing to jump in on both sides of the aisle at any cost to Americans for their wars, but they also feel protected at home. If they stop feeling so protected because of the Iron Dome, maybe they'd fucking think twice about dragging us into another goddamn war. Not a cent to Israel. Not another dollar to Israel. That should be the universal policy platform of anyone who calls himself a Democrat. Not another cent. Americans should not die. You should not pay more. Nobody should die for Israel. I'm fucking tired of it.
True.
My voice hurts, but I'll scream about that. And if you want to support that work that we're doing on this channel, as always, you can hit that subscribe button, leave a like on this video. If you stuck around to the end, drop a blue heart in the comments. 25th Amendment. And until next time, I'll see you soon.
Joining us now, MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell. Susan Page is USA Today's Washington bureau chief. Stuart Stevens was chief strategist for Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign and is a senior advisor to the Lincoln Project. Susan, raising the specter of the 25th Amendment and replacing a president hasn't been seriously talked about really since the Nixon era. Is this talk serious now?
No.
Well, the 25th Amendment is designed to be difficult to do. It would require the vice president and a majority of the cabinet to make a written declaration to Congress that the president was no longer able to carry out his duties. And if the president protested, you'd have to have 2/3 of the House and Senate affirm that he was not capable. So that's a bar that seems very unlikely to be met, starting with the Vice President Vance leading that way. I think it is more of a talking point for Democrats than it is for an actual threat of action. If Democrats are really serious about it, they could win back the House in November and talk about impeachment. But until then, the 25th Amendment, as I said, I think more of a talking point.
So, Stuart, former Congresswoman, Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says, quote, everyone in Trump's administration that claims to be a Christian needs to fall on their knees and beg forgiveness from God and stop worshiping the president and intervene in Trump's madness. He has gone insane, and all of you are complicit. Maybe a better question beyond the 25th Amendment is there a point where you see more current congressional Republicans questioning that the threat and the action of the president is taking in regard to Iran?
Man, I wish I could say I did, but I don't. It's extraordinary to wake up and be agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way. But she's calling this exactly right. Look, with the 25th Amendment, I just got to say, if you were teaching a course on the 25th Amendment, and you said, okay, what if you woke up on Easter and the President of the United States was threatening major war crimes against a huge country using profanity? Would that be evidence? I think, pretty much the class would go, yeah, that'll never happen, but sure, of course. Look, I think that Republicans made this deal with the devil. And what they forget about Mephistopheles is not only does he not deliver, not only does he take your soul, but he doesn't deliver. So they're headed for a disaster now that should be a disaster. It is the best thing that could happen for the country. I say that as someone who worked in the Republican Party for years. But this president is truly out of control. And what is the most extraordinary thing about that message is not that he wanted to send it, but that there was no one there who could stop him. And I think that just speaks to the level of chaos inside the White House and the administration.
Well, let me take it to Capitol Hill. Michael, the profane threats come during federal budget season. So how does war funding play into those conversations, and what are you hearing from lawmakers?
Yeah, well, Chris, one more note first on that Easter message from the president. It's been an onslaught of Democrats pushing back on the sentiment from the president, with far and few Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene being the biggest name, and she's not even in Congress anymore. But I will tell you, this morning I spoke to Congressman Don Bacon. He's a moderate Republican from Nebraska. He is retiring, and he did push back on some of the comments from President Trump. I asked him about that Truth Social post. He told me, quote, "We expect more from the president in setting a better example," specifically pointing to the profanities and the vulgar language on the president using the term Allah and the praise and the phrase "praise be to Allah." He said, quote, "I don't think it's appropriate." And I pressed Don Bacon on this threat of action that could become war crimes. He said, quote, "There's mixed opinions on it. I got mixed feelings on it." So certainly a bit of a tepid pushback from a Republican, but something when we have not heard from many members of the GOP in response to that Sunday post from the president. But getting back to your initial question about war funding, there are rumors, reports that the Pentagon is going to be requesting about $200 billion to go towards the Iran war. And now, while there are going to be several Republicans who are ready to line up behind the president, some folks have questions, and they're saying that they want answers before they vote for any funding for this war. Take, for example, what Senator John Kennedy said. He has said, quote, "If our troops need more money, I want to give it to them, but I want to see the details. You got to show me the candy before I'll get in that car." Similar from Congressman Thomas Massey saying, quote, "It begs the question, how long do they expect the war to go on? It's been about $1 billion a day, and they want $200 billion. My quick math says they think this will go on for at least 6 months." So some Republicans not immediately quick to give the administration what it wants. And this is all significant because there are discussions among Republicans amid this Democratic opposition of passing this Iran war funding through a process that's known as budget reconciliation. Essentially, it'll allow Republicans to circumvent that Democratic opposition. But as a byproduct, it requires near unanimity from all Republicans. We know that in both the House and the Senate, Republicans are hanging on to their majority by a very slim thread. This is already hitting the campaign trail. There are some Republicans who are saying that they want to see cuts in other areas of the government to pay for this Iran war funding. That already receiving some pushback. For example, take a look at what former Congressman Mike Rogers said, who's running for Senate in the state of Michigan. He said this is not the way in response to a story
Do you know
about
the way?
cutting health care for paying for this Iran war funding. He continues by saying our priority needs to be making life more affordable for working families, from health care to housing, not making cuts at the expense of American people. While I'm all for cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, this is a bridge too far. So, Chris, all of that to be said, a lot of divisions, concerns in the Republican Party about not just Iran and what the president and the administration is doing in the region, but also this potential funding that can come down the pipe soon. A lot more discussions to keep an eye on as this conflict continues to unfold.
Yeah, and I guess part of the question, Stuart, is going to be whether Massey and Kennedy are going to stand alone, or if some of the folks who are in tough races, who are in purple districts, who are getting a good challenge, may decide that they need to say something and maybe take a page of affordability and not give the president what he wants.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I just got to say, there's something extraordinary about Senator Kennedy basically making a pedophile joke about funding the war in Iran. It sort of brings together the Epstein files and the war in Iran. That unless he gets the money, showing the candy to get in the car. I just think it shows where this party is.
He's always been colorful. That's for sure.
Well, there's a lot of ways to go before you go there. I think Freud might have something to say about that. Look, I think the threshold here is once somebody helps inspire a mob to come into your workplace and try to kill you, and you're still okay with that. Are we really kidding ourselves that there's going to be some line of policy here that they're going to cross? Like, that's too much on the law of the sea treaty, or, no. Republicans bought into this. And if they're not going to stand up to somebody who physically was threatening them with the supporters, for heaven's sakes, no. And we've never seen a collapse of a party like this, certainly in modern history. And I can't tell you when it's going to end.
You know, Susan, I'm sure you've been following some of the polls, and you see the movements in the races that are going to decide certainly control of the House and some pretty tight ones in the Senate as well. I wonder if you think there's a point essentially in the midterm calendar, and maybe we haven't reached it yet, where Republicans are going to, especially again in swing districts, reevaluate blanket support.
You know, I think a lot of Democrats and independents and traditional Republicans have been waiting for that moment for some time with Donald Trump. And one reason I think we haven't reached it yet, and may never reach it, not even before the midterms, is that that for a lot of these Republican candidates, it's kind of an existential choice between defying President Trump and having him come down on you in a way that is very unhelpful to your reelection, or breaking with
I would
him, which
never
is
want
something
Trump to
very few
calm down on me.
have chosen to do. I mean, here we're discussing whether Republican members of Congress will stand up to President Trump on funding the war in Iran. They have not yet had a hearing, a single hearing in Congress in the past month about what we're doing in Iran, what our goals are, what the future of that war is. So I guess I would not hold my breath, Chris.
When you think of a treasure hunter, who comes to mind? For most of us, we go to
I
swashbuckling
already watched
pirates.
this. The frick? Right? Yeah.
Wiggle your big toe.
Me.
You're not
Wiggle,
familiar
wiggle.
with this line. It's
Wiggle,
what
wiggle,
Uma
wiggle.
Thurman's character
Dun, dun,
says to
dun,
herself
dun.
in the back of a truck in the first act of Kill Bill Volume 1. After being shot in the head, Bride, as she's called in the movie, remained in a coma for 4 long years before suddenly waking up and essentially urging herself to begin her hero's journey of revenge. It started by wiggling her big toe. But in real life, the chances of the bride waking up and being able to do that, let alone having the energy to immediately spring into a vengeful killing spree,
Wait,
would have
what the
been
fuck?
very, very rare. But this is a movie after all, and a Quentin Tarantino wanted that. So you could argue that it would be a lot less fun for her to wake up, wait several months to recover from her coma, get clearance from her doctor to resume physical activity, and then start her revenge killing spree. But it's not just Kill Bill. There are hundreds of movies, TV shows, books, graphic novels, and even songs that use the coma trope generously, if not egregiously. There's the 1995 rom-com While You Were Sleeping, where Sandra Bullock thinks she's in love with the man
She's
in a
hot.
coma who barely requires a feeding tube or any other medical equipment. And he looks handsome after a few weeks as he did on day one. Rick Grimes in The Walking Dead
think I
was in
might
a
have
coma
seen
for
that.
several months before waking up on his own to fight walkers during the zombie apocalypse. Stephen King's novel The Dead Zone features a man who wakes up after 5 years with newfound psychic abilities. And according to a daytime soap opera, 9 out of every 10 patients will wake up just in time to stop a wedding or a murder. In a 2005 study called Epidemiology and Prognosis of Coma in Daytime Television Dramas, which is a hilarious name for a study, a team of researchers who were concerned that the general public may have unrealistic expectations about, quote, the likelihood of recovery for patients in a coma, decided to set the record straight. The leader of this study, Dr. David Casseret, went as far as to say that it's unnerving that these characters have amazingly rapid recoveries. Quote, they go from being in a state of coma one day to walking down the runway as a fashion model the next, with several romantic liaisons in between. In 2006, another similar study was conducted, this time focusing on feature films, which compelled NBC News to publish an article with the headline, quote, don't trust movies for medical info, which, thank God, NBC said that. Where would we be otherwise? The BBC was a little more specific with their headline covering the same study, quote, coma's not realistic in movies. Again, thank you, BBC. You might have never known. Dr. Elko Wykix wrote, quote, not showing typical coma-related effects such as muscle wasting, bed sores, and incontinence may be a conscious decision on the part of filmmakers to maximize entertainment, but
How the
is a
fuck did I
disservice
miss
to the
these
viewer.
two?
Dr.
I
Wykix
suck.
wrote this along with his son.
I need to uninstall.
Neurology. In other words, if good old Sandra Bullock would have seen the handsome comatose man turn into a bag, then the world may have one less beloved rom-com. The conclusion of this study is actually very important because, like the one about soap operas, it concludes that viewers are influenced by what they see on screen when it comes to making real-life decisions about their loved ones who are comatose. People are so influenced by the media they consume, they don't realize the realistic implications of what to do when someone they know is in the same situation. Maybe burying a comatose patient alive, like what happened in an episode of Days of Our Lives, is compelling storytelling. You could say the same from the Kill Bill mentioned earlier, where Uma Thurman wakes up and immediately bites someone's face off, but these are simply not realistic depictions. So in terms of reality, how long does it take to recover from a long coma, and is it even possible? Well, while neuroscientists may have great strides in understanding the human brain, not even the medical experts who study coma awakenings have all the answers. But what answers we do have, we're going to talk about today. So hello everybody. Today we're going to talk about the complicated reality of comas and waking up from them. We're going to talk about what a coma is and why it's so difficult to recover from, as well as a few standout miraculous cases in coma history. And of course, what might be happening to the brain while someone's under. Like I said at the beginning, we're all familiar with the concept of a coma, but there's a lot of misinformation in a lot of the stories we watch as to what really goes down. So hopefully you're excited to learn more about it. Sounds interesting to you, and stick around after the ad as we talk about the weird world of comas. It's the season of change, and now's the time to change your life for the better.
No.
The channel, their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching.
No.
So, excluding medically induced comas, where a doctor purposefully puts a patient in a state of deep unconsciousness using a controlled dose of sedatives, what we do know is that, unfortunately, much more often than not, there is no miraculous awakening where a coma patient opens their eyes after a few years only to resume a life of normalcy. And actually, much more often than not, there's no awakening at all. It's hard to give exact statistics, but data suggests that at any given time in the US and UK alone, there are about 25,000 people in long-term coma-like states, with thousands of additional cases cycling each year. Doing some very rough math and factoring the lack of life support technology before the 1900s, that's somewhere between 15 to 30 million long-term coma incidents throughout history. Of those, there are only about a few dozen documented cases in which a patient has regained full consciousness from a coma or coma-like state that persisted for longer than a year. And only one documented instance of someone waking up to identify the person who tried to kill her, which is also basically the plot of the Glenn Close movie Reversal of Fortune, and probably more than one episode of a soap opera. That being said, these miraculous awakenings do happen, and there are different theories as to how and why they happen, as well as numerous methods to encourage them, including jump-starting the brain like a car, using familiar sensory triggers like voices and music, and using the sleeping pill Ambien to wake patients up. That's right, the pill that has people sleep cooking grilled cheese sandwiches and ordering Chewbacca tutus in the middle of the night is being used to wake people up from comas. Don't worry about the thing I just mentioned. It'll be a story for another day, maybe. So, first things first. What
the fuck is this?
Coma?
Fuck
well,
off.
let's start by understanding what a coma is not. It's not how post-hardcore band Senses Fail described in one of their songs as a never-ending sleep. Sleeping is a natural and reduced state of consciousness involving cycles of light sleep, deep sleep, and REM sleep. While sleeping, certain parts of the brain remain highly active, which allow us to dream, process memories, and restore neural pathways. A coma is a profound state of unconsciousness, with no cycles, and is decidedly unnatural. Rather than ebbing and flowing between brain function, a coma is just one single depressed state of brain activity. To quote a 2007 study, which puts it clearly and succinctly, it's a quote, prolonged unconsciousness in which a person cannot be awakened, fails to respond normally to painful stimuli, light, or sound, lacks a normal sleep-wake cycle, and does not initiate voluntary action. There's no one major cause of this either. There are instances of firefighters going comatose due to a lack of oxygen, cyclists after getting hit by cars and suffering severe brain hemorrhages from blunt force, and interestingly, poisoning, intentional or not, accounts for 40% of all comatose patients. And you know, that one Disney princess. Unlike a true coma, there are other similar states of unconsciousness that are mentioned in the same breath. There is what's known as a persistent vegetative state, where patients who have suffered severe brain damage are in a state of partial arousal rather than true awareness. Occasionally, this follows a person who has improved from a coma but still not regained awareness. The New England Medical Journal adds that people in this state, quote, demonstrate sleep-wake cycles but completely lack cognitive function. So similar to a coma, but different in the way that their brain seems
what
to
the
be
fuck?
doing the
Nope.
whole sleep routine.
Nope.
Or in other words, what a lot of people think a coma is. Then there's what's known as a minimally conscious state, where a person can show very subtle signs of response to stimuli and acknowledge their environment, but they can't communicate. For example, eyes can open and close, but they won't be able to track movement. Like the persistent vegetative state, this minimal state can last much longer than a true coma. In any of these states, recovery is almost impossible to predict. Experts suggest it depends on factors that include the cause of the coma, the severity of damage to the brain, and the continued duration of a patient being in that state. But even taking all of these factors into consideration, guessing when someone will come out of a coma, or if they will at all, is like trying to guess the numbers on the next Powerball. It's estimated that somewhere between 20 to 40% of people will never come out of their state after surviving the initial injury, whether it's poison, oxygen deprivation, hemorrhaging, or something else. Another study showed that in the US and the UK, 54% of comatose patients died, while 31% survived and were able to resume a life relatively similar to the one they had before the coma. And while 31% is probably a higher survival rate than you might expect, these states include both short-term and long-term comas. The numbers on long-term incidents, like the ones in most movies and TV shows, are much more grim. It generally seems like comas follow Newton's first law of motion. An object at rest will stay at rest. The longer the coma lasts, the more likely that person is to stay in it. Dr. Ralph Wang, a psychiatrist who works in the field, says that patients in a persistent vegetative state for multiple years have just a 2 or 3% chance of ever coming out of it, let alone resuming their previous way of life. In the 1970s, a couple of researchers in Glasgow, Scotland, came up with a way to measure and assess brain damage. This Glasgow coma scale, as it came to be called, uses a patient's ability to respond and interact with eye movements, speech, and other body movements. The scale spans from 3 to 15, with a 3 meaning completely unresponsive and a 15 highly responsive. I don't know why then the scale just wouldn't be 0 to 12, but I'm not a doctor. But as someone who dropped out of a pre-med program, I'm sure there's some very scientific explanation for it that people in the comments are all going to explain. But go for it. I don't care. That's still stupid. I'm still going to say it should be 0 to 12. Maybe 1 to 13, but you get it. Using this scale for 50 plus years has given us a lot of data points. 87% of individuals who score a 3 or 4 after 24 hours will either die or remain in a vegetative state. Only 7% will have a path to recovery. Scoring a 5 after a full day means you have a 53% chance to die or fail to improve. On the other end of the scale, of those who score 11 to 15, only 7% will likely die or stay in a coma. Bottom line, lower scores correlate to a higher risk of death. Now, of course, every case is different and the actual likelihood is determined by the individual patient, but again, this is just using trends to determine a probability. So the bride waking up after 4 years to find and kill Bill would have been very unlikely. Rick Grimes waking after a few months, while still highly unlikely, is a bit more probable. Running from zombies so quickly afterwards, not as much. But what about reality? Or a scene that sounds like something from one fiction but is 100% true. Like, for example, the story of Callum Spence, who woke after a 7-day coma with the realization that he killed someone, but couldn't remember who it was or why. And then, surprisingly, found out he hadn't actually murdered anyone at all. In 2020, Callum Spence slipped into a COVID-related short-term coma.
Oh, shit.
When he woke up after a week, he was convinced that he killed someone outside of a nightclub. Because of this, he believed the staff was trying to kill him in an act of vengeance. Callum was suffering from something called ICU delirium, which happens to 2/3 of patients who have been hooked up to a ventilator for an extended period of time. Callum had persistent delusions and hallucinations after his awakening. He couldn't trust his family, he couldn't trust that time was passing correctly, and he couldn't trust that the whiteboard in his room wasn't being used by doctors to taunt him. According to Callum himself in Mel magazine, quote, "In reality, all the whiteboard said was, 'Hello, Callum, today is the 20th of January. "Your nurse today is Harley." But I was so convinced in my delusion that the doctor had written clues on it that when my mom visited, I begged her to tell me the name of the man I killed. It was horrible for her. A similar incident happened to John Pennington when he stirred from his coma after 6 months. I woke up thinking it was the next day and I was getting up to go to work, but for some reason, my arms and legs were tied down. I started to panic before realizing I was in a hospital. The first thing John did when he woke up was hit the button to verbally call a nurse for help. The nurse who picked up was rude because he thought someone was pulling a very distasteful, unfunny prank, pretending to be the John awoken from a coma. When a different nurse finally came in to tend to John, as soon as she entered the room, she immediately teared up. She covered her surprised face with her hand and ran out of the room. John said, quote, "This made me think I must have definitely killed someone." In reality, the nurse needed a moment to compose herself after witnessing what she probably thought was a miracle. It seems John's neurologist told the nursing staff that if John ever did wake up, he would likely be a vegetable and would not be able to do much of anything. Instead, here he was wondering if he could have a slice of pizza. You know, in addition to wondering if he had committed murder. Fortunately, he was quickly convinced he did not commit a crime. Unfortunately, he was denied a slice of pizza, which I get they have to monitor his systems before he can just eat something after 6 months, but I mean, that's pretty cruel, right? Not even a Hot Pocket. After 6 months in a coma, John's body was not ready for real food. It had to be slowly reintroduced. More importantly, he was not in great physical shape. His muscles had deteriorated, among other things. He had to go under intensive rehab for the next 2 years, as he said, learning how to function as an adult. Though John was considered pretty lucky, there are some recoveries that are considered downright miraculous. Neurologists and professionals working with brain damage have a term: transient awakening. It's the final window of clarity that some severely brain damaged patients have before they move to the other side. If you've ever heard stories of someone waking up from a coma to speak to loved ones and then dying shortly after, this is what they're talking about. This happened to Gary Dockery, a man who was shot point blank in the head in 1988. He was in a coma-like state for nearly 8 years. Then one day, he just, quote, inexplicably stirred and started talking. According to the LA Times, he, quote, recalled camping trips, his green Jeep, and the names of his horses, and told his sons, ages 12 and 20, that he loved them. After about 2 days of lucid conversation, Gary slipped back into a non-responsive state. He died a year later. This is, of course, tragic because Gary passed away, but what a moment for the family. I mean, how many people do you know who have lost a loved one, who have talked about, I just wish I could have another day with them. I just wish they could see me now. Well, Gary did. When he went into the coma 8 years ago, he had kids who were 4 and 12. And then he suddenly wakes up for 2 days and gets to see them when they're 12 and 20. His family gets to share experiences with him, tell loved ones about him who have never even met him before. It's of course tragic, but to many, this could be seen as a silver lining, a moment of brevity in the storm. It was a similar kind of clarity that helped Wanda Palmer, a woman from West Virginia who was in a coma for 2 years, find justice. She suffered serious head injuries in 2020 after being physically attacked by someone. For the duration of her coma state, her brother became a suspect in Wanda's brutal beating, but the authorities didn't have enough evidence to file any charges. And then, to Brother Palmer's misfortune, Wanda woke up 2 years later in 2022 and was able to find her voice, which she then used to tell the police that it was without a doubt her own brother who did it. He was charged with attempted murder and malicious wounding. Wanda passed away 2 years later, which I would hope at that point they would upgrade the attempted murder to just murder, right? Like, she clearly died of the injuries. It was just 4 years removed, but those injuries were caused by her brother. Regardless, we talk a lot about finding justice for those who have passed, but Wanda found justice for herself in the midst of her passing. Another fascinating, miraculous case.
Here goes the big boy.
Who had a stroke at the age of 50 in 1963. She was watching a news report on the assassination of John F. Kennedy on her black and white TV set when she suffered a massive stroke.
Oof.
She suddenly woke up in 1992, 29 years later, now at the age of 79, and started talking.
That would
Supposedly,
suck
the first
so
thing
hard.
She said was, quote, turn on the television, I want to watch I Love Lucy. She missed the Vietnam War, the Cold War, the Civil Rights Movement, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the entire run of the Beatles, the punk scene, disco, and the entire Godfather trilogy being released in theaters. All of those things have equal value, I think. She was comatose through 7 presidents, 3 popes, and 1 Halley's Comet sighting, but reportedly, she had difficulty coming to terms with the moon landing and the existence of the cordless phone. Which, you know what? Make fun of her all you want. Those would be the 2 things that would freak me out the most. I mean, the understanding of phones when she went under was I talk into this wire, and then someone with another wire gets to hear me. Now, if there's no wires, then what are we doing? The day before she woke, Dr. Glenn Englander was treating her for high blood pressure. Quote, I gave her something to lower her blood pressure. If I did something unknowingly to help her, I'd like to find out so I can do it for others. Studying the brain of someone like Annie, who woke up from a coma after 30 years, probably could have led to some pretty incredible findings now. Fortunately, the lack of medical research technology at the time prevented researchers from doing any substantial studies on her miraculous awakening. This was not the case with Terry Wallace, also known as the man who slept 19 years. In 1984, he was in a nearly fatal car accident after he crashed into a creek in Arkansas. He was paralyzed and slipped into a coma. After about a year, he transitioned into a minimally conscious state for the next 18 years of his life. There's a Robin Williams movie called Awakenings, based on Dr. Oliver Sacks's
R.I.P.
book, which touches on coma cases stemming from a large epidemic in the 1920s that killed 500,000 people. Some of the victims that did not die were not technically in comatose states, but were locked in their bodies, awake but unable to respond. They stay in these catatonic states for decades until Dr. Sacks was able to unlock them with an experimental drug. In the movie, Williams has a very quotable line, quote, the human spirit is more powerful than any drug, and that is what needs to be nourished. Well, Terry Wallace's family embodied that. They took him home on the weekends and relentlessly cared for him. After 19 years of tending to him, in June of 2000, Terry spoke for the first time. His first word was Mom. His mom, who was at the side of his bed when it happened. His awakening became globally known as the Miracle in Arkansas. Terry would never fully recover, though. The frontal lobe of his brain was so damaged that he had complete amnesia and could not create new long-form memories. That being said, his awakening was huge for the medical research field, because in 2003, researchers and scientists can now study how this miracle came to be. The report in Science summarizes that Terry's brain, quote, revealed thick cables of axons linking the left and right hemispheres at the back of the brain. Axons are the part of the neuron that allow regions of the brain to talk to each other. Kind of like wires. Like I said with the phones earlier, without the wires, what can we do? According to the Science Journal, quote, connections were far more pronounced in Wallace's brain than in a group of 20 healthy subjects. A further look into it showed that Terry's brain also had, quote, stronger than normal connections and neural activity in his cerebellum. This is the part of the brain that coordinates voluntary movement. Nicholas Schiff, a principal in brain damage, said in a study for the Journal of Clinical Investigation in 2006, quote, in essence, Terry's brain may have been seeking out new pathways to reestablish functional connections to areas involved in speech and motor control to compensate for those lost due to damage. Both of these findings in Terry's case made for one large, miraculous, landmark conclusion. The brain could heal itself. See, up until this point, conventional wisdom was that the nervous system, including the brain, stopped growing once it was fully developed after childhood, which also meant nobody thought it was capable of healing itself.
Dude, the brain is
If you
such a
suffer nerve
fucking
damage or if you're
cool,
paralyzed in part of your
like,
body, those things tend to
organ
not grow back.
thing.
Well, Terry's awakening proved that wrong. Now, we know that neurons can reestablish connections, but they do so very, very slowly. Sometimes we're
What the
talking decades slow. But over those 19 years, it seems that Terry's brain began to reach out and reestablish part of his body that control other parts of his body. Again, the brain is a complicated, amazing thing that we still barely understand. However, as medical technology advances, doctors are always looking for ways to take a more active approach to speed up recovery. And now, depending on the type of brain injury, they can try a procedure to jumpstart the brain called deep brain stimulation. In 1999, a man took a hard blow to the head during a robbery that left him in a minimally conscious state. Typically, after an initial prognosis of a painful wait-and-see approach, patients like him spend the duration of their lives in a nursing home with little to no attempts at rehab or recovery. This man was no different. He was placed in a home for 5 years, until he became the first person in a minimally conscious state to be successfully treated with deep brain stimulation. The scientific journal Nature describes the then experimental approach that, at the time, was almost exclusively used to treat Parkinson's and patients with epilepsy. Doctors implanted long, thin electrodes into the man's brain, targeting the central thalamus, the area of the brain that helps adjust the brain to activity to match cognitive demands. The electrodes were connected to an external device called a Medtronic, which functioned like a pacemaker. For 12 hours a day, the electrodes were powered on and powered off for the next 12. Dr. Joseph Cicino, a neuropsychologist in New Jersey, didn't necessarily compare the comatose brain to a battery when a car won't start, but it seems like a good metaphor. Quote, "We assume that the signals that help drive speech and movement are still present in the brain. We're just bumping up their efficiency and function to help get them working better." The man who received this deep brain stimulation treatment had been in a coma-like state for 6 years. This is how long World War II lasted, how long it took to build the world's tallest building, how long it took Lin-Manuel Miranda to write Hamilton. Once again, all equally important things, probably. And on literally the first day of this brain stimulation treatment, there were already noticeable results. Almost immediately, the man was able to shift his eyes around and track movements, something he was not able to do just the day before. Over the course of the next 6 months of treatment, he improved to sitting up, to eating, to playing cards, and eventually being able to speak, albeit only 16 words at a time. The man's mother could not believe that, after all this time, after the mixture of hopelessness and optimism, her son once again could say, "I love you." Unfortunately, not all coma patients can be treated the same. Deep stimulation, for example, and similar procedures to jumpstart the brain require the structure of the brain to be intact, meaning the nature of the traumatic event plays a role. If a brain isn't eligible for this type of treatment, for example, a head trauma, modern doctors might try using pharmaceuticals, whose effectiveness was discovered completely on accident. In 1994, Louis Viljoen went into a deep coma after being hit by a truck while biking in a small town in South Africa. He suffered a severe brain injury, and doctors fully expected him to pass away. He didn't, but instead transitioned into a persistent vegetative state for 5 years. His mom said, quote, "His eyes were open, but there was nothing there. I visited him every day for 5 years, and we would speak to him, but there was no recognition, no communication, nothing." She started to notice that he would have these involuntary muscle spasms in one of his arms that caused him to physically tear at his mattress. She thought that even though he was in this deep unconscious state, he was uncomfortable, and she just wanted her son to be comfortable. So she told a nurse, who told the doctor, who gave him a dose of zolpidem, the active ingredient in the sleeping pill known as Ambien. Dr. Wally Nell initially used it to try to sedate him and help his arms settle down. But just like penicillin and the implantable pacemaker, Dr. Nell accidentally made a massive medical discovery. Within 25 minutes of the drug being administered, Louis woke up from his 5-year coma and started talking. His mom recalls the moment, quote, "I heard him making a sound like, He hadn't made a sound for 5 years. Then he turned his head in my direction. I said, 'Louis, can you hear me?' And Louis could. Louis had to take the Ambien for the next 7 years to remain conscious, but was actually able to stop his dosage 7 years later. That's right, a condition that otherwise has a terrible prognosis, and there's very few ways we can know to do little, if anything. He was just given a dose of Ambien and started talking. Dr. Nell tried the Ambien approach on some other long-term semi-comatose patients, 2 of which had similar responses to Louis. Dr. Nell spread the word as fast and far as possible about his findings, which reached the ears of Ryan Bolton's family. Ryan Bolton had been in a coma-like state for more than 3 years after he was catapulted out of a car during a crash. Remember, kids, wear your seatbelt. One specialist gave him a 5% chance of recovery. Another said there was absolutely no chance he would ever regain consciousness. Ryan's dad said, quote, "There was no movement, no recognition, just nothing. Then we gave him the pill, and we noticed him moving the fingers in his left hand and touching them against each other.
That's so
his eyes went big,
crazy and
he
weird.
began looking from left to right. Ryan eventually could respond to doctors' questions. If they asked him to move his eyes or his hands, he could. Using the Glasgow scale, Ryan went from a 6 to measuring a 9 within 10 minutes of taking a dose of Zolpidem. However, it's worth noting that despite Ryan being able to understand and communicate, he still remained heavily brain damaged and could only say one word, hello. It's also worth mentioning that these examples weren't necessarily deep comas, and were instead persistent vegetative
Oh, what the
states
fuck?
with some brain activity beyond a total dulling as seen in a true coma. But regardless, these results sound promising. If prescribing Ambien to wake someone up sounds contradictory, doctors and researchers agree. They're still studying the effects of zolpidem in short and long-term coma patients, but the working theory is that the brain's chemical makeup changes during a long-term depressed state. The receptors that aid in shutting down the brain to conserve its energy after a traumatic event respond to zolpidem differently than a brain that is not injured. In a sense, it seems that the drug might break the hold of the chemical that shuts down brain functions, which can then wake up the brain. Since it seems, in a lot of cases, going into a coma is a traumatic response from the brain, perhaps the Ambien makes the brain stop doing that response. Now, in addition to mechanical or pharmaceutical awakenings, there are sensory awakenings. One of the longest recorded coma recoveries was that of Munira Abdullah, 32-year-old mother of one. No drugs were able to break the hold for her. But, as Dr. Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park would say, life finds a way. In 1991, Munira was driving her 4-year-old son when she collided with the school bus. Thankfully, she was able to save her son's life by cradling him moments before the crash. He escaped with just a bruise to the head, but Munira suffered a traumatic brain injury and fell into a vegetative state for 27 years. During this time, she was fed through a tube. Physiotherapists helped prevent her muscles from deteriorating. Hospitals in the UAE and the UK tried to stimulate her using epilepsy drugs. Nothing was working, and given the disheartening statistics of someone in a coma for this long, everyone believed that she would never wake up. But that didn't mean they would stop trying. At some point, she was relocated to a German hospital that typically treats patients who have been in a coma for days to months, not multiple years. The doctors there treated patients with a more holistic approach. For Munira, this meant trying to increase her brain activity using sensory stimulation, including the sound of birds singing and chirping. But it wasn't until her son, Omar, got into a heated discussion, voices raised, with the hospital staff that
dude,
Munira
that's sick.
made the first sound she made in years. A few days later, after nearly 3 decades, Munira woke up. Her son Omar told the national news, quote, "She was calling my name. I was flying with joy. For years, I have dreamt of this moment, and my name was the first word she said." But tragically, this is real life, not a movie, and Munira's awakening was much more subdued. A German doctor said, quote, "It's not like waking up in the morning. It was a process over weeks as reactions and vocalizations increased and improved. She was eventually able to recite the Quran and remember people's names, but she remains paralyzed and is only able to have very short conversations, which is still incredible considering she was in a coma-like state for a quarter of a century. It's cases and stories like Munira's that have people putting together playlists of songs to try and stir any kind of emotion for their loved ones in comas. Mental Floss even put together a list called 15 songs that brought people out of comas. In 2011, a 7-year-old who doctors thought may never come out of a coma due to a rare brain hemorrhage woke up to Adele's Rolling in the Deep after a nearly month-long coma. A 9-year-old boy who fell into a coma after a car accident, being a big fan of Green Day, his mother played him the song American Idiot after 2 weeks. He started stirring and opened his eyes within the hour. Jarrett Carlin spent 4 months in a coma. Doctors didn't like his chances, but his parents played him The Devil Went Down to Georgia over and over as a last resort. Charlie Daniels and his band eventually helped Jarrett wake up. And if you're my age, you'll remember the plague that befell all of our houses known as Gangnam Style. Well, that song woke Ying Nan after 258 days in a coma-like state. She was able to walk, talk, and hopefully dance again. But much like those TV and film studies on coma perception, hearing about these cases spreads something that is both helpful and hurtful: hope. Coma awakenings remain uncommon, and long-term coma awakenings are still incredibly rare. So when they do happen, the news tends to go viral with headlines using words like amazing, unbelievable, and miracle. But these headlines tend to bury the parts where the lives of the affected people can in no way be the way they used to. Permanent paralysis, speech limitations, memory loss, etc. are all fairly common outcomes. Now, obviously, that's not to say the matter of the life is any less, and these awakenings still bring immense happiness to families and loved ones, which puts others who are still in the wait-and-see part of the process in a difficult predicament. And that question is, of course, how long do you keep a person on life support? Yes, miracles happen, but miracles are, by definition, rare events. Take, for example, the case of Terry Schiavo, whose parents were holding out for a miracle for nearly 15 years. In 1996, Terry went into cardiac arrest at the age of 26 and fell into a vegetative state. For the next couple of years, doctors tried all they could to bring her out of it. With zero signs of improvement, Terry's husband made the impossible decision to remove his wife's feeding tube. But Terry's parents fought him on it. They wanted to keep her on life support as long as they could, hoping that something would stir her awake. This family's debate spurred a massive, very public and divisive right-to-life debate throughout the United States that went on for nearly the next decade. Courts, lawyers, and lobbyists got involved, and finally the federal government weighed in and sided with the husband. But stripping away all of that, at the heart of the matter was a family grappling with the very raw question of how long do you wait for a miracle for someone you love? Ultimately, after her death in 2005, the autopsy revealed that her brain was, quote, half the size of a typical person, and she had absolutely no chance of recovering. Schiavo's condition, unfortunately, is the much more common outcome of most long-term coma patients. This kind of decision gets even murkier when finances enter the question. Keeping someone in a coma is expensive. One 40-year-old man who was in a coma for only 27 days after a car accident 200 miles from his home was more than $80,000 in debt because of his medical bills. And on top of that, he wasn't able to work for 18 months while undergoing a long and painful rehab. A study conducted from 2016 to 2019 by the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality reviewed nearly 24,000 coma diagnoses. Whatever. The average coma lasted about 10 days, and the average cost was $97,880. According to the Dolman Law Group, quote, the costs for caring for someone of severe traumatic brain injuries can range anywhere from $600,000 to $1.9 million. But that, according to some, is just a modest estimation. John Pennington, the guy we talked about earlier, who woke up thinking he had killed someone, was slapped with a medical bill upwards of $2 million. This is a lot of money for such a low recovery rate, especially given that most of the recovery methods are barely more than experimental. So tragically, people who have heard of these miraculous recoveries may put themselves or their families into destitution holding out for one. But of course, to many, if there's a chance, what else can you do? Yes, there are theories and methods on how to stimulate or heal the brain of a comatose patient, but what is actually known versus what is unknown is like an iceberg, which, iceberg. Not a good time. Got it. Just a fraction of what is known about them sits above the surface, and there is even more that we don't know. While every miraculous awakening is a blessing for the patient's loved ones and an opportunity for researchers and scientists to find out more, in a way, these incidents raise even more questions. But in the medical field, questions can be a good thing, especially when they're derived from new findings. Knowing that the brain can heal itself and has a higher plasticity than previously thought is already helping further reveal more of the iceberg. These findings tend to lead to more funding for research, which would ultimately shed more light and insight on ways to stimulate those who have fallen into a coma. Now that the future is here and modeling techniques are as evolved as ever, the field of neurology can do much more than they have been able to in the past. Daniel Toker, a neuroscientist at UCLA who is focusing on studying the unconscious brain, is excited about the tools on hand. Quote, now that we have a good model of a comatose brain, an awake brain, and an AI that can detect the difference, we can simulate stimulating every single brain structure at the whole brain level. See, why isn't all the AI research just used for that? We have artificial intelligences that can look at micro differences in the brain to show us all of the things we're missing between comatose and non-comatose patients, but every time I open Instagram, it's just AI cat and fruit videos enacting cheating fantasies. Okay, that wasn't about comatose, but I'm sorry. All of this is good news, but it doesn't mean that the answers are around the corner just yet. Much like warnings about not trusting medical information you get from movies and TV, the attention-grabbing, clickbaity headlines in the journalism space are equally quick to promise miracles. Even a magazine like Popular Mechanics has stated in a big, bold headline that, quote, we may finally have a cure for coma. It could redefine the line between life and death. Which, I mean, no. Wait, what do you mean a cure? A coma is something that happens when, like, your brain takes damage. And also life and death, what are you talking about? No one's brought that up yet. Considering the source, the words may and could are perhaps more dangerous to the perception of comas than the bride wiggling her big toe, or Rick Grimes escaping the hospital full of zombies, or Sandra Bullock's comatose love interest still glowing after a few weeks. Because at least with movies and TV, there's an expectation of fiction. Maybe some people might take the wrong idea, but it's likely that the majority of viewers understand Hollywood's job is to entertain first. It's dangerous when outlets that are supposed to be providing information start to entertain as well. But then again, when it comes to an ailing loved one, all a person needs is a sliver of possibility to give them enough hope for a miracle. The chances may be low, but for many a chance is good enough. That aside, that should do it for the reality of waking up from a coma. This is again a topic that has a lot of conflicting information depending where you look. Sure, a lot of the movies and TV shows we watch are wrong, but sadly, a lot of the places we look for real advice are wrong as well. The truth is there's not a lot we do know, but we're learning more every day. So at least that's something. I also think it's something that you stuck around this long, and we greatly appreciate it, and we just want to say thank you for watching. Let me know if you enjoy topics like this, not necessarily covering an individual case or story like a lot of the recent videos have. Instead, it's kind of a look over of a general topic. But this is a general topic that I find interesting. Hopefully you all did as well. So if there's more stuff like this you'd like to see us cover, then let us know in the comments. Everyone who made this video possible will be credited in the description. Be sure to show them some love. All in all, I believe that should do it for now. New uploads Mondays at noon. Before I go, we just want to say thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye!
So many bodies.
Also, now's a good time. Iceberg. I mentioned Iceberg. I have to bring it up. Cryptid Iceberg. If anyone stuck around this long into the video, I am still working on the Cryptid Iceberg. It should come out soon, but I couldn't say the word iceberg and not bring it up, so got that out of my system.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are reading a fan favorite author, C.K. Walker. And we're doing a story that we haven't seen, but I've seen actually a lot of people. I don't know if you've seen this as well, but people have been saying that this story is like a lot of people's favorites. So I am excited. It feels like it's this is something we would have read at like the beginning of the podcast. It seems like a lot of people are like, this one's my favorite. It's called Whitefall. Once again, as always, and forever. I have never heard of this before. I was actually curious if you've heard of this one.
When people would talk, because when I was, younger and reading C.K. Walker stuff, it was like Baraska was like the heavy hitter. So that was the one I always heard in relation. But once we read it for the podcast, a bunch of people started to recommend C.K. Walker's other stories, and similarly to you, Whitefall was one of the ones that people recommended a ton.
Yeah.
So I've mostly heard about it through our comment section and things like that, because C.K. Walker, look, I said this in the Baraska Part 5, regardless of any qualms I have with her, she put me on the path to want to talk about scary stories online. So, yeah, I love her regardless for that. And some of her stories are absolute bangers. Obviously, the first Baraska. And we've read 6 of her stories now, right? Or this will be the 6th. We've read 5 of her stories.
I mean, dude,
we chosen we've had such a great time with stuff like Mayhem Mountain and stories like that. So I love her as an author.
In my book, she is Rushmore, is what I say.
Of course.
I think of this podcast, I believe that C.K. Walker is, I don't know which president, the fans can decide who's who on the mountain, but I will say that I do think that in terms of where we started, where we've ended up and stuff, I think that like so many of the things we've read have all come back to just like comparing our feelings to the first time reading her stories. And I think that's always so cool. And anytime we can, it's always like we read the Mayhem Mountain one on our live show. So I'm excited to actually sit down here and record a new one again without the audience and stuff, and just kind of get immersed. And I think this is kind of a longer story too, so I'm excited.
I'm excited for it as well. I'll also mention, because we always try to shout out authors on the story who have new works out and stuff like that, and with C.K. Walker it almost seems redundant. She's published so many stories, has so much stuff out, but I will mention recently a paperback copy of Baraska.
Yep.
So if you want the classic, where it all began for a lot of us and for the podcast for a large part, We'll have her website linked in the description. You can pick up a paper copy of Baraska. She also has her ebooks out that it looks like there's more volumes for, called Cold Thin Air, which I've heard people talk about highly as well. And I mean, again, she has so many stories.
You guys have done a great job supporting the authors and stuff. That's like that is like the coolest thing about our community, I feel like, is that people actually go and they pick up physical copies and stuff. A lot of the times too, the authors in these physical copies have different writings or different interpretations, since it was like either self-published or however they go about it. So, but like even our buddy Travis, Strange Accounts, his book is doing amazing on Amazon right now. Just wanted to shout out that book again, because he's you know, I mean, he's a favorite of ours. I think he's becoming a fan favorite as well.
Yeah.
But just happy for him, and just very grateful that you guys do go out and pick up these books and stuff, because it really, I mean, you know, it helps the authors a lot, you know. And I think that also, there's so much shit with online that freaks me out. Of like, it would just suck one day if it's like, oh yeah, for some reason the website got deleted, so it's gone. Physical media is very important. So
I agree.
If you guys can, be sure to support the author. Pick up the book.
I'll also point this out about CK Walker. We've talked about this before, but she's also done writing for like Netflix shows.
Yeah.
So she wrote on The Haunting of Hill House, The Haunting of Bly Manor,
That's
and the
cool.
upcoming
That's nice.
on her website, the upcoming Fall of the House of Usher. Recognized, huge industry talent, and it's really cool to see someone who started making creepypastas online go on to like a professional writing career. So that's awesome for her. Love her stuff. Like I said, it'll be linked in the description. But you all have recommended Whitefall to us, so I'm excited to read about it.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into it today. And for everyone who isn't on YouTube watching us right now, thank you for listening on either Spotify, Apple Podcast, or really anywhere that think you can get a podcast. I think we have it. And thank you for giving us a good rating if you have, because it does help us out. And also, just want to shout out our Patreon. We've been doing live streams, and we've been reading all kinds of new stories and stuff. So if you're looking for some extra content as well, if the daily fix or the weekly fix isn't enough, consider going over there and supporting the channel. It helps us out. Without further ado, I am ready to jump into Whitefall.
I'm ready to jump into it as well. So I scrolled down real quick and looked at it. There are a ton of quotes. So this is going to be...
I'm ready. Oh, I'm frothing at the mouth for it.
All right, you ain't got to phrase it that way.
Also, I will say, I started a toy. Have you seen the toys that we released, or the toy?
Yeah, the Margaret.
Yeah, that's going really well. And just want to say that one day I'm going to make a giant toy of your lips. 1,000,000%. It's going to be I wanted to make a conch shell.
I thought you were about to say something encouraging or like happy about like, oh, thank you to the fans and stuff like that.
Well, I guess it was going to lead into, it was going to lead to me being, we should make some kind of toy or figurine or statue from the show. But I'm like, immediately I was just like, it's got to be
make a
I also
plastic toy of Wendigo, but his big ass lips, make it like squishy.
That would be hot.
You know, if you go to like my
make them kissable.
My mentions right now on Twitter,
make them succulent.
Most of them are just okay, dude. I literally just opened Twitter to prove this point. I went to my notifications. Okay.
Yep.
And I scrolled down to something a few hours ago. Oh my gosh, dude. This was just the most recent thing somebody had said to me.
Accurate. I thought that was a picture of Happy for a second.
That's constant. That's just. It does kind of look like Happy, doesn't it?
It does.
That's just constant. That's all the time. It was never brought up. No one ever said a word about my lips till I met you. Okay.
Well, yeah, I think they're beautiful, plump lips, and I'll never joke about them again. You can believe that as much as you want.
What's that merch you wanted to
Well,
make?
that was before. Now I'm saying now.
Oh, okay. That's the old you, not the new you. Okay. Whitefall. You ever look back at the end of a fight with someone you love and think, how did we get here? It was almost 30 years ago, and I don't remember how the argument with Melody started, but I'll always remember how it ended, with me packing my stuff and her crying in the bathroom. If I had to guess, it was probably about money. We were in our early 20s. Neither of us had much family. Shit job, shit apartment, shit life. But we had each other. Loved each other. They told me that would be enough, but damn, it wasn't even close to enough. 3 days of not talking to each other, avoiding each other. I don't even think either of us were mad anymore. Just tired. Too tired to push the wall down this time. And then I got a call from my aunt and uncle in Washington. Come to Thanksgiving. Work with my uncles through the holidays. They needed help on their farm. I didn't even think about it. I just said yes. When I told Melody, I could tell she knew what I was really saying to her. Something my aunt and uncle didn't even know. I was going to Spokane for Thanksgiving and I wasn't coming back afterward. Melody didn't fight it. She just went numb. Like me. I spent $42 on a bus ticket from Buchanan to Spokane, which left me with $22 for food to eat on the 3-day trip. Leaving Mel, I was tired just thinking about it. My heart felt scalding hot. The one-way ticket in my pocket as heavy as steel, pulling me down. But my bags were packed and I was here at the bus terminal. The station was shit, as most bus stations were. No cell phones back then, no TVs, just a smattering of humanity lounging in hard plastic chairs waiting for their number to be called. I took a long drag off my camel, pulled out my ticket.
What, your camel toe?
Christopher Stykes, bus 881, Buchanan, Virginia to Spokane, Washington. Departs 1:35 p.m. This just may be a show of my ignorance. You can get a $20 bus ticket from Virginia to Washington?
Is it not? Oh, I guess it's Spokane, Washington, like Washington State, yeah. Because it's not Washington.
No, he spent
DC.
42. Okay, you can spend $42 to get from Virginia to Washington.
I mean, to be fair, I've never ridden like a Greyhound that far, so I have no idea. That feels extremely cheap, but I'm not sure.
It has to be. That's like the ultimate form of travel. If you can survive, it's worth it. You have to do it. I glanced at the clock on the wall, 1:18. My eyes slid to the door involuntarily. I wanted to leave this station, go home to Mel, find her and tell her I was sorry and that I wasn't going anywhere. But a small piece of me, a stubborn piece, just kept me sitting there. We had done this dance again and again and again. It never worked. Love was a luxury the poor couldn't afford.
Bus 881 to Columbus, Ohio is boarding at Bay 7. Please proceed to Bay 7 for bus 881.
Shit, no time to finish my cigarette. I smashed the button to the nearest ashtray and stood up, my eyes going straight to the front door. What was I waiting for? The solution to our problem striding in, easy as pie. A sign? Courage to leave and go back to her? God, I wanted that. I wish I had that. Mel was everything to me, but not enough.
You leaving?
Turned toward the voice. A small woman with smoke in one hand and a baby in the other. She gestured to my seat. Took one last look at the front door. All yours. Picked up my bag and headed toward Bay 7. There were 6 people ahead of me, but the driver was quick, taking bags and checking tickets.
That's all?
He asked, waving toward my backpack. Yep.
Buddy, you know you're going all the way to the coast. Washington, it's on your ticket. You sure that's all you got?
Yeah, I'll just keep it with me. The driver shrugged. I headed toward the bus door, waiting in line to board. I wished for the 50th time I could have afforded a flight. Buchanan to Columbus to Indianapolis to Chicago to Minneapolis to Billings to Spokane with bus changes in Indianapolis and some place called Whitefall in North Dakota. It was going to be a long 3 days. Man, that is a nightmare rotation.
The cross-country traveling it's just a literal prison sentence, though.
Yeah.
Because also the buses are always packed. I've never been on one that isn't just absolutely packed to the brim.
It's different when you're cross-country traveling and you have control of the vehicle, or you know the people in control of the vehicle. It's like a friend group or whatever. Completely different.
Yeah, sticking on like a time schedule with that, it's brutal. Brutal.
As the woman in front of me boarded, I looked back toward the bus station again. This was it. I would never come back to Buchanan. It was done. It was over. We were over. And that felt so wrong. It was me and Melody, always. We struggled, but we always came back to each other. Poverty was a prison, but we were in it together. And now I was escaping alone.
We're in it to win it.
Bars. I couldn't do this.
Hey, you going or what?
The guy behind me was short, a lot older than me, and clearly travel weary. He also didn't smell the greatest, but that was par for the course on these buses.
Well, come on, man. I just want to sit down.
Coughed and readjusted the bag on my neck. I was sorry. I turned back towards the door and stepped up onto the bus. My feelings were strong, but not logical. I loved Melody, but if I went back now, everything would be the same. This was a chance for her too. I picked a seat near the front, so I could be first off for cigarette breaks. There was a window seat available, and I took it, hoping no one would sit beside me. I leaned my head against the window and watched the rest of the passengers board. Lots of men traveling alone, a few families, and one girl who couldn't be more than 18 or 19. She looked nervous and, like me, kept glancing back at the bus station. Did she have reservations about leaving Buchanan too? The longer I watched her, the more certain it became that it was actually the opposite. She was nervous, all right, but it seemed like she couldn't wait to get on the bus. My guess was that she was running from someone. Her eyes slid to the bus station and back so often it was almost funny. She hopped foot to foot and inched closer to the bus door every second as the driver checked her ticket and took her bag. I was watching her close enough that I saw the little sum she made when someone came through the door. I noticed the movement in my periphery, someone bolting toward our bus. I set up, ready to go out there and intervene if things got violent between the girl and whoever was after her. When I turned toward the threat, I recognized that long, curly brown hair, heart-shaped face, and wild, green eyes immediately. I tripped over seats and legs in my desperation to get off the bus. As soon as I stepped down onto the pavement, Mel was there, throwing her arms around me, her slight body racked with great heaving sobs.
Chris, I'm sorry. I thought I missed you. I thought you were gone. I wasn't gonna tell you.
Mel, calm down. It's all right. Shh, it's fine. I'm right here.
Chris.
I'm right
here. I'm always right here. I ran my fingers through her long hair, letting the curls wrap around my fingers as I'd done 1,000,000 times before.
I thought I'd missed you.
You didn't miss me, baby.
You aren't coming back, Chris.
I had nothing to say, because I didn't know what I was doing, or even why anymore.
I was gonna let you go. I knew it was what you wanted, and you were dying in Buchanan, suffocating. I was gonna let you go and never come back, I swear.
What's happening, Mel? I whispered into her hair. The driver slammed the door of the luggage compartment and walked around us, boarding the bus.
2 minutes, Romeo, and we're out of here.
Mel, baby, what's happening?
I'm sorry. I didn't know. It was an accident. I was sick over us. I wasn't sleeping or eating, but I was still throwing up all the time. So I checked. I went to the dollar store and I checked, and
She's pregnant.
I'm pregnant, Chris.
My hand froze in her hair for a few seconds. Pregnant. Mel was pregnant.
Damn.
My sign from the door. My baby. My girl. Mel.
I'm sorry. I thought you should know.
She whispered. I hugged her tighter and breathed into her neck. I was an idiot.
Wouldn't it be crazy
I
if she
give Mel
wasn't?
Up. Even trying proved how much of a fool I was. She was mine. They were mine. Shh, it's gonna be okay. I'll make it okay. This is our baby, our family. I should never have left, Mel.
I hate this for you. I know you want a new start somewhere else.
No, there's no new start without you.
Wait,
Listen,
the fuck?
buddy, we gotta go.
Driver yelled down from his seat.
Kiss your girl goodbye.
I pulled back from Mel, running my hand along the side of her face. Actually,
Goodbye,
I'm not
princess.
going. I just need to grab my bag.
No!
Mel shouted, pulling away from me.
No, you should go. Go be with your family.
My face tightened, pulling into a frown. I'm not leaving you, especially now.
Make up your mind, kid. I ain't missing my connection for this shit.
I recognized that voice as the travel-weary man that had been behind me in the line. My eyes went back to the bus driver above me. You can go.
No.
Mel pulled my face down to look at her.
You wanted a new start in Spokane. Well, so do I. You have family there. I'll keep working here. When I can afford a ticket, I'll come to you.
No, I'm not leaving you alone and pregnant in our shit apartment in our shit neighborhood.
I'll be fine. I want this for you, for us. Chris, I don't want to stay here either. I hate Buchanan. You're always the best thing about it. And I have a piece of you with me.
She touched her belly in my hand and went to cover hers.
I'm still staying with Mandy. It's safe. It's cheaper. I'm fine on the couch for a few weeks. Fuck the apartment.
Yummy.
Go to Spokane. Work with your uncles. I'll keep working at Freddy's for a while. Say I'll take it and follow you.
No.
Chris!
Pulled me closer and closed her hands around the side of my face.
I don't want to raise our baby here. Not here.
She looked close to crying. She was right.
Ah,
Ukraine
damn,
was the
so
prison. Poverty was the bars.
dramatic. Get
I didn't want
on
to raise
with
our
it.
family here either. Take a deep breath.
Let's go, Romeo. Last call.
I will call you every day when we stop.
Yes.
Every night at Spokane. She nodded, trying to blink away the tears that ran down her face. 3 weeks. You'll be in Spokane in no more than 3 weeks, or I'm coming back. She threw her arms around me and hugged me tight.
You know Mandy's number. I love you, Chris.
I hugged her back. I love you too, both of you. Everything's gonna be okay.
Fuck you, let's go.
Easy.
Said the travel-weary man.
Easy.
Only this time his voice was joined by the agreeing
I don't even
moans
have
of
to
the other
restart.
passengers.
Just easy.
Every day.
Every day, baby. I kissed her head and then pulled back, squeezing her hand one more time before letting go. 3 weeks. Mel nodded and then smiled for the first time in, I don't know. I remember when Mel used to smile. Felt like years ago. Read how beautiful it was. Pure
Round
light.
one.
Bounced up the
Fight.
stairs, hopped over legs, and jumped into my, thankfully still empty, seat. Then I turned to look at my gorgeous girl out the window. She was still smiling, though it was less brilliant and more warm tint.
Wait, what map
That's how I
is
felt
this?
too. Fulfilled. Like no matter what, everything was going to be
Oh,
alright.
wait, yeah, alright.
Because I
know
was
what
going to make
map
sure it
this
was.
is. Alright.
And nothing was going to stop me from taking care of my girl.
Fucking finally.
Someone mumbled nearby. The driver shifted into gear, and with a stutter, the bus began to pull away from the station. Mel waved to me. She was still crying, but she seemed at peace. Because she believed in me. We were going to make sure everything was okay. Watched her until we turned on 19th Street. The bus station and my girl disappeared around the corner, but I continued to look backward because I could still feel her there. I wasn't leaving her behind. We were a team.
We're 11 minutes behind, you know.
What? I jerked forward at the voice. It was the weary traveler, sitting up in his seat and looking over the back of it. I finally gave him a good, hard once-over. He was grizzled from the road, but well-kept. He had to be in his 60s. The man's hair was an interesting spatter of brown and gray, and his clothes screamed blue-collar tradesman. His brown eyes were focused on me, narrowed and unhappy. We're not 11 minutes behind because of me. I held up the bus for maybe 5. Sorry.
I got a connection to make. I better not fucking miss it because of you.
I'm sure we'll make up 11 minutes by the time we get to your connection.
You better fucking hope so. I'm going to Post Falls to see family.
I just stared at him, wondering why he was volunteering this information.
That's in Idaho.
The man shook his head.
Little shit.
Dropped back into his seat. I leaned my head against the headrest and stared out the window, watching Buchanan slip away. The last 20 minutes had left me with a lot to process. I was going to need to convince my cousin Lloyd to take me on full time, not just through the holidays. I was going to have to work hard, save money. I meant no drinking, but I should probably cut that out anyway since I had a baby on the way. A baby. Holy shit. Mel and I were going to be parents.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Bradley, and I'll be your drive all the way to St. Louis if you're going that far. Our first stop is going to be Columbus, Ohio, where those of you going to Pittsburgh,
Get
Cleveland,
wrecked,
and
fucking
Louisville will make
scrub.
bus changes. That should be in about 6.5.
Slung my headphones over my head and pressed play on my Walkman. Closing my eyes.
I had a
Sweet Notes of
Walkman
Guns N'
MP3
Roses
player.
Patience drifted in. Smell and I song.
I miss it.
Okay, so there's an asterisk there.
Yeah,
but
yeah. So
break, I think.
good spot to.
This is big talk from a guy who abandoned his wife.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I don't know. It seems like a. There's a lot of different things happening, which is we get introduced to a guy who's like, I'm devastated. My relationship is over, right? This
Right,
kind of thing.
right.
I'm going up to see family. I'm going to go live with them. Then all of a sudden, his supposed ex comes up. She's like, by the way, I've been feeling fucking sick. I'm actually pregnant. And then I don't care. I don't care who you are. Just wait a couple more weeks until you can afford tickets for both of you. Am I wrong? Him leaving right there feels insane to me.
If they are so poor that he had $62 to his name.
That's true. That's true.
And he used 2/3 of his savings to buy one bus ticket. I feel like it's like, hey, I have a job lined up in Washington. I have to go to that.
It's mostly like such a bombshell. You know what I was thinking about the entire time was I was like, a guy's like, I'm lost. We need to break up. Whatever. This place is a shithole. And then immediately it's like a pregnancy comes in. And it's like, well, you know, the baby. That's the best thing to fix a marriage, or the best thing to fix a relationship is introducing a baby.
You know what pulled me out of poverty and a love lost relationship, a child.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna fix this. Which no, I understand like him being in the situation where kind of all hope's lost. It's like, hey, you now have a life that you created that you're responsible for and stuff like that, and that kind of almost sobering him up a bit to any discontent he had towards Mel. But it does feel a little out of left field just because we don't get a ton of context as other than just saying that they were poor, which is like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but you wouldn't leave someone you loved over it. So
I'm wondering how much of that introduces it to his character, though, because it's kind of interesting because when you said it, you were like, well, he has a job that he needs to do, it's there, which Buchanan could just be a place where there's no work, just it's horrible, but it also does seem it's just like you didn't have a job there. Like it's we have, I don't think that we fully revealed this character yet. You know what I mean? It's like all these little things where it's like, well, all I have is this much money to my name, and then now he's supposed to support a kid, and it's like, why weren't, like, what was the job situation before? It's just a little bit like when we were first reading it, which I doubt it's this. I was almost like, they sound like crack addicts or something, don't they?
Oh wait, that was from before.
They seem like kind of like a wiry, like unemployed couple that's just like tumultuous relationship where he's like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna leave and go back home to my family.
I mean, that's kind of, again, there's not a lot of context given. He talks about he probably can't, drinking's the first thing that came to his mind.
Yep.
So it kind of implies that maybe he was an alcoholic, or he is an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has some kind of vice that maybe contributes or was a cause of the poverty. And maybe you could say that just being in that state of poverty, both of them were so depressed that that's what made them draw away from each other. Neither of them were really capable of giving emotion or feedback to another person. So they kind of both just lost any love they felt. And then I could see how a child would, reawaken that feeling. But yeah, I think it's more so the language switch for me, where it goes from like, I'm just done, I gotta go. And then she's like, I'm pregnant. He's like, my sweet angel. My beautiful, lovely honey baby. It's like
delusional.
That's tough talk from a guy that was gonna just never look back. Now it's like 3 weeks or I'm back. It's like, okay.
Yeah, very like.
But like you said, it is kind of symptomatic of an addict or someone who is very short-term thought process, does stuff quickly.
I have learned my lesson, Isaiah, from the Spire in the Woods character. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean by the Spire in the Woods connection?
I guess at the beginning we were like, this guy's really down on his luck, and then later he turns out to be a fucking monster. I'm saying I've learned to be like, I don't know.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Spire in the Woods, we had all of those clues literally shoved in our face on some occasions, and we just ignored all of them. Didn't. And you know what it was? It's because we were
young and free.
We were being too guy about it. We were being too much of guys.
We were young and free.
But it's the first little section, and there have been no clues laid out to give us that. So I'm confident in my stance. Now, if we get another 18 chapters, and there's more stuff about a girl,
I still think
Mel being a bit of a victim.
my reading, my comprehension, or my like media literacy or whatever. I bet you it's like a giant red flag. And I'm like, God, that's a great blue flag.
Hey, wake up, we're stopped.
I jerked awake, folding upright in my seat. The weary traveler was giving me a dirty look.
Everybody has to get off. You're holding us up again.
Leaned forward and dragged my hands down my face, wondering how long I'd been out. Where are we?
Charleston, come on. Get the fuck off the bus so the driver can lock it. He needs to take his break.
The man grabbed my arm and began to pull me out of my seat. Get off me, I'm going. I shook him off and stepped out into the aisle, grabbing my bag and slinging it over my shoulder. I'm trying to hold you up, damn.
Yeah, well, you are. I have to make my connection.
Me too, man. All got places to be. Climbed down off the bus and nodded at the driver. We were in a McDonald's parking lot. Thank God. I could take down half a dozen Big Macs right now. Now that I had my girl back, it's that language that gets me. Now that I had my girl back, it's like, why did you not have her? That's right, you were abandoning her.
Now that my girl's pregnant, now that my girl has a fetus inside of her, I love her again.
Now that she will never get away from me.
I just want to say, I would rock that fucking old man's face. I would deck him.
Oh, an old guy physically grabbing you to pull you up?
Manhandle me out of that chair?
Yeah.
My heel, your temple. I'm talking roundhouse kick. Boom! He's blind on the ground. Oh my God! Where am I? Where am I? And I'm like, just fucking put him in a chokehold.
You know, I really like the idea of you just like kicking someone unconscious on a public bus. That'd be awesome.
Can you imagine my like fat stuff?
I actually don't know if I've faced the Space Marines yet.
The guys who are like the most dangerous fighters are huge, and it's because when they get that weight around there, it is a truck.
Bro.
Yeah, God forbid it makes a connection.
Why do we got? Why did I just do auto fight?
If one
Why do
of
we?
their
Why do
bones
I
makes
have? Why do
contact
we
with
have to
one of
keep doing
yours,
this
they
same
win.
song and dance?
every engagement.
It's time to talk about something scary.
No.
Your health. I know I don't go in the doctor as much as I should. If I'm feeling sick, I'll just lie in bed and sleep it away. But that's only because I don't want to have to deal with the appointments, insurance, and blah, 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 blah. That's why I have ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors. Choose the right one for your needs and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers across every specialty, from mental health to dental.
Now that I had my girl back, my appetite was too. I started walking toward the door, already tasting those amazing burgers. Then I thought about how I only had $22 to eat for 3 days.
Nice.
Plus, I wanted to call Mel every day. That'd be long distance. And I wanted to talk to her for more than a few minutes. Maybe I should wait to eat until we got to Columbus. The bus station would probably have cheaper food like vending machines. It wasn't ideal, but it would get me through. I pivoted and walked over toward a crowd of smokers standing against a wall. I had 9 cigarettes left, and I knew I couldn't afford to buy another pack on the road, so this would be it. Probably for the best. Baby on the way and everything. Wow, a baby.
Excuse me.
I turned at a voice and looked down at a girl from my bus. She was the nervous one, the runner. She didn't seem to be any more relaxed, but then again, we were only a few hours away from Buchanan. Not far enough for her comfort.
Kill it.
She was pretty. Dark eyes and skin.
Pretty
long hair.
stupid.
And though she was clearly on edge, there was a directness to her. Strength.
I don't have any money to spare that I can give you, but I was wondering if I could bum a cigarette.
Shook one loose and held the pack out to her. She took it with thin fingers.
Thank you.
Got a light? She shook her head.
I don't have much at all, really.
I lit it for her and then lit mine. So, where are you headed? She took a drag off her cigarette and looked away, laying it close to the chest. That's smart. Got a name?
Yeah. You got one?
This girl was gonna be just fine. Fair enough.
Well, thanks for the cigarette. Usually smoke when I drink, but...
Are you a little young to be drinking? Instead of laughing or responding to my bullshit, she looked away again. Went tried to carry her voice away, but I heard her words anyway.
I'm a little young for a lot of things. Oof.
Jesus.
Hunter.
What?
I didn't like that comment.
I know, dude. The shiny gentleman.
The shiny gentleman
is fucking
rises again.
Is peeking over the horizon like that fucking Howl's Moving Castle. Looks like a Ghibli machine just like bouncing over the hill. I'm like, no, not again.
The giant silver meat grinder. You know what would actually be like the greatest trick our audience pulled is if this is like an interim story of Baraska when, you know, hey yo, they got sandwiches. What's her name? Kimber. Hey, okay. To remember her name, I had to remember the me. Hey yo, Kimber, they got sandwiches. Yeah. If this is just an interim story of Kimber on the run, and our audience kept that secret from us until we read it, I'd be impressed. I'd be
kind of hyped on that, actually.
Yeah, I'd be down. But yeah, here. I don't think it'll be that, but I do think that theme will be in it, as was just mentioned. Shouldn't have tried to tease her. This girl was not in a place for that. I cleared my throat. Here. She turned back toward me and frowned at my outstretched hand.
No.
Here, take them. Shook the pack of cigarettes at her again.
What do you want for them?
Nothing. They're yours. She continued to eye the pack warily. I promise. Look, I just found out I'm going to be a father in like I don't, 8 months or something. I want to quit anyway. Her eyes jerked up to mine.
The girl at the station?
Yeah, it's my girlfriend. The girl's eyes drifted back down to the cigarettes. I sighed. Her name is Mel. That seemed to be enough. Just giving this girl that much of me.
Oh,
Nodded.
shit. Oh,
I stole
shit.
leery and cautiously took the cigarettes out of my hands.
I don't know if I
Followed
want
her
to
to
fucking
rack and bags
play
across
anymore.
her chest. We exchanged no more words. The driver eventually climbed back onto the bus and people began boarding. This was my last cigarette. Ever. If I was strong enough.
Nope.
Damn, I just wanted to enjoy it. Savor it. But that meant I was the last person aboard the bus. Again. Rude Traveler took exception. As I dropped into my seat, he shook his head at me.
Of course. You've got no respect for the people, son.
Grew off. He shot out of his seat.
What the fuck did you say to me?
Said, screw off. Grabbed me by the jacket and shook me twice. For a small guy, he was stronger than he looked, and my knees banged against the metal chair supports. I grabbed his wrist and squeezed, pushing back. Get the hell off me.
You entitled little piece of shit. You've made the entire bus wait for you 3 fucking times, and you've only been in this goddamn thing for 4 hours. Hey!
I heard the driver shout, "Let go, you crazy shit." I hissed at him, shoving him back while trying to avoid the other passengers sitting in aisle seats.
If I miss my connection, I will punch your fucking lights out. I've got people waiting for me. Hey! Knock it off right now and sit down!
Driver yelled again. No one was intervening. Look, I apologize for what happened in Buchanan. The last time I fell asleep, and I'm damn sure I'm not going to apologize for that.
Just now you held up the whole goddamn bus to smoke a cigarette.
I got on the bus right after that family sitting in the back. You're the one holding the bus up right now, son of a bitch.
Sit down immediately or both being kicked off the bus.
This time the driver stood. Weary Traveler released me instantly and shoved me back. I fell into my seat. That crazy asshole. Gave me a disgusted look and sat back down in his seat in front of me. Driver glared at us both.
If I see anything like that again, you will both be left on the side of the road. You're scaring people. There's kids on this bus. Do you get that?
I saluted him with 2 fingers, and the guy in front of me just grunted something agreeable. Driver nodded.
That's your only warning.
Sat down and put the bus in gear, finally pulling out of the parking lot.
What do you think is up with this guy? I'm like, I can't get a read on him. I don't think he's just, I don't think he's just a weird old man. I feel like there's something happening. I don't know. I
the
don't
line, I have people waiting for me, felt suspicious.
He just keeps saying
no,
it,
you don't.
you know?
You don't understand. I have people waiting for me. I have people waiting for me. It almost sounds like he, maybe, I don't know. I have no idea.
Jesus, fuck.
There's gotta be a part of it that felt odd.
Might be too common, but it is interesting. That's like our main character is going to meet with his family in kind of not as urgent, but there's a parallel between both of them where they're both going to like a destination to meet up with family in some kind of way. I don't know if that.
Why my mouse so small?
I don't know if that's gonna have any correlation or whatever, but just I don't know.
Yeah, it could be someone he's going to meet or something like that. I don't know, but we also have no idea what the threat is yet.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
it's hard to. Yeah. Sometimes in these stories it's supernatural, sometimes it's not. You know, with CK Walker, so we'll see. I tried to fall back asleep, but I was too hungry, too agitated. Stared out the window at the passing cars. Some had babies, and I studied those intently. A little sedan went by. Father with his toddler in a car seat behind him. He was smoking a cigarette while his baby slept in the back. And even though the window was cracked, I could see the clouds of smoke drifting back from the front to a sleeping kid. Hell no. That would never be me. I was done with cigarettes. I wouldn't be like that, Dad. More cars passed us. I started to make up stories about who they were and where they were going. The Lincoln, New York to oversee a company merger. Pick up with the trailer. Louisville to buy a horse. The minivan with the smiling parents. Disneyland on a family vacation. Yeah, I would do that too. Take my kid to Disneyland. It was something neither Mel nor I had ever gotten to do. And yeah, I wanted to do that for her too.
M&M's?
I whipped my head around as someone dropped into the seat next to me. It was the runaway. I was confused. What about him? She frowned.
Do you want some?
He held out a yellow bag.
Sorry, they're peanut. They're the only ones I could grab when I left.
Trailed off and looked down at the bag.
So, do you want some?
Held my hand out. Hell yeah, I'm starving. Peanut M&Ms are the shit. The peanut M&Ms are objectively the best M&M as well. So
Disagree, but good.
She smiled then. It was a small one that didn't reach her eyes, one that was more of relief than happiness, but there it was. And like my Mel's smile, it was beautiful. She tipped the bag into my waiting hand and didn't stop until the bag was empty. Are you sure? Because I got no issue eating all these, but they're your M&Ms. She nodded and then crumbled up the wrapper, shoving it into her big bag.
I'm sure.
Stood up and looked toward her seat at the back of the bus. Thanks, said as I shoved M&Ms into my mouth by the dozen. She looked back down at me.
You're welcome.
Then she leaned down a little and lowered her voice to a whisper.
Maybe go easy on him though, okay?
She nodded to the seat in front of me. Oh, come on, you're on his side? I whispered back, mouthful of chocolate. She shook her head.
No, I just don't think he's trying to be mean. I'm pretty good at reading people's intentions. I think he's just anxious.
Anxious about what? He said he's going to visit his family.
I don't know. Ask him.
Then got up and moved back to her seat. I rolled my eyes. I wouldn't be asking him shit. With any luck, he'd be boarding a different bus in Indianapolis. Wasn't quite sure where Post Falls, Idaho was, but I hoped to God it wasn't by way of Chicago. Night came slowly. The gray asphalt whizzing by outside, fading to black, and the cars alongside the bus darkening to unrecognizable colors. I could see city lights ahead of us, not warm and welcoming, but bright and sharp. Columbus. I could find something in the vending machine here. Fill up my water bottle from the fountain, smoke a cigarette. Well, damn. Scratch that last one. I could already feel the itch under my skin.
Oh, no.
I ignored it. Food, water, bathroom, call mail. These were the things I was focused on. The bus took an exit and continued down several busy downtown streets before pulling up at the Columbus bus station. The doors opened and I stood a stretch, glaring at the clock on the front of the bus. I smiled. A few minutes early. Screwed the weary traveler.
All right, folks. Everyone will have to disembark here. Please do not leave any personal items of the bus. If you're continuing on bus 881 to Indianapolis, we will be boarding at 8:25. If you're continuing on the other destination, it has been a pleasure traveling with you, and thank you for riding with us.
My first stop was the bathroom, then the water fountain, then the vending machine. I bought a pack of strawberry Pop-Tarts and a bag of nuts, then sat down to eat. By 8, I was antsy to talk to Mel. I found a payphone in the corner and spent the 25 cents to call her. The line connected immediately.
Hello?
I was disappointed when I heard Mandy's voice through the line. Hey, Mandy, it's Chris. Can I talk to Mel?
Hey, Chris. She's actually working right now. Pulling a double. She said if you call to tell her that she'll be home around 2 in the morning.
Damn it. Mandy's voice grew soft.
I know. I'm sorry. I tried to charge her nothing for rent so she could save money, but she said no. She'll pay. I have a feeling she'll be working as many doubles as she can.
Is that okay? Being on your feet so much when you're... I didn't know what Mel had told Mandy.
Pregnant? She'll be okay. Our girl is strong.
Right. Thanks, Mandy. Tell her I won't be able to call her until tomorrow morning, and tell her I'm right here. Can you?
Yeah, I'll tell her, Chris.
Thanks. Bye, Mandy. I hung up, grateful I hadn't wasted more than a quarter on a call where I couldn't even talk to my girl. I noticed there was a line at door 9 for bus 881. I wanted another window seat, so I got behind a tall, lanky guy around my age. He hadn't been on the bus from Buchanan, but there was a lot of new faces. A lot of old ones too, including Runaway, and to my immense disappointment, Weary Traveler.
This is a fun concept for just getting new people in and out of the story, I think.
Yep. A bus trip.
Yeah. The amount of like random strangers that would come and how do they interact in this. It's just a fun narrative device.
Well, I was also thinking, like, I had the thought when the story started, like, okay, if the story's about him on a farm in Spokane, why are we spending this time so much earlier at the beginning of the bus trip? But now I'm seeing the story is about the bus trip.
Yeah, I think that
so it's like
I think it's almost entirely about the bus trip is what I
think it is. I think the whole thing will be the bus trip, especially because he mentioned the last connection to Spokane was in Whitefall. So I think that being the title of the story and all, we have this interesting setup, almost like an Odyssey venture, where we have this kind of nebulous end goal we have to reach, not only for the sake of himself, for the sake of Mel, and for the sake of their child. But whatever threat appears along the way is going to stand in the way of that.
Well,
it's
I'm
a very interesting concept.
What stands in
It's a
the way
road trip
becomes
horror
the
story.
way. Do you know
the
the way?
concept here too of like I believe something's going to, like what hops on the journey with him, you know?
Yeah.
And that's I'm waiting for that threat, and I'm yeah. It's weird because
So far it's been
I keep
completely-
making assumptions or in my mind, but I'm like nope.
Well, so far, other than the weary traveler being kind of suspicious with I have people waiting for me comment, there's been zero horror or supernatural or creepy tonations anywhere.
Just people running away from their problems or running away from just essentially it seems like people running away from problems.
I don't know. It's a cool concept. I like the idea of a bus horror story. It's neat. I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Ridge.
No.
Now, back to the episode. I boarded after Lanky Guy and ended up across from him in a window seat. So I flipped my GNR tape to the other side. I noticed Lanky Guy took out a notebook and started sketching. Or maybe doodling. It's hard to tell. I watched his hand move quickly and deliberately over the page. He must be one hell of an artist. There's no hesitation in his movements.
It's a landscape, a mountain range.
Huh? Been so focused watching his hands I didn't even realize he caught me staring. His eyes shot up to mine briefly.
My girl likes mountains.
I nodded. Cool, man. You going to see your girl?
Yep.
Cool. And that was it. Lanky kept sketching and I relaxed back into my seat. Only a few hours to Indianapolis and I'd be changing buses. Hopefully I could stay out of weary traveler's way. I smiled, noting I'd been on the bus before him this time. He was near the back, with Runaway about halfway between us. I drifted to sleep quickly, hoping I'd stay asleep until we stopped again at midnight.
Hey.
Jerked awake at Lanky's voice. What? I said, my voice raspy.
You dropped your shit.
My bag was on the floor, shit spilling out of it. God damn it. Bent over and started shoving stuff back in.
You sleep heavy.
I know.
My girl sleeps heavy too.
He smiled a little then, looking down at his drawing, which appeared to be finished. Haven't seen her in a while, I guess, sitting back up. Didn't always like to get into conversations on transcontinental bus rides, but Lanky seemed cool.
Yeah, almost a year.
What's her name? I asked. He hesitated. I understood that. I didn't give out personal details to strangers either.
Sarah. She's an accountant. Smart. Way smarter than me. She likes me anyway, though.
That's cool. My girl's way smarter than me, too. How long you been together?
About 4 years, off and on. I think this time it's for real, though. I really hope he's not. This isn't about the 18 or 19-year-old girl. The guy
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I hope not, too. That'd be awful. But he would have noticed her, I'd imagine, freak out or something. Also, it's funny to me that as soon as you start reading someone who's an artist doodling and sketching, you immediately do like a heavy lisp, nerdy, geeky voice.
I always pick whenever I'm like, if I'm ever drawing or something in a sketchbook, I always feel like a kind of a dork or something. So I'm always just like, yeah, I draw my book. I always like to kind of just joke around like that. But also, I have
wrap
to
this character until your self-depreciation.
Yes.
Okay. So is that what you were about to say when you said I have to?
Oh no, I have only so many voices, so I'm trying to differentiate
Of course,
them.
Yeah. Yeah. Good for you, man.
Thanks.
He said, closing his notebook, shoved it in his bag.
Well, there's Indianapolis.
Turned to look out my window. We were definitely heading into a big city. I could use a stretch and a cigarette. Couldn't even think about anything else. I needed nicotine. Damn. But then I remembered the dad with the smoke clouding around his baby in the car. No. Bathroom, water, bus change. There was no point in calling Mel. It was only a little after midnight. We reached the station and I bought another pack of Pop-Tarts for the morning time. I checked my ticket and saw it was boarding bus 950 at door 1 in about 10 minutes. People were lining up already, so of course I did too. Again, hoping Weary Traveler was on literally any other bus. But there he was in line, near the front. When he saw me, he shook his head in disappointment. Well, I don't like you either, buddy. Runaway and Lanky were also in my line. I was happy about these two. They were all right company. The driver checked our tickets and let us board. This time, I was near the back. Runaway was a few rows behind. Weary Traveler even farther back, and Lanky was closer to the front. I ended up without a seat partner again and smiled at my good luck. After a few minutes, the driver climbed on. She was pulling the door shut when we heard a loud bang on the glass. The woman frowned down at whoever it was and then reopened the doors. She nodded politely at the guy who climbed the stairs. He smiled and shoved his ticket at her.
You almost missed the bus. It's after departure.
The driver, a woman in her late 40s, told him before smiling back.
Glad you made it.
Yeah, I gotta make it to Chicago. I wouldn't miss my bus, baby.
He said to her, and I automatically hated his voice. It slithered over your skin like a wave of grease, clinging and sour.
All right. Well, why don't you take your seat?
She said, clearly put off at being called baby by some nutsack in his late 20s, or maybe younger, with a hard life behind him. The closer he came, the better I could see him. He was scraggly, jerky, itchy, possibly high or something. And he stank. The guy moved toward the back of the bus, studying everyone and every seat as he did. I had a sick idea of what he was looking for. Spun around to look for Runaway. She was sitting alone with a nervous look on her face as he came closer. She was getting the same vibes we all were, and she was the only single woman on the bus. It was clear as day when Scraggle noticed her. His eyes lit up and he moved a bit faster. I started to stand up, hoping to move back to the seat next to her, but he was too close. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and glanced back. Weary Traveler has moved up to sit next to her. He saw my intention and nodded at me. He had her covered. I looked back towards Scraggle, who was now frowning. He, instead, took a seat directly behind her. Weary Traveler and I exchanged a look that may as well have been a conversation. He would stay right next to her, and I was there if he needed help. I fell back into my seat and saw Lanky eyeing the entire exchange. Scraggle wasn't very big, but he was likely volatile, unpredictable. The more people to help manage the situation, the better.
Good man.
That's a fun little paragraph. It's all these individuals noticing the girl needs help and stuff like that. That's nice.
Also, Weary Traveler stepping up as a good dude, too.
Yeah. Well, it's what the Runaway said. That. Also, I like how none of them have names. So it's Scraggle, Runaway, Traveler. But
yeah,
it vibes. It flows.
Very
but it's what
impersonal.
Runaway said, where it's like he's just anxious about something for some reason. The driver, Sandra, she introduced herself as over the PA, got the bus on the road and headed out toward Chicago. I was looking forward to getting there. It would be early morning and I'd be able to call my girl, and then again in Minneapolis. Things were quiet for most of the ride as other passengers slept. The only sounds on the bus were quiet talking, light snoring, and lanky scribbling. I still kept my headphones off in case of trouble, and trouble was what we eventually got. It was early, the sunrise, when I heard Runaway shout,
"Don't touch me!"
I spun around just in time to see Scraggle pull his hand back between the seats.
You look so peaceful sleeping there. Beautiful, like a princess.
I heard him murmur. Weary Traveler was already turned around in the guy's face.
You don't touch women who don't give you permission to touch them. Calm down, old man.
Lanky smiled as he relaxed back in his seat.
Just brushed your hair off her face. That's not all you touched. Oh, you liked it, baby. I saw. You were still asleep and you purred for me. Fuck you!
The fuck?
The curse was loud enough to wake most of the back of the bus. I stood up and nodded at Scraggle. Maybe you should switch seats with me. Scraggle sneered at me.
I'm good where I am.
Wasn't a request. The seats in front of my row are empty, so you should be able to keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah? But what if she doesn't want me to keep my hands to myself? Believe me, I do.
Runaway spat. Weary Traveler stood up, nodded in my direction.
I think you should go.
No. Scraggle laughed. Then she can move up, I said, and held out my hand to Runaway. She squeezed by Weary Traveler and dropped into the seat next to me.
Now leave that girl alone.
Can you do that voice again?
Now leave that girl alone. Kind of like Kermit, kind of.
Suddenly, I looked to my left, and Kermit the Frog of Muppets fame is sitting in the seat next to Lanky.
You let her go. Stop touching her. Yeah.
Just the Kermit standing up for women's rights. No means no, buddy. Hey.
Kermit would, dude. He's a G. He definitely would.
I'll break your fucking fingers. Hey, look at me, pipsqueak. I'll fuck you up. You see me, motherfucker?
All right, Kermit, Jesus, just calm down, man. Just calm down.
I'll skin your asshole raw, bastard.
What? What are you talking? You skinned my asshole?
You heard me, bitch. Little sick little bitch.
It's been a completely normal story. No supernatural. It's just Kermit the Frog rotates around in his chair.
I actually just like to think it's Jim Henson, and he's under the seat with his arm up, puppeting
He
it.
cut a hole in the chair so that he could puppet Kermit. Yeah. A man from the back of the bus said into the silence.
Pervert.
Another woman said quietly, though we all heard it. Scrackle turned around.
Who said that? Who the fuck said that?
Let it go, man. Almost to Chicago.
Yeah, well, I ain't getting off in Chicago. Are you? How about that fine piece of woman you got there? Is she? Shut the fuck up, boy!
Weary Traveler said, and Scraggle laughed. The PA suddenly boomed over us, waking the front of the bus to let us know we were in Chicago, and for those of us continuing on bus 950, the bus would reboard within the hour. Not much time. At this point, I needed a cigarette. Badly. I haven't thought of bumming one back off runway, but couldn't stop thinking about the dad in the car, his baby in the back. I could be strong. For Mel. As soon as I was off the bus, I was shoving a quarter into a payphone. Mel picking up on the second ring.
Hey, baby.
Hey.
Where are you?
Chicago. I know you just got to sleep a couple hours ago. There was silence. I'm sorry, I just needed to hear your voice.
I needed to hear yours too. I miss you.
Hey Mel, so I'm almost positive this isn't how your voice sounded in our first interaction at the beginning of the story. And I feel like there's some trickery afoot that has now reduced you to whatever this comical character is for a bit that some narrator is about to pull off in a moment. I don't know how to feel about it.
I'm pregnant.
I'm gonna hang up the phone now. Bye.
I'm sleepy because the baby.
Is that how it works?
I need to hear yours too. I miss you.
You want to hear mine too? What? Oh, you now that, hey Mel. So now the guy narrating your voice is now trying to go back to the story and read the lines like this is normal. So I guess I have no recourse as the other narrator of this podcast. But who cares? I have to continue the narration like this. I miss you too. How are you feeling?
Good. Tired and lonely. But I'm glad you went. We need to do this.
I leaned against the payphone. I know. But I hate it.
So do I. It's just a couple months.
Weeks, baby. It's weeks.
Please deposit 25 cents to get in this call.
That's all it goes. I think it's just a guy screaming at it.
Please deposit 25 cents to get in this call.
Yeah, it's like a red Solo cup with a string tied to it, and there's another guy who has another string tied off underneath.
Please deposit 25 cents to continue this call.
Also, the whole him laying against the payphone like, oh, I miss you so much, baby. I can't blah blah blah. He was abandoning her earlier that day.
I just want to say that it's also anytime I'm dreading this story now because every time we get calls, I have to fucking call like we're talking to each other as if like.
I wasn't gonna draw attention towards it. I wasn't gonna draw attention towards it.
That's even why I was kind of like, hey, no, I'm silly, because at first it was like hearing you'd be like, I know, but I hate it. I was like, Jesus.
That first interaction at the bus stop where she stopped him.
I know. I didn't want to say anything.
Rough.
It was rough.
I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to derail it, but me and you talking to each other and going like, oh no, baby, I'll just.
I did not like it. I did not like it. It was too much. It was too fucking much. All I'm saying is he better stop. He better fucking stop calling her. There better be like he better get robbed or something so he can stop doing those goddamn conversations.
I need Mel to be dead so that I don't have to keep
Mel was struck by a truck.
Talking to you.
What? Mel was struck by a giant cement truck. Oh my God! That's all. That's how it needs to end.
That's what I need to happen now. I can't. I can only like give you bedroom eyes vocally for so long.
Yeah, that or
Oh.
during the conversation, yeah, we just hear the horn blasting, and then
You
giant
know,
crashing.
what was that game guys would play? It was like
Tummy
high
sticks?
school guys. No, not tummy sticks. We're like, you're both sitting down, and it's like, I remember. Okay, they called it gay chicken. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, what is that?
It's like it's something that guys would do. Okay, there's no way I can describe this that it's not gonna sound terrible.
Isaiah, did you play? Did you play
No.
Gun Chicken? Is that why everyone kept balking at you whenever we met your friends?
Not gun chicken. Not
No,
gun
gay
chicken.
chicken. No, I said gay chicken.
Yeah. Well, it would be like if there were a group of guys together, and it was like one of you touches one of the other's knee, and vice versa, and then someone moves their hand up your leg or whatever, and still someone's like, I can't. This is too much. I can't. I'm out. Whatever. Right.
Yeah. When they played at your house, they always won, didn't they?
Well, see, that's the problem. That's the problem with explaining this story, because then people are like, well, what if no one backs out?
Yeah, because that's exactly what happened. That's why they kept calling you Chicken Little all throughout high school, didn't they? You're like, I'm not gonna. Yeah, this rooster's not crowing this morning. I say I don't want to play this anymore.
No, the way I don't phrase it that way. With the I don't want to play this.
Yeah, I was
anymore.
gonna say cut that last part.
That sounds awful. My point is, I got a PTSD flashback to that, doing those lines with you a moment ago.
Yeah.
I'd completely forgot about, but the same feeling of like, okay, I'm tapping out.
I had this. It was mostly. It was something where it's like, I really am trying to act my best. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't want him getting any ideas that I don't know that these getting too involved. Where it's like, Hunter, you really were pretty you're pretty convincing back
Hunter,
there.
as
Baby,
my friend,
please,
I need
come
you
on.
to know. Yeah. Yeah, Hunter, as my friend, I need you to know I don't like this. I don't like doing this. Just
All I'm
put
saying
that
is
on
I
the
better
table.
not look back
I'll
at the
look it.
footage. I better not look back at the footage and you're not on your tummy and you're like kicking your feet up in the air. You're kicking your feet as if you're finding this.
Yeah,
all
I've got
cute.
I've got the cord for the microphone. I'm like twirling it around my
Yeah,
finger.
exactly.
Like,
La
kicking
la
my
la
feet,
la. Yeah, fuck. Maybe I can never quit you. Yeah, exactly.
I quickly dug in my pocket looking for another quarter. Shit. Long distance on a payphone was a quarter a minute. Damn.
Chris,
Yeah.
it's okay. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Call me from Minnesota.
I sighed. Of course she was tired. Couldn't keep her on the phone just to yeah, baby. I'll call in a few hours.
Okay, love you, Chris.
Love you too. Good night. I hate it so much.
I'm telling you.
We're professionals. This is our job.
I fucking hate. I just hate that I've completely lost the track that this is even voice acting. I feel like it's just people. It just. I feel like I'm just talking to you on the other end. Okay, love you, Isaiah.
I love you too, baby. Good night.
Yo, where the fuck is where the fuck are the killer robots or the weird sheriff?
Yeah, what happened to the shiny gentleman?
Come
Where's
on,
the
where the fuck-
ghost
what
and
fuck's
the
happening here?
werewolves? I thought this was a story about vampires or something. Like, what's going on with all this?
Yeah, this is
Why-
all. The true horror is just literally Isaiah confessing his insistent need to play the game Gay Chicken with his friends.
This is the scariest story I've ever read because it's
Yeah,
just
well, guess
straight
what?
dirty
Fuck you.
talk
I was gonna
to
say-
my friend for like an hour.
This is the scariest story just because I have to be intimate. In conversation with my friend Isaiah. That makes this the most horrifying story of all.
Yeah, well, CK Walker
I hate that
has
you
done it again.
also, I'm so tired of hearing you say baby. It's fucking driving me insane.
There's not a good way to say it, dude. There's not a good way to say it.
You've done it a couple different ways. You'd be like baby. You'd be like baby. You've said it like a couple different ways, and each time I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I feel like there's not a good way to be like, oh babe. You can't say oh baby in a way that's sounds like the character saying it, but also isn't awful. It's a rough play.
Oh baby.
That'd make it worse.
Baby.
All right, now you're getting a little too into it now.
Fuck it, I'm going all in. Fuck it. I'm going 110%.
I can't.
I'm doing it.
Do that. I hung up the headset and ran my hands through my hair. Shit. Walking over to the vending machine, I paid for a water and another pack of Pop-Tarts. If I had to eat nothing but Pop-Tarts all the way to Washington, I would. Nothing would stop me from calling Mel every day for as many minutes as she would talk to me.
Passengers traveling on bus 950 to Indianapolis, please line up at Bay 16.
I walked over to door 16 and was for once happy to see Weary Traveler in line. But unfortunately, so was Runaway and Scraggle, a few people behind her. Hey, Runaway, I called. She looked around for a minute till she found me. Why don't you come back here with me? Runaway saw where I was looking and eyed Scraggle as she passed him. He made a rude gesture with his tongue and she looked away.
That guy's disgusting,
she said when she neared me. I know. I thought we'd let him pick his seat first. Runaway nodded and then...
Thank you.
I stepped a little closer, but didn't touch her. You're welcome. I know he's saying he didn't touch her in the sense of like she needs space. She's obviously with two. Like it makes sense. But it's a
it just creeped me out. Okay. I'm glad you felt the same because I was like, what the fuck?
Okay, yeah.
It should be, I'm like, I never assumed you did. I stepped closer, but I did not lay a finger on her.
Hey, buddy, none of us were thinking that you were gonna do
I was like,
that.
all right, damn,
But
dude.
Thanks for clarifying, I guess.
I go almost instinctively wanted to like put my hands up, like, all right, dude, damn.
It's
Never said you
okay,
did.
all right. Because and again, I get it because it's like you know she's being
with
touched
what
by weird
happened.
people, has a
Right.
history. So he's acknowledging her space, but the way it's worded is, I stepped a little closer. I didn't touch her. I said, you're welcome. Since we were at the back, there was only single seats left. Runaway, I was happy to see, sat next to Lanky. I ended up next to a woman who hadn't been on our bus before and looked like she'd been traveling for months. She gave me a weary nod and then looked out the window. Closed my eyes for the first time.
I wasn't ready to win yet.
What is Lanky
the fuck?
even drawing?
Whatever.
He's drawing hills and like meadows,
Like
and
mountains,
and
right?
stuff,
Okay.
Like landscapes. It sounds like, yeah.
All right. I didn't know if he was just drawing like mechs or something. He's like, I like Gundam. You like Gundam?
That'd be awesome. This is a guy. You got Kermit the Frog in one seat, and then the other guy over there is like, I love Evangelion.
Yeah, exactly. yeah. Kermit's like, I really like End of Evangelion. Like he's like, shut the fuck up. The rebuilds are a total mess. You know it.
Kermit is on this bus to me, by the way. Like when I think of an overview of it, he's like 2 rows back, left side, behind the driver. Like,
which also, to be fair, End of Evangelion is the official ending to me. So I just want to put that out there.
So this is crazy, but I still have never watched Evangelion.
I'm surprised because I feel like you'd be right up your alley. Shinji is literally you, by the way.
I hate that. I hate that because I do that voice, and you tell me that's Shinji.
Yeah, no, it's just like that.
Okay, that's not a good thing to say about me, but I like Attack on Titan's like one of my favorite things ever. So
I never finished it. I never finished. I heard people really like it. I just remember hearing like
4, 4, 5.
How far did you get?
I can't remember. I couldn't tell you. All I know is the people kind of told me what happened towards the end, and I was like, this sounds kind of silly. It was a little silly.
No.
But I'm also a pessimistic man, so
I'll say it this way. Attack on Titan, watching the full series is one of the best things I've ever seen.
Wow.
Like of a movie, of a TV show, of anything like that. I would easily put it in the top, probably 3 shows I've ever seen.
Were you happy when you found out like inside the castle walls there's like the giant people?
Mm-hmm. That's the end of season 1, yeah.
That's the end of season 1.
That was?
Yep.
I haven't seen that in
and then
a
season
very long
4
time,
is the length of all
so
3
I
other
don't
seasons
remember
combined.
shit.
And between season 3 and 4, the show completely changes what it is so dramatically, but it had subtly set it up so well. It's one of the most impressive writing decisions I've ever seen done in a story. That the show was so much one thing and became something else in a way that was set up, but I never would have realized until I got to the end. And by the end, I was like, wow, that completely took me for a loop. If you want to watch anything, I would recommend giving Attack on Titan another shot.
Okay, I'm watching Doctor Who right now, but I'll watch it here pretty soon.
I watched, I know we're just talking now, not even reading the story, but I watched, I was really into Doctor Who when I was younger.
I was joking.
And I watched all of 9, 10, and 11, and I quit a little bit into 12.
I am not watching Doctor Who. It was a lie.
Okay. All right, well, so you got me with that one. I thought maybe it was for a video or something like that, so there was like a realm of
No. If I have to see that fucking clip of like the Van Gogh episode again, I'm gonna actually put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger.
Oh, where he goes to the artwork and there's the flowers that he painted for Amy. And
He's like, see, people love your art. And he's like, this is crazy. He's like crying. It's really, I don't know. I've seen that clip so many times now when people are like, show name now. And I'm like, I feel like everyone should know that it's just that Doctor Who. It doesn't matter. We should just keep going.
You want to know maybe? Gosh, I don't even know if I should share this online.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna tell you this because it came up and this is funny.
Careful.
But I need you, Hunter, to not think less of me for this.
That's gonna be hard. Go ahead.
So when I was, I want to say 11, maybe 12. No, it was my freshman year of high school, wasn't it? Dang, that's rough. I had to be 13. Okay. I was so into Doctor Who. And that episode specifically, the Van Gogh one, I loved so much that I wrote a fan fiction about Vincent Van Gogh's suicide after within the context of him meeting Doctor Who.
Wow. You know, you did a lot of interesting,
Looks pretty
interesting
cool.
things, little boy. Are you saying this is a gay fan fiction about Van Gogh and Doctor Who? Is that what you're saying?
No. There's no romance involved. By fanfic, I mean it was like it was a description of like Van Gogh's suicide, but his inner monologue.
Why did you do this?
Because I liked that episode so much.
So that you wanted to write a fan fiction about a guy killing himself?
It was no, because Van Gogh really did kill himself. So
No,
it was
I
like
know
it was a
Van Gogh-
historical suicide with the context of like him
Still.
thinking about what the doctor showed him and all that. It's insane. It is absolutely horrific, and I completely memory hold that until you brought that episode back up.
Well, that's I feel like there's other parts of that still have not been revealed. I still feel like there's some kind of
There was no homoeroticism. There was no romance. There was no stuff like
we
that.
cannot prove or deny that technically. So in the air, it's tentative is how I'm rating it.
Okay. But you just, gosh, I needed to. This was like a Catholic confession for me because I remembered it all once and I had to tell someone.
It felt like I was in like the little the prayer box or whatever the fuck that's
the
called.
confession booth.
Yeah, I was in the confessional.
Booth, yeah.
I'm like on the other side of the screen, just like looking at you. You're trying to make eye contact with me through the screen, telling me about this, and I'm like desperately side. I'm just like trying not to make eye contact with you, just side eyeing you.
So yeah, that's the thing that happened. Gosh,
You've been revealing a lot about your childhood. This is usually I'm the one who has to talk about my weird.
That's what I just said is one of the worst things I've ever done. It's gotta be.
It's one of the worst things I've ever done. It took a piece of my humanity.
That just gives so much context to like so many underlying issues I had to have had and problems and being sheltered and
I just love the idea of you
shit.
watching that episode of Doctor Who and like holding the TV remote, turning off your TV and just being like, wow, that was incredible. I know what I must do.
There's I've nothing to say to make it better. That's just a thing that happened.
You know what? I think it's a perfectly innocent thing you did. That's not bad. I think it's funny, but it's.
As soon as we're done recording, I'm gonna get a text from her that's like, I can't keep doing this show. All right. I have to, before this episode goes live, I have to try to track that down and make sure that's not posted anywhere.
I wish you all the luck in the world.
I hope. Okay, anyway. It was somewhere near Madison that the trouble started. Woke up to yelling and looked back to see Lanky taking a punch. Weary traveler trying to hold back Scraggle in the aisle. Runaway practically standing in her seat trying to get the bus driver's attention.
You ready to trade the seats now, pussy?
Scraggle punched Lanky in the stomach again. Free traveler, not able to do much to hold him back.
Fuck off.
Lanky hit back, but it didn't slow down Scraggle, where he tried to wrestle him down in the aisle.
Sit back in your goddamn seat.
Scraggle knocked him off easily, then turned around and kicked Weary, a man clearly on the other side of 60. The entire bus erupted in outrage, but no one seemed to want to intervene.
Pussies.
Lanky tried to push him away from Runaway again, but Scraggle took him down with one punch to the face.
Yeah, anybody else want some?
Scraggle sat down in Lanky's seat and stroked Runaway's leg as she tried to kick him off.
Come on, baby. You can sit right in my lap.
I was over my seat and down the aisle before he yanked her down on him. I grabbed Scraggle by his shirt and hauled him up. Weary was old. Lanky wasn't accustomed to taking a punch, but I did manual labor for a living and got into a lot of bar fights. Even high as a kite and freakishly strong, Scraggle had nothing on me. I dragged him down the aisle as he yipped and cursed. A few passengers got in a kick or two as he was pulled between them.
Where the fuck are you taking me?
You're getting off the bus.
The fuck I am. They attacked me first. I was just trying to talk friendly to that girl.
Yeah, looked real friendly. Sandra, who must have caught some of the commotion, was already pulling the bus over.
Get off me, ma'am! Ma'am! This man is assaulting me and I would like the police called.
Scraggle choked as I dragged him down the stairs of the bus. Sandra scoffed.
Look more like you were harassing that poor girl and kicking an old man. I don't tolerate that sort of behavior on my bus. You're getting off here.
She opened the doors and I pushed him out. Landed on his feet and spun around quickly.
You can't fucking do this! I paid! I'm calling corporate! Bus 950! And you can't just leave me here! You have my bag!
Backpack came flying out the door behind me and landed in a dirty puddle further down the embankment.
There's your fucking bag,
Runaway said, then turned and walked back to her seat. Safe travels! I smiled at him as the bus driver pulled the doors closed in front of me. I watched Scraggle try to chase the bus and we pulled away. Other passengers flipped him off or insulted him out the window. Some gave me high fives or nodded approvingly at me. I will say, that moment felt a little too everyone stood up and clapped, you know?
It's a little Marvel-esque, but I'm here for the ride.
Yeah. Runaway was helping Weary back to his seat and Lanky was already next to him. I pulled out some Kleenex that Mel had put in my backpack ages ago, so
I feel like it would be a normal thing for people to like.
He got you good, Lanky.
Celebrate someone doing that.
My name's Dylan.
Maybe, I don't know.
Dylan, I'm Chris.
Mac.
Weary interjected from next to Lanky.
I'm Mac. Nice to meet you, Chris. Thanks for stepping in. Yeah, I was getting my ass beat.
Dylan laughed.
Oh, you were not. The dude was just super methed out.
Runaway chimed in.
And thank you, all of you. I'm Gracie.
Well, that was eventful. Hopefully some of you are getting off in Mini for good.
Nope. I'm going through to Idaho.
Weary, now Mac, said.
Get us by Wyoming.
Dylan. Gracie hesitated.
Billings, Montana. I don't know anybody there, but I don't know. I heard it's a nice place.
I nodded. Spokane for me. It's like we're all in for the long haul.
Here, sit.
Mac nodded at me. Why?
You need to clean that.
Clean what?
He bit you in the arm.
I looked down at my arm. Damn, he had. Broke skin, too. Leaned my head back and closed my eyes. Shit.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure you're fine.
Yeah, he looked real clean. Dylan laughed and then poured hydrogen peroxide on my arm that he'd gotten from God knows where. I must have fallen asleep again because the next thing I knew, Mac was gently nudging me.
Hey, you want some jerky?
I blinked and sat up. What?
Jerky. Look like you haven't eaten in days.
He hasn't.
I heard Gracie from across the aisle. Sat up and rubbed my eyes.
Alright. BRB. I'm gonna let the game run so resources can stack up and whatnot, but I'm gonna go get a snack. That took a little longer than I thought it would.
I took the strip of dried meat from Mac.
Oh, shit.
Set up and rubbed my eyes.
He has
What?
turkey. Look like you haven't eaten in days. He hasn't.
I heard Gracie from across the aisle. Set up and rubbed my eyes. I took the strip of dried meat from Mac. Where are we?
The border.
Which border?
We're almost in North Dakota.
I shot up. What happened to Minneapolis?
You slept through it. Soundly. Said you were going through to Washington. Didn't seem any reason to wake you.
No reason. I was supposed to call my girl.
Well, you can call her from Whitefall. That's a terminal. A lot of people are changing buses there. Mac and me are.
Well, how far is Whitefall? I asked, exasperated. Dylan's arm came over the back of my seat and hugged the headrest.
Couple hours. But you really didn't miss anything. Payphone bank was crazy in Minneapolis. I was supposed to call my girl Sarah. That wasn't time. Call in Whitefall.
God. I knocked my head back against the seat rest. Damn it. I didn't know what time Mel worked today. I was supposed to call her from Minnesota. What if she was worried about me? Couldn't get to Whitefall soon enough. Mac shared his entire bag of jerky with me, silently, and I was grateful. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Just had someplace to be. Someplace important, I guess. The snow started just after we hit the border. First gentle flakes, then a flurry, finally a full-on whiteout. I had no idea how the driver could even see through it. And even though Whitefall was only supposed to be about 2 hours or so from the border, it felt more like 5. It even seemed like the sun was setting by the time the PA came on. It wasn't until then I realized we had switched bus drivers and Minnie.
Folks, this is Richie, your driver. We're pulling into Whitefall Station now. Looks like we've got a few other buses parked, which is great for you folks making transfers. Everything should move on schedule provided the weather cooperates, which, as you can see, is pretty nasty out there. This is going to be a 20-minute stop. Ordinarily, I'd give mention to some of the fast food restaurants in town if you want something hot to eat, but I don't recommend leaving the bus station in Whitefall. It's a real blizzard out there.
He was right. It was hard to see anything at all, in fact. Slowly, the clean walls of the red brick bus station materialized out of the building white. It was a sizable terminal, though not quite as big as Indianapolis. The bus pulled to a stop and the doors opened.
Please take everything with you off the bus. Everyone must get off, even if you are continuing on with us to Rapid City. We're going to reboard at 5:40. The current time is 5:20.
5:20. This was supposed to be an unhurried 3-hour stop,
4:20.
but it seems I would only have 10 minutes to find and board bus 414. Was the weather that bad? Had we been going that slow? I stood up quickly, hoping to be the first people off. Nice meeting you all. Good luck. Mac, we only got 10 minutes before our bus leaves.
I saw.
The bus station was madness. There had to be 70 people inside, including us, and it wasn't as big on the inside as it had looked from the outside. Everyone was shouting. People were snapping at each other. Baby screamed bloody murder on the other side of the room. It was absolute chaos.
What the hell?
Heard Mac beside me. Whatever, let's just figure out what door we need to be at. The ticket window was empty of a station employee, so I went to the board near the front of the room. I found bus 414, but across from it, where the door number should be, there was nothing. It was blank. In fact, they were all blank. What the hell is going on? The guy who answered my question was standing underneath the board, leaning up against the wall. He had on a Chiefs t-shirt and looked like he just pulled up in his daddy's Lexus.
Buses are canceled, all of them. Board has been like this since the first one rolled up this morning from Kansas City. Fuck that, I have a connection to make. I gotta make it to Post Falls.
Mac was red-faced and heaving. He was pissed. The stranger laughed, but there's no humor in it.
Start walking then, you little shit.
Mac yelled and tried to take a step toward the other guy. Put an arm across his chest. Relax, Mac. He's just some guy having a bad day, like the rest of us.
Yeah, we've all got places to be, Mac, so play nice.
The douchebag taunted. We walked away, and Mac shook my arm off.
Play nice. Fuck that guy. Are all the buses really canceled? I gotta get on the 414 to Post Falls. Someone's meeting me at 9 p.m. I told her 9 p.m. I can't be late, I promised.
Gracie appeared.
Shit. 312 to Billings is canceled too. Also, just want to say, Mac, like I said, there's a correlation between him needing to get there. Like now we're finding out that it's also like a woman that he's meeting. So there's just that connection's kind of interesting. But
there's more information coming out. Yeah. It's back at the board inside. Doesn't look like any of us are going anywhere. Should we find someone to talk to? Crazy snorted.
Yeah. I tried. There's not a station employee or driver to be found. I even tried knocking on the employee's only door and no one answered. Shit.
Only doors?
Dylan had suddenly appeared behind us as well.
I gotta call Sarah.
Yeah, I gotta use the phone too. Mac?
No, I don't. I don't have her phone number, just an address. And a letter won't make it in time.
Shit.
Yeah.
Patted Mac on the shoulder, then followed Dylan to the payphones. There were 2 and only one was free.
You go ahead.
Thanks, man. The phone rang so long I didn't think Mel was going to answer. She did. The connection was pretty bad.
Damn it.
I could hear
God damn it. I'm like, fuck. God damn it, bitch. Let that shit go to voicemail. Holy shit, please.
Don't make us do this. Don't send us back. Well, he said the connection's bad, so they'll probably just be like, oh, you're breaking up or something, right? It's better. So I could hear about 70% of everything she said, but that was it. I apologized from Indianapolis, and she understood. I told her it looked like there'd be a delay getting to Spokane and that I was stuck in a blizzard in North Dakota.
That's terrible. How bad is it?
Remember New York 4 years ago?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Said something that I didn't catch. I asked her to repeat it.
Doctor, an appointment, maybe Monday?
An appointment on Monday?
Chris?
Mel? Phone disconnected. I stared at it a few seconds before pulling another quarter out of my pocket.
Don't bother. Look at the same shitty connection.
Warned a tall, blonde woman next to me. Kept digging. I'll at least want to try.
Save your money, son.
An older man said from beside her.
She's right. The storm is interfering. Might as well wait until it calms down, son.
Took a look outside, but all I could see was white. You think it'll calm down?
It better.
It better.
Right. Just came from there. The man next to her nodded.
Indianapolis bus. Saw you come in.
Stuck out his hand.
Name's John Pollock. This is my daughter Emily.
I shook it. Chris Dykes held my hand out to Emily, and she took it as well in a pretty crushing grip.
Oh, Stykes.
Nobody's getting out of here until morning.
Yeah.
I thought it said
come over the PA
instead of a S and T being there, I thought it was a D.
Dylan. Not good. Especially not good for Mac. Nice meeting you. I said curtly before Dylan and I headed towards the last place we'd seen the weary old traveler. Found him sitting down in a chair near the door when he had come in from. Tracy was next to him, smoking a cigarette. God, I could use one of those right now. How you doing, Mac?
You talk to your girl?
Bad connection. Looked over at Dylan.
And you? You get a hold of your girl?
Dylan shook his head.
Didn't seem much of a point.
Mac nodded.
So we're all fucked.
I sat down across from him, noticing for the first time most of the people on our bus were seated in this area too. What do we do now? Just wait? Gracie nodded.
Yep. We're stuck here till morning.
Anybody want anything from the fast food place?
I'm dying.
Excellent. Perfect. A man I recognized from our bus asked.
I'm gonna chance the storm.
Does this
See if
map
I can
not
find
have
McDonald's
relics?
nearby or something.
Awesome. This is perfect. Dude, I tell you what. You are a trooper right now. There's like 9 characters.
I'm so I keep fucking up the voices. I'm trying so hard.
Bro, this is rough. I'm glad I took the protagonist because oh my gosh. Man. I do not envy you right now. A few people raised their hands and handed him money. God knew it was tempting, but I needed to save as much as possible for the payphones. I opted for a Snickers bar from the vending machine instead. I watched him walk to the front doors.
Jesus fucking hell.
Yeah, flapping his arms. Ah! Runs outside.
Kermit, like, there's puppet strings above him. He's just swinging his legs back and forward.
Jim Henson on a rolly chair. He's like laying, he's like on one of those mechanic chairs in a like a garage.
Yeah, floor dolly. Yeah. I watched him walk to the front door of the station. He struggled with the wind. Okay, I got like it. He struggled with the wind and the door, and in the end, All he left behind was a dusting of snow that escaped into the building when he left.
Ooh,
I never knew
home
his
run.
name. We never saw him again. Whoa.
I wonder if this
What?
is becoming. I wonder if this is like becoming
The
like
Mist?
almost seems like a purgatory kind of story or something. You know, like
Everyone's got somewhere to be. Yeah.
Yeah, but then now
Everyone's got somewhere to be
they've
at different
gotten
time
there.
to be
Now there's
there.
no connection. It's like there's no. Basically, you can't even make it to the real world, or I don't know. It just seems kind of odd, very like Ghostly almost.
Yeah, that too. I almost get Mist vibes too, of like,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
we're all stuck inside of this structure, can't go out past
Yeah.
the veil, you know? Yeah. We all did our best to get comfortable in our chairs. The baby, wherever it was, stopped screaming around 9. Gracie, who was stretched out on the floor, dropped off first, settled between me and a chair on her right, and Dylan and Mac at chairs on our other side. The station quieted down, and by 1 a.m.,
Where's my
there were only
boss, dude?
whispers and
Oh,
wind
there
to
he
keep me
is.
company.
He's so
I tried calling Mel
small.
again around 1:30, and I think I got Mandy, but the distortion was so bad it was impossible to tell. I finally fell asleep around 3 a.m. and didn't wake again until 8. People were up and moving around by then. The sun might have been out, but there was no way to tell. An impossible amount of snow seemed to have fallen overnight, and the windows were almost completely covered by the drifts. There had to be 7 feet of it out there. It was ludicrous.
Hey, you.
I rubbed my eyes and then looked over at a vaguely familiar man. Me?
I love Ludacris.
Yeah, you. What's your name?
Dykes.
Okay,
I keep thinking he's
That guy
saying.
took my money last night for a burger and he never came back.
Okay.
Probably took all our cash and got a hotel for the night.
Okay.
Well, what are you gonna do about it?
What do you mean? I didn't give him any money.
Yeah, but you're the guy who sorts problems, like the meth head on the bus. I got a problem, so help me sort it.
Look, man, I don't know where you got that idea, but I can't do anything about your money. If he went to a hotel, he'll be back this morning to board his bus. Take it up with him then. I left the guy and headed to the bathroom. The line for the women's wrapped around the wall, and that morning I couldn't have been happier to be a dude. Bathroom was blessedly silent, and I reveled in that too. I could feel an undercurrent of anxiety and distress everywhere. Watched the terminal from wall to wall. Here, I was happy to be removed from it, and alone.
Good morning, folks.
Cracked the PA above me.
This is the station master speaking
Jesus.
on behalf of your drivers and the Gray Lure Company. I'm sure you're all very eager to board
Alright.
the buses and get on the road to your destination.
Let's get on with it.
We sympathize wholeheartedly with our passengers, so we are disappointed to have to inform you that the storm is not predicted to let up until this evening.
I could hear groans, and curses, and even yelling from the other side of the door.
Our vending machines are fully stocked with food and drink, so we ask that you do not attempt to step outside as winds are at 65 miles an hour and visibility is 0. For your safety, please do not attempt to leave the station.
Fuck you!
I heard someone yell through the door. This was bad, real bad. There were a couple of vending machines on each wall, but hardly enough to feed 70 people for an entire extra day. The one I had used last night was already almost empty. I tried my hands and walked out the door, heading back to our group section. As soon as I sat down, Gracie offered me a
Jesus
cigarette.
fuck.
I know you're stressed.
I am.
Are you sure you don't want one?
I eyed the pack hungrily. Then I thought of the man in the car.
Hell, I'll have one.
Matt grumbled. The rest of the day passed slowly. Talked about TV, movies, video games, places we visited, but nothing personal. I had Pop-Tarts and goldfish from the vending machine, tried to call Mel again and exchanged maybe 8 words I could understand with her. By nightfall, things were dire. We had been waiting all day to hear about the storm in our buses, but no one showed up at the ticket windows and no one addressed us over the loudspeaker. Around 6, I watched the stranger in the Chiefs t-shirt bang on the employee door with a couple other guys. They tried pounding on it, tried shouting. Hell, they even tried kicking the door in, but nothing broke. It had now been
Fucking
over 24
animals.
hours that we had all been stranded here. A baby screamed from somewhere. A man fought with another over the last moon pie in the vending machine. Frustrated people tried the phones.
What do you think, Grizz?
Dylan fell down into a chair next to me. I think this place is a breaking point, and we're gonna hit it tomorrow night.
You give them that long?
We don't hear something over the PA before then? Yeah.
What do you think they're doing back there?
I shrugged.
Fucking.
Drinking coffee, sleeping on the couches, laughing at us. Mac looked out the window.
The storm doesn't look that bad.
I had to disagree. Sleep came easier that night due to my sheer exhaustion. I slept from 10 at night to 8 in the morning and was only woken by shouting. A man was trying to leave the station, and 2 people I recognized, father and daughter I'd met 2 days before, were trying to stop him.
I have to get out of here. I have money. I'll find the cops or the Red Cross or something. I'll send help. Andy, no.
Emily Pollock yelled.
You'll die out there. I can't stay in here anymore. I can't. Andy, stop.
Emily yanked back on his arm as he tried for the door again.
We need you. More importantly, son, it's not safe out there.
Father chimed in.
Oh, let him go.
Stranger with the Chiefs t-shirt laughed.
He's an adult. He can decide what he wants. Stay out of this. This has nothing to do with your people. My people? We've been on a bus with him since Arizona. We're concerned for him. Focus on your Kansas City people. I've been on a bus with all these people.
Chief's t-shirt gestured at a large group in the corner.
But if any of them wanted to leave of their own free will, I would let them.
Emily Pollock laughed.
That's because you don't fucking care. Now piss off, you pretty mama's boy. My name is Acker, but thanks for the compliment, bitch. Hey! There's no need for that. Well, looks like you're a daddy girls too, you stupid bitch. I do like to think that the Kansas City Chiefs guy is just like a super sassy gay man. I really love that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's dude, if you close your eyes right now, it sounds like you're having a mental breakdown.
I know. I feel kind of schizophrenic.
Just yelling at yourself in several voices.
Hey, there's no need for that. Well, looks like your little daddy's girl too. Go deal with your own group, Acker.
She snapped at the man she'd been holding a hostage, took them over to jerk away from her, throw open the door and bolt through it. I was on my feet in seconds. What the hell? How did he get through the drifts? Dylan was behind me as we ran over there. It was impossible. Snow was higher than the windows. You should have ran into a wall of snow. I threw the door open and found myself looking at a long, narrow hallway of snow. So high on both sides, I could hardly see the top. The passage went on so long, I thought I'd lost it until I spotted the dark figure of a man hurrying away. What?
Don't like that.
Huh? Like a maze?
I kind of wish
like
I didn't get this milk.
Chute? Like a giant hedge maze thing? But
yeah, but made of snow? Yeah. It's very weird, very surreal sight.
Whoa, what the heck? Okay. I was pulled back and the door slammed in my face. Emily Pollock was there glaring at me.
You fucking
idiot. A lot of hot sauce on my burger, and I thought I would need the milk, but maybe the hot sauce wasn't
It goes
hot.
nowhere. We sent a girl out last night to see if she could find help, but she never came back.
You sent someone out there? I asked, horrified. I addressed this question more to John, as he seemed the more rational of the two.
I did not agree to that, but the girl and my daughter did. She went out on her own volition.
That's insane! You sent some poor girl out there?
I collared from my left.
She won't make it 100 yards in this. She knew the risks.
Younger Pollock snapped.
But it went nowhere. And now we've lost someone we actually needed.
What do you mean needed? Emily clenched her jaw and stared at me. Father just shook his head. Neither volunteered an answer.
He was a nurse. She needed him.
Acker shrugged from the periphery of the argument. Needed him for what? Someone sick? Emily laughed.
Everyone is sick. Or will be soon. This is our third day here without no contact with the outside world. The vending machines are practically empty. The women's bathroom has overflowed. People who are supposed to get us out of here refuse to open the door or even speak to us. They don't care what happens out here. People haven't slept. The phones aren't working. And if we don't find a way to leave or get help, we'll all starve.
I looked around the station. My bus had come in late evening 2 days before. As I studied the room, I noticed that people seemed to have huddled into 4 groups. One of them being ours, the passengers from the Minneapolis bus. There has to be another nurse or doctor here.
Yeah, well, why don't you ask around the Minneapolis group? Because we had no medical professionals on the Kansas City side. So if you have one, send them over.
I'll ask around.
You should do that.
Acker smiled, and I had a feeling I was missing something. Mac pulled me back to our row of seats and sat me down.
You ever read Lord of the Flies, son?
No.
What's going on?
Gracie asked, flinging some book she was reading onto the seat next to her.
Look around. Do you see how the station is divided?
Yeah. By random groups.
Not random. By buzz.
Mac nodded and seemed relieved, as if the burden of knowledge was off of him.
Over there. The guy with the Chiefs t-shirt. That group was on the bus that came from Kansas City.
And over there, that dad and daughter.
Oh,
met
God,
the first
what the
night,
fuck?
That whole group is from Denver. And what about that group?
Gracie asked, pointing to the largest group, all of whom sat against a wall on the far side of the terminal.
Salt Lake City. I was talking to a woman from the group earlier. Went over to ask if anybody had a stamp. She was polite, but basically told me to fuck off.
Right. Why does any of this matter? Max lit his eyes to me.
It means that the situation is developing into every man for himself. More accurately, every camp for themselves.
I think we can assume the loudest ones are the self-appointed leaders.
Dylan rolled his eyes.
Right. The guy in the chief shirt, Acker, seems to speak for the Kansas City group. The loud woman and her dad seem to run Denver. And I'm gonna guess the woman who stood up when I approached the wall is speaking for Salt Lake City.
That leaves us. Right. And that's obviously Chris.
Me? Why? Dylan shrugged.
After the meth heads incident, it just seems natural.
Max seemed to agree and simply nodded at me. Great. Okay, that's the end of another little section. So I love the just random maze showing up outside, right?
Yeah, I can't tell if the
Wait.
story is
Oh,
going like
that's not what I wanted to
surrealist,
build.
prison, like weird mist vibe, or if it's like there's a whiteout blizzard and this is just going to go into straight Lord of the Flies, like basically like absolute chaos, which is still kind of like the Mist too, to be fair.
Yeah, but I'm afraid it will do a Baraska where it's like they all kill each other, and then at the end it's like this was an experiment conducted by, you know, the government to blah blah blah, something like that, right? I think it's way cooler if there's a supernatural storm they find themselves in. Not monsters or anything, but it's just like there's this kind of weird liminal almost maze that develops outside. They have to choose to try to transverse or not, like a time gap. But I really don't like the segment where it's like, have you ever read Lord of the Flies? Well, we've elected, you know, we've democratically appointed leaders of our camps. It's like, what?
It's quick.
Like, if that happens naturally, that's one thing. But to explain it as, have you ever read Lord of the Flies, is so, I don't like that.
It's on the nose for sure.
Yeah. It's similar to me as the whole like, hey buddy, back off from the bus with the scraggly guy.
Yeah, there's a
okay,
little bit of
I get it.
You know, it's campy's probably the wrong word, but I mean, it definitely has a few of those moments. But I'm remaining optimistic. I'm having a good time.
You know what it
still.
is? It's millennial. It's millennial.
Millennial, he says.
It's millennial. Yeah.
Are you Gen Z? What are you?
I'm Gen Z.
Gen Z.
I'm 99, so it's like on the line. Later that night, I woke several people up cursing.
It's
at
so
the phone.
crazy to think
I still
he's
called.
2 years
Mel and
younger
Amanda
than me.
still answered, but I could never make out a word they said. But I still called because she had to know I was always here, and I was trying. I slammed the phone back onto the cradle after it disconnected for the third time and reached into my pocket for more quarters. Since all I had left were bills, I decided to break one in a vending machine. I should probably have anyway. It'd been an entire day since I'd had anything. And one of my favorite, ones with strawberry Pop-Tarts. The vending machine was against Salt Lake City's wall. A woman sitting on the floor next to the machine narrowed her eyes at me as I approached. What?
What are you getting?
Pop-Tarts?
How many?
Just a package. Why? The tone of my voice was no longer pleasant.
Because I need to know.
Lady, I'll be damned if I'm going to explain why I'm buying a Pop-Tart. She laughed then. It seemed to surprise her as well, and was a pleasant sound. She stood up and stuck out her hand.
I'm Amanda Hewen. You're in Indianapolis, right?
Chris Dykes, I said warily.
All right, Stikes. You in charge over there?
No one's in charge. I'll just wait for our buses. He didn't say anything for a moment, just eyed me instead.
Let me give you a word of advice. No one here is your friend.
What?
I know.
Did you stumble? What do you mean no one here's your friends? I mean, okay, this kind of thing happens in airports. You know, I don't know about bus stops
if we're already in tribe mentality like this, I just want to say it has happened so fast. So fast. If we're If I'm down to go the Lord of the Flies route, but I will say that it's obnoxiously fast to the point where someone's like, I need to know for resource. We're gathering resources, and then just being like, no one here's your friend, especially not you.
I mean, during COVID, weren't people like stuck in airports for like weeks?
That I
I guess they had food brought to them, but what? What do you mean no one hears you? Okay, I got that.
Not even me.
No shit. I just met you. She stared at me for a moment longer, then shrugged and sat back down.
Enjoy your Pop-Tart, Stikes.
All right, Ewan. I ate my Pop-Tart in silence and watched the room settle down for the night. People were more restless. Baby cried louder for longer. I could hear crying. The whole situation was disintegrating. Maybe that's what Mac and Amanda Hewen and even Emily had all been trying to tell me. Things were dire. Circle your wagons.
Real quick.
Seemed like an what?
Is there just an obnoxious amount of like fucks in this story?
Yes.
Okay, but it didn't have that Baraska, did it really?
I feel like part 5 did.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Oh gosh. Yes, it did. Remember me. We also called that out in part 5.
In part 5, yeah. But I guess I count. I guess when I referred to a Baraska, I was just thinking of like 1 through 4.
The original, yeah.
Yeah.
In part 5, it happened so often that I started to say like, make fun of it and jokes and stuff like that. Yeah. It seemed like an overreaction, and I went to sleep thinking so, till I was woken at 4 in the morning by glass breaking. I was out of my seat instantly. Mac 2. Some guy had just been bashed into a long glass shadow box on the wall, and Acker and some other dude were screaming at him.
Did you think we wouldn't see you? That we wouldn't have someone awake?
The other guy yelled in the dude's face.
You trying to steal from us? No, man. It's just a vending machine.
The now bloody guy stuttered as Acker held him in a chokehold.
It's our vending machine. Use the one in your area. Ours only has soda in it. So drink a fucking soda.
Acker laughed and punched the guy in the face again right before I got there. I yanked Acker back and the guy dropped to the floor. All of Acker's group were suddenly out of their seats and surrounding us. The situation was getting out of hand. I felt Mac behind me, and then Gracie and Dylan broke through the herd on my left. I flung Acker against the wall. What the hell's wrong with you? That guy was just trying to eat.
Yeah.
Acker straightened and pulled his cuffs down like nothing at all had just occurred.
He can get food from Denver's area.
You heard him. There's no food there. It's just a vending machine, man.
Really? Well, then let him get food out of one by your group.
He can. No one would stop him.
What about 2 days from now? Or 3? Or a week? What about when there's barely any food left? Then would you let him?
Of course.
Then your group is totally fucked. Might as well let that 5-year-old lead it.
He laughed and pointed at a kid and his mom had gone on with us in Columbus. You're insane. It won't come to 3 days or a week. They can't leave us here that long.
It's been 4 fucking days, Dykes. No one has come. No one over the PA. Take a look outside. The buses are gone. We're alone. We've been abandoned. Get that through your fucking head or don't. Hell, makes things easier for Kansas City. You hear that, everyone? When you're hungry, make sure you go to Minneapolis' vending machine. It's a free-for-all over there.
His group laughed and then seemed to melt back into their territory. Matt grabbed my arm and led me away. Again, I could hear Emily screaming at the bloody guy in the hallway. She seemed pissed he'd gotten into it with Kansas City. I also caught Amanda's eye walking back to our area. I could read what she was telling me in her eyes. Now you know the way things are. Be smart. What the 3 days. They're like beating each other to death.
Some tribe mentality has happened after 72 hours is crazy. You see that? The buses are gone.
No. What the heck is going on? Pop-Tarts are gone, man. I'll be outside.
Yeah, when the Pop-Tarts and Doritos Cool Ranch flavor is gone, it's gonna be a fucking bloodbath in here. And Kansas City's not gonna be friends with anybody. You hear me?
The next day seemed different. My eyes were open to the actual dynamics of the situation. All the things that had been going on in the background while I ate my Pop-Tarts and pined away for Melody. Again, there's no PA announcement that day. And again, people try to break down or disassemble the employees only door. The employees area we could get to had already been raided. There was nothing useful. That morning I asked Dylan to take everything out of our vending machines and stockpile it in the corner. When he said he didn't have enough money, I told him to break the glass, which he did. Within an hour, the other groups followed suit, breaking into their vending machines as well. So hold on. They're gonna start beating each other to like unconsciousness, but they didn't break they were still paying with quarters.
Yeah, they were all they had the right mind to at least still pay with the quarters. Yeah.
There's like a shaman at the front, like sitting in front of where the PA desk is with like a book he wrote. And he was like, the great text says we must abide by the rule of the quarter. I tried like hell to get to the quarters, but they were in a locked metal box. I just wanted them for the payphones, to hear the line connect, to listen to the static, tell Mel I was always right here. I couldn't get to them. We didn't have a doctor or nurse in our group, but we did have a nursing student named Miles. He was able to calculate body weights and, with Mac's help, rationed all our food individually. And we could last 18 days at minimum levels for survival. I hope to God we didn't need that long. That's also not true. If you have water, you can go way more than 18 days if you already have food, but whatever.
Whatever, Survivor Man.
To God we... What?
I said, whatever, Survivor Man.
I mean, you'd be miserable, but you would... If you are eating food and rationing it, you're going to live a lot longer than that.
I can only
Especially
have
if you're
one.
If you're just sitting there.
I can only have one ding dong and one mamba a day.
Yes. That's all you get.
I'd live off that. Mambas and ding dongs, are you kidding me? That sounds like heaven, honestly. That sounds great.
I feel like if you're in this situation, you'd just be like, why are you all so weird? why is everyone being so weird right now?
Yeah. I mean, don't be wrong, it would be uncomfortable, but at the same time, it'd be like, why are we all acting like tribes? It's like,
are you role playing? What is happening? Yeah.
Wonder how long it takes till they kill somebody and they cook like a body or something like that. It's got to lead to that.
4 days.
Yeah,
Less than
day
100
4,
hours. Yeah. They're gonna cannibalize someone in the United States just in the middle of a blizzard. I hope to God we didn't need that long. I could only hope the other groups were rationing their food as well, and if not, we had a schedule of sentries. Okay, all right. They got sentries, Hunter.
What the fuck are sentries? We had a schedule of sentries?
Yeah, sentries. Yeah. Sentries are guards.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was sliding it. Yeah. It's didn't even say we had a schedule of guards. Sentry is an old Roman word for guard.
I was just saying it lost me. Yeah, there's just like Spartan warriors standing there.
Yeah, they have bronze shields and spears.
Yeah.
While
everyone
they have
eats
the
their M&Ms.
giant red brush helmets.
Yeah.
So that 2 people from our group were always awake and watching for trouble. We melted snow for water, tried to wash clothes. Everyone stunk, the whole station. By the 5th day, the situation was critical. People cried all the time. Arguments, fistfights, yelling. I watched a woman from Denver shove a woman from Kansas City into the wall. It erupted into chaos on both sides. Kansas City came after Denver, and soon dozens of people on both groups were fighting. Kansas City having the clear advantage. I was halfway across the room when Acker finally intervened, calling his group back with a laugh and telling them to
play nice.
On the 6th day, we finally got news. Crackle of the PA after so long probably scared everyone in the building, but we hung on every word that came after.
Good afternoon, folks. Station Master here. Just wanted to give you a quick update. We still have quite a blizzard outside, so we are not able to depart any buses at this time. However, we are hoping the weather will clear up in the next couple days. So sit back, grab a cup of coffee or tea if that's your thing, and settle in. Please also remember that this is very important that you do not leave the station for your own safety. Thanks, folks, and we'll let you know when we have something more.
The room which had been quietly gasping and cursing during the announcement, became loud and chaotic when it ended. I felt the same. A few more days. Days. The delicate ecosystem of human suffering would not support days more of this. Damn it.
Damn is right.
That's all Max said, and then sat down to work on a document he had been writing for the last few days. He was often writing or erasing and rewriting. I knew better than to ask him about it, but Gracie seemed to think he needed to do it. Dude, the thing I said about like writing a book, like a religious text.
Yeah, it's becoming reality now.
It's becoming reality. Also, it's funny to imagine that before a group of guys are like, even, hey, I'm gonna tie a rope to the door and try to look around the side of the building or where like the back entrance is and stuff. Before they try any of that, they're like, we're gonna start bashing people, you know?
I'm curious to see when it starts, like when we start figuring out what exactly is outside. Also, too, I'm surprised that like also there hasn't been more of an attempt to break down the door to where the people are sitting at the station master.
You know, actually, I just had a thought when I was talking about like people trying to figure it out. You know what kind of story this reminds me of?
What?
This reminds me of an M. Night Shyamalan story.
Oh, I can see that, like a little twisty kind of thing. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, like there's a twist at the end and people are like turning on each other, and there's a group of guys. There's like a cast of characters who each have like a quirk about them or something like that, and they'll try to figure it out, you know?
Yeah.
I don't suppose you got any more of those M&Ms, Gracie? I asked one day when I caught her counting out individual nuts for the rations.
Fuck, I wish.
Most of the last couple days for me had been getting to know the other people in the Minneapolis group and playing cards. Gracie was the best at poker and often ended up with all the peanut shells, which we've been using as chips. Actually too, but seemed less and less his usual jovial, read the sarcasm there, self as the days passed. Dylan drew a lot and talked about Sarah, how he met her, work, why they'd broken up, his fear of commitment, when he realized he loved her, ran into her years later at a New Year's Eve party, and how it was going to be different this time, which he didn't have all worked out, but he had faith.
It almost seems like all of it's like it's almost like a lovesick tour bus. You have Mac who got broken up and he doesn't even have the girl's number. He's just meeting her there. You have Gracie with her like methed up boyfriend who's like obviously abusive and assaulting her. Dylan broke up with his girl and now he's like trying to win her back. And then now even Stykes is like he is desperately trying to be with her, but it's like almost like the universe is splitting them apart. But he initially like was going on the bus to flee her. I'm almost literally wondering if his love for for Mel is what's what's causing the storm or something.
That I think that would be an interesting idea if there's some connection between the love stuff and the storm, you know. Maybe. I don't know. I hope it doesn't go nowhere. That'd be sad. But the following day was the 7th day, milestone, an entire week. We all had horrible headaches from the ever alight bright fluorescent lights. We weren't eating as much as we should, and we were all bored to tears. This was the mood when Amanda and John Pollock approached us with 2 other Denverans in tow. The group had all kept strictly to themselves since the night of the fight between Denver and Kansas City, so I was immediately wary. I met them at the top of the aisle with Mac and Dylan at my sides. Pollocks, what can we do for you? John cleared his throat.
We're actually just taking stock of food. Our area had a cigarette machine and a soda machine, so we've run out of actual food fairly quickly. We're hoping.
We need all the groups to donate food to Denver.
Amanda interrupted.
We're dying.
You're dying?
Yes. Or we will if we don't get any food.
What do you have to trade?
Are you kidding? This is a matter of life and death, you heartless fuck. Exactly. So what do you have to trade? We're not trading anything. Pity.
Gracie said, standing up on her chair next to us.
You can't get something for nothing, you know.
Cigarettes! We can trade you cigarettes and soda.
Dad, no, they don't need any of that.
We'll take it. Keeping up morale's important, too. Cigarettes and soda will help.
You got any weed?
Gracie asked as she leered over the exchange.
Why don't you just give us some food, and when you want cigarettes...
No. We have 12 people to feed, including a kid. You have 15. You want food, you trade. I'm guessing you really want food.
Fine. We will make a trade.
One moment. I walked back into the Minneapolis group and let them know what was happening. Most people were okay with the trade as long as we got enough back, and as long as there was enough for us to survive for another week. The mother and her son were less enthusiastic about it, but as a parent, I wouldn't trade food my child could eat for soda and cigarettes either. But there were other people in the station who would starve if we didn't. I returned to the Polacks with my offer. We want 20 sodas, 20 packs of cigarettes. We'll give you 15 packs of nuts, 5 packs of trail mix, and 10 assorted candy bars in trade. That is a horrible trade.
That's absurd. We need more. We have 15 people. Then I suggest you ration it.
Emily sneered and stepped up in Mac's face. I tensed, sure she was going to try something, but all she did was stare and then tell him,
"You stink."
To which Mac laughed. All we've been able to have were makeshift showers in the bathroom sinks. Everyone stunk. We exchanged what was promised, and then I watched as
Kill
Polacks had a
him.
similar deal with Salt Lake. They had more people,
Hurry up.
so offered less, but Emily kept her temper in check this time. Finally, I saw them make their way over to Kansas City. Or I could even wonder how'd that go. Acker's voice carried across the entire building.
Keep walking, honey. You don't have anything we want.
She said something back to him, and Acker laughed. Hopefully, whatever she got from us in Salt Lake would be enough to get by for a couple more days. But the 10th day at Whitefall, 10 days. But the 10th day at Whitefall, no one was crying or screaming or fighting anymore. Most people slept a lot. Conversations were quietly spoken. I occasionally saw people quietly leave out of the station when it was my turn for watch. It looked like they've had enough. Never came back.
I just want to say too, after 10 days, this is when I would believe that people are starting to get tribal and shit, like very guarded with the resources.
I think around 10 days, if you combine the beginning of the tribal stuff with they keep sending more people to look who aren't coming back, then I think the tribal thing begins. Like if you have someone who's like, I'm just gonna hug the wall and look over this back wall, that guy doesn't come back. Someone's like, here, I'm just gonna hold a few belts together, it'll be like 5 feet out, never comes back. Combine that with 10 days, and then I think the tribal stuff starts, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's when people get like hungry, you know? Salt Lake was the first to really struggle. They had the biggest group, but still had tried to share with Denver. They were down to half rations before any of the other groups. We offered them what we could spare. Still, 16th day, a rumor spread that someone had died. Watched them haul the girl out into the snow. She was very slight to begin with, not an ounce of fat on her. Her skin looked gray, made her look shell-shocked. I knew she felt responsible. The girl was hers, from the Salt Lake City group. I'll remember that look for the rest of my life. But the 18th day, just casually on...
just another fucking week passes, good lord. Almost reminds me, the flow of this almost reminds me of like Infinite IKEA or something.
Oh yeah, it does kind of feel like that, doesn't it? Yeah. By the 18th day, I realized I wasn't crying anymore.
Oof.
Oh, that's a great... Ooh. That was a good, like, point of dread right there. Just that, because it doesn't elaborate further. That's all it says. I forgot about the baby, but that's menacing. That I like that part. We were, I mean, obviously not the dead baby, but you get what I mean. Like
I like the dead baby.
It's a horror podcast. Yeah. Anyway, we were dangerously low on food. Miles had dropped us to half rations. Still called Mel just to hear the static, but I talked to her all the same. Told her how much I loved her and our growing baby. Told her I was always right here. The boredom had really gotten to people. They laid around staring at walls, half catatonic. They begged Miles, keeper of our food, for something to eat. He'd just shake his head every time, not saying anything. He looked to be cracking too. Mac worked on his pages. Dylan drew. Gracie counted almonds over and over again. People played cards. We waited for rescue. On day 19, we were awakened from our stupor by the loud crack of the PA again. It had been weeks and most of us were too shocked to react to the noise.
Morning, folks. Just wanted to give you another update. We've heard from the National Weather Service that the storm shouldn't let up for another 10 or 12 days. not what you wanted to hear, I'm sure, but chin up. Help yourself for a coffee or tea, and please, of course, let us know if you need anything or have any concerns. We can't wait to get you back on the road.
That's fun.
That would drive me insane.
Well, I mean, it's obviously like the voice being like 10 to 12 days. It's like whatever entity is controlling all this is just speaking in the voice of the PA person, you know?
Yeah.
I imagine whenever the PA person left the desk and they can't get into the doors, into the back rooms, that's when like the supernatural thing took over. Maybe the actual workers there died or something like that. You know, it's almost like, it's not as good quality, I wouldn't say, but it's a little left-right game to me. where it's like you get on the road and you enter this other dimension, right? Where the rules are different and there's something happening behind the veil and all that.
It's still so it's still so vague though of what is, besides like the idea that it's like, okay, well, they're stuck in some kind of like loop, or maybe it is just chaotic weather, but right now it's still extremely vague.
There's no way it's chaotic weather.
It can't be chaotic
with
weather, but
everything.
still,
Yeah,
I'm just saying
no, people are people are disappearing out in the void and stuff like that. I would like less about the Lord of the Flies stuff.
Crab Boy going
like
crazy.
More, supernatural storm mist stuff myself, or at least let the Lord of the Flies stuff show up, because like you said, in the mist they do get to the Lord of the Flies point. It just takes a really long time, right?
Yeah.
Dead silence reigned after the PA shut off. Shocked silence, appalled silence. Well, some guy from Denver broke it.
I have some fucking concerns.
He screamed, ran full force at the employees only door, using his head as a battering ram again and again. I could see the blood spreading across the metal door from across the room. People sprung up out of their seats, not to help him. No, they flung him aside and began battering the door. Over and over, piles of people running into the door, shoving against it again and again. I could hear the metal buckling from the other side of the room. I was honestly surprised people had the strength after eating so little, but then I noticed most of those battering the door were Kansas City. They hadn't shared any of their rations with the other groups. A loud crack and the door broke in. People trampled each other to get inside, and Mac and I were hauling ass over there immediately as well. Grab what you can, I yelled to the rest of the group who followed us in. Okay, so now I'm annoyed, because I thought it was just like a supernatural thing they couldn't open that door, right? But are you telling me they could have broken that if they just tried hard enough this whole time and no one did that?
Well, maybe. I mean, we don't know yet. I mean, maybe there's something in there with the door. You know what I mean?
Beyond the door was anarchy. People grabbing and tearing at everything, from coffee grounds for the staff coffee pots to rolls of paper towels to books. I could only hope my group was hoarding shit as well. The inside of the room was pretty disappointing in the end. Carpeted room with lockers, a couch, and a few nicer chairs, and another smaller room with manifest, route maps, and the PA system.
Where the fuck are they?
Dylan yelled. Where indeed? There were no drivers here. No one to make the announcement. There was nothing. No one. So where had they gone? Where was the man who had been speaking to us 5 minutes ago? I became aware of a commotion at the same moment that Mac tried to clue me into it. Acker and a couple others of his group trying to push people out. What the hell, Acker? This ain't your show, I said, coming into the main room. Turned to me and spat on the floor at my feet.
This is Kansas City territory. This room and everything in it is ours. Fuck you, that's not happening.
Gracie said, and then picked up an empty coffee pot and hurled it at the wall.
Now, play nice, little girl.
Hey, I snapped my fingers in his face to get his attention back on me. You think you own this room because the door is near your so-called territory?
Yeah, but if you want to dispute that, we'll gladly reconsider.
I didn't need to look around the room to know that would never happen. Acker's group was surprisingly healthy looking and had more men than women or children. The other groups, even mine, were pale and tired. If he wanted a carpet and a couch, he could have them. Books, I said. Let us take as many books as we want, and we won't dispute your claim to this room. Some brunette standing next to Acker laughed.
Take the fucking books. You got anyone knows radios in your group?
Mac asked him. Acker narrowed his eyes at Mac as if debating if he should answer, and then nodded tightly.
Try to rig the PA system to call out. Or maybe look around for the system that will.
We don't want to be here any more than you do, old man.
Fine. I'll turn to my group. Take the books, as many as you can handle. It'll help with the boredom. Yes, everything. Take everything. I wasn't about to leave them a single page. Amanda Hewen seemed to agree, and her group, bigger as it was, took even more than we did. I saw someone with a copy of The Shining and plucked it right out of her hands.
The Shining, huh?
Gracie said, noticing the book in my hand. Yep, Stephen King. Genius stuff. Something to pass the time since we only hear from the PA once a month.
Yeah? What I want to know is where's the fucking coffee and tea?
Group kept to themselves for the rest of the day. Kansas City locked behind the employees only door. I could only imagine what was going on in there. So far they hadn't screwed with anybody, so I was happy to let them keep to themselves. It was a couple days later, maybe 9 o'clock at night, that the first murder occurred. Most of us were reading, a few of us sleeping. Gracie and Dylan were playing cards. I was in conversation with Miles. The food, even at half rations, would only last a few more days. things were dire. It's time to drop to quarter rations, like Salt Lake and Denver had days before. What about boiling clothes or leather or something? He shook his head.
We'll do it, but it's not going to be enough. Maybe we can talk to Kansas City.
Why Kansas City? They're dangerous, likely to stab me for just asking.
Because look at them. They're not weak. Not one person in that group is showing signs of malnutrition. They have food. Denver and SLC are as fucked as we are.
I sighed and looked toward their door. Shit. The word was hardly out of my mouth. I just looked over and the guy from Denver was pushed through it. He was young, 20s maybe. He was small.
Fuck!
Acker followed the stumbling man out.
Where the fuck are you, woman?
She emerged from the hallway her group had been using, a bored look on her face.
What is it? What are you doing with Jeremy? You mean your little spy? We caught him creeping through our vent, trying to get into our area. You know anything about this? Of course not. What do you think, I'm stupid?
Jeremy, for his part, looked terrified. He said not a word, tried to catch himself as Acker and the brunette, I think her name was Natalie, shoved him between them violently.
You're saying you didn't send this little prick to steal from us? No, we wouldn't do that. You have nothing we want. You forget, we've all been inside your little room.
Acker studied her a moment longer and then picked up Jeremy and shoved him at her feet. The rest of the Kansas City group seemed to materialize behind her, looking healthy and strong, just as Miles had said.
Then deal with him, in front of everyone here.
He spread out his arms and gestured to the entire station.
Show us how you deal with thieving spies. I'll deal with you, since you seem to speak for Denver.
I wasn't going to take anything.
Jeremy protested, but then Emily kicked him in the ribs and he gasped.
Yeah!
Acker smiled and leaned back against the wall, folding his arms.
That's a good start.
Emily didn't even hesitate. She kicked him again, and then again, and because she was too weak to do any more damage, she addressed her group.
Participate in Jeremy's punishment. All of you.
A couple members of her group stepped forward, also looking hesitant. The others stayed back. Emily stepped away and gestured at Jeremy again, who was moaning on the floor and bleeding from his mouth.
Participate, or you don't eat today, or tomorrow.
God, I mumbled, and Mac, who had appeared alongside me, agreed. It was brutal. The kicks, the punches, they were weak. Jeremy, like his attackers, was frail. It went on for an entire minute before I couldn't take it anymore. That's enough, Emily. You're going to kill him. I yelled as I left my group to approach the chaos.
Yes, that's quite enough. I would say he's learned his lesson. Everyone stop. No.
Emily said quietly, but it didn't matter that the words were soft. Her group wouldn't have heard them anyway. They were mad with bloodlust, punching, kicking, angry. Angry at their situation, the hopelessness of it, their likely impending deaths. But not as Jeremy, who by now had gone silent. And when the last of them finally ran out of steam and collapsed on the floor next to him, Jeremy breathed his last death rattle.
Nice.
Oh my God.
I heard Gracie whisper from somewhere behind me. Emily ordered the body dragged outside. Kansas City went back into their room. Salt Lake City looked on as if nothing had happened, and I dropped into a seat next to Dylan, who continues to sketch mountains for his Sarah.
Everything's gonna be different now,
he said without looking up from his book. And he was right. That was the night the power went out. It had been over 3 weeks, and we had all gotten used to the blinding fluorescent lights, which never dimmed and always hummed. I didn't mind the darkness so much at first. We had lighters, and someone had found a couple candles among the books in the employee break room. It was heat we missed most, and that became an issue within the first hour. I had everyone pull out all the clothes in their bags and then assign them so that everyone in my group would stay as warm as possible. Next, we inventoried matches and lighters. When that was done, we dragged 2 metal garbage bins in our territory into our area and piled all the wood we could find, chairs, small tables, wall paneling, into the corner of our section next to the food. I watched as the other groups did the same. Salt Lake City and Minneapolis each had piles and piles of books which would work for kindling. Denver, as far as we could tell, only had a few books, or none at all. No one had any idea what was happening behind the closed doors of Kansas City's new territory, but it wasn't long before we saw the orange glow of a fire underneath the crack in the door. That made sense. They have years of paper manifests and charts back there. Smoke, with nowhere to go, hovered over us. They had to crack the door for ventilation, which only seemed to make it colder. Time became confusing. Miles lost track of when to feed people. My watch kept running, but the time never seemed right. Day bled to night and back to day, slower than I thought it should have. Life became a slow, boring, painful nightmare. We burned the book slowly, took turns in front of the fire. Denver struggled with the fire. They started eating snow, which Miles had already told me was one of the worst things you could do. It burns energy to warm snow up in your body. We tried to tell them, but Emily told me to screw off. And then one day Amanda came to speak to me. I just hung up the phone, my 100th call to Melody, to listen to the static, tell it that I was always there. I hadn't heard Melody's voice in weeks.
Stykes?
I looked up to find the tall woman standing at the payphone next to me. She was pale and thin, and her skin was purple in places. Imagine I looked much the same. I nodded at her.
How have you been?
Could be better, I guess.
I know the feeling. Have you lost anyone?
Not yet, but soon. Everything felt heavy in my chest. We would lose someone soon. An older woman named Valerie, or possibly even Mac, who was more absorbed in his letter writing every day. People were starting to get sick.
We lost someone last night.
I'm sorry, Amanda. You have a bigger group. It's bound to happen to you first.
Yeah. He got sick. Alex, he was in his 30s, healthy, but he just got sick.
I'm sorry. She took a deep breath.
We went to bring him down to the snow to bury him where we buried Anna. She was gone.
What do you mean? She wasn't dead?
No, she was definitely dead.
My brain was cloudy, slow to work, slow to process. Are you saying she got up and walked away?
No. I was saying someone took her.
Someone took her body?
Yes, Stykes. Someone took her body.
What for?
We don't know, but you know Natalie from Kansas City?
Yeah, I know that. I'm gonna say bitch. Yeah, I know the bitch.
Yeah, well, yesterday when she came out to use the restroom, she was wearing Andre's jacket, the one we buried her in.
They're eating him, by the way. But
That's hot.
I don't think that's what's happening.
You don't think so?
I fear this is going to become another weird sex thing.
No, I don't think. You think so? I don't think so.
Just the note earlier about Gracie with like, oh, she knows too much for age, and the guy on the bus who was touching her, and then like the thing with him having a girl and she's
I think people are. I think people are
related to love. And
I think
stuff.
people are dying.
And the mention over and over that Kansas City is primarily men.
I think that they're primarily the people are dying and they're digging them up and they're eating them and they're like stripping them of their clothes and shit. Is what I think. That's also why they look so healthy.
I'm just saying, and if that's right, there might be. I feel like Kansas City's gonna want to trade for Gracie. You know,
right?
Yeah, because this is a CK Walker story. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong, but we'll see. Okay, so Kansas City stripped her corpse for clothes.
I think there's more to this than that, Chris.
You think they're abusing her corpse? I didn't know a politer way to say it.
No, Stykes, come on, think about it. They're eating her.
I heard Gracie before I saw her. She'd been standing next to me, God knows how long. Eating her?
We think so too. Our wall is near the door. We smell meat cooking sometimes. Do you remember when they were first moving into that room? They were almost as starving as we were. Right. And have you seen them lately?
I groaned. This was something. This was wrong. Eating dead bodies.
So what I'm saying is, be careful of Kansas City. Even more than you have been. Andre's dead. Jeremy's dead. And now Alex. What's gonna happen when they run out of supplies?
I gotta talk to Mac. I ran a cold, numb hand through my greasy hair. Listen, maybe we can agree to some sort of alliance. We'll watch your back. You watch ours. She nodded.
I think that's necessary at this point.
I nodded goodbye and then stalked over to Mac, who was viciously erasing a sentence from his letter. We gotta talk.
Oh yeah? About what?
Kansas City.
What do they do now?
Salt Lake thinks they're eating the dead. Mac nodded and kept writing.
That makes sense.
Mac, this is a big deal. They got the first girl that died, and that kid, Jeremy. And Amanda lost someone last night, but he was sick. Not sure if they'll eat him.
You're worried about what happens when they run out of the meat stock.
Recoil, that is phrase. Yeah, if that's what they're doing, they're stronger than we are.
Yeah, well, we've got a bigger problem than that.
What problem?
I don't know if you've been watching, but
250, not
no fires
150
today.
I threw up my hands. We've had enough to deal with trying to protecting our own people, and now Salt Lake. I can't be concerned with Denver getting cold. Max stopped writing and flipped the page over. He looked at me with hooded eyes.
What do you mean now, Salt Lake? What did you promise them?
Just that we'd watch their back and they would watch ours.
Are you kidding me? We don't have the resources for that. Or the energy. Their big group in this territory has strategic disadvantage, especially for defense. That Hewen woman means well, but that group is fucked.
They have huge numbers.
Huge numbers don't mean nothing if they can't even stand up.
What was I supposed to do, Mac? Huh? She didn't have to warn me about KC.
Like I said, we've got bigger problems than some cannibalism.
Bigger problems than some... Like what?
Like the fact that Acker and the Polacks have been talking an awful lot lately.
Dylan. Dylan was the most observant person I'd ever met. He was a good person to have this conversation. Come here. Dylan handed his notebook to Dan, 5-year-old in our group. Dan was pale and thin, definitely showing signs of malnutrition, but he was also eating the best out of all of us. We made sure of it. Dylan sat down next to Mac and nodded at the letter.
Get it right yet? Getting there. Not like she'll read it. Just passes that time.
I was curious what he meant, who it was for, but like Mac said, we had bigger problems. What do you think about the Polacks and the Acker? Dylan shook his head.
I don't know. Looks kind of like they made a deal about something. Possibly food. More likely a power alliance, though. That doesn't make any sense. Denver's the weakest group. Acker wouldn't have chosen the worst. Not necessarily. Denver is also the most ruthless of the three of us.
Which means whatever deal they were trying to make, it was not good for us. Damn. Dylan shrugged.
We'll just have to wait and see.
No, we don't. We need something to defend ourselves with. The metal from the chairs or something. We can break them and then bend them into big metal pipes.
If we have the energy, we can try.
So we did. It was exhausting, and what we got out of it may not have been worth the effort. The fruits of our labor were 7 jagged, sharp, curved pieces of shiny metal. It wasn't great, but it was better than nothing. Could have been hours, or it could have been days later that the raid happened. By the time I was woken up, it was already over. Dylan and Jessica had been on watch, and it seemed that was all they'd done. What happened? I asked, looking over at the Salt Lake City group, who looked scared and a little shell-shocked.
Kansas City and Denver went over. Acker and Polacks exchanged some words with Amanda. It didn't seem to go well. Emily grabbed some girl from Salt Lake and shoved her head into the broken glass in the vending machine. She was bleeding everywhere. Salt Lake is big. They try to fight it, but they're just so weak. With Casey backing them, the fight was quick. Lots of injuries in Salt Lake. Denver and Casey together. Chris, there was nothing we could have done, even if you were awake.
I promised that... Damn it. What did they take? Their food?
Their books.
No one answered. That was when I noticed that Salt Lake City didn't have a burn barrel for warmth. Denver did. Shit. I'll go talk to Amanda. She was curled on her side, laying against a wall. When I had met her weeks ago, Amanda had been a confident, strong, vibrant woman, but now she looked like a different person entirely. I kneeled down next to her. I heard about what happened last night. I'm sorry.
There's nothing you or your group could have done. Denver and Casey together, we were too weak to fight it.
We've got a decent supply of books. Why don't you come join our group? We'll figure out food and then at least you'll be warm.
I suggested that this morning with what's left of Salt Lake City. They don't want anything to do with the other groups. Yours included.
Amanda, they'll die. Do they realize that?
Yes. They're tired. We're all tired. No rescue is coming. They've accepted it. Before long, we'll all be eating each other.
No, nice. We won't. She gave me a half smile that didn't reach her eyes, and she closed them and coughed.
I hope you survive this, Stikes. I'm curious where the... It just doesn't seem like a normal... Like, I'm wondering where the paranormal or like the kind of like surreal moment is coming in, because right now it really does just read like people stuck in a snowstorm.
I mean, if it is a purgatory thing, then maybe it's like a test, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of got that vibe initially where they throw the guy off the bus, so it's kind of like they're being tempted, or like it's like, how do you handle these situations? So maybe this is like a final trial by fire sort of thing before the afterlife. Maybe. Who knows? But I did survive it.
I'm dying.
Days later, Kansas City came out of their room, something they rarely did anymore. They dragged a desk out behind them. Dylan and I were at the payphones. Me, listening to the static. Dylan, talking softly down the line. Sarah, or whom he imagined was Sarah, I assume. There was very little to keep us sane after a month at Whitefall. Acker, Natalie, and a few larger members of Kansas City approached Denver's hallway. John stepped out first, followed by his daughter Emily. The rest of Denver stayed back against the wall.
So,
Acker started.
Denver, we provided us. That wasn't the deal.
Emily folded her arms, tried to appear casual, but it was obvious from the sweat on her brow that she felt anything but.
Holding out on you how? You got what was promised. Did I? Because it seems to me that while you got the books you begged for, we did not receive the payment you promised. So where is it?
Emily shifted on her feet.
The boy. That was not the deal. You were very aware of the terms when we agreed to assist you in finding fuel for your fires. So, where is the woman?
Emily dropped her arms.
We're starving too. There are 14 people in my group. We need to eat. We only had cigarettes and soda in our territory. That's not my problem. Where's the woman? She's gone. She was gone days ago. You don't know what it's like in that hallway. That is not my problem either. I was promised an adult and I didn't receive one. You lied to me. Deceived us. That won't stand.
Acker looked over at a large, red-haired man in his group. The man grabbed Emily by the back of her head and walked her to the burning barrel in Denver's hallway. He moved to intervene, yet again, because this could only be brutal, could only end one way. Dylan shot his arm out and shook his head. We had our own problems. We had been down to quarter rations for days. We were boiling clothing, eating leather. We needed to pick our battles, and we weren't even a part of this war. The red-haired man shoved Emily at Acker, who caught her by the hair. Emily screamed as Acker pushed her head down toward the barrel.
Stop! Just stop! We'll get you what we promised, I swear it!
John Pollock yelled as a woman held him back and another KCN took a shot at his ribs.
Please don't hurt her! I swear, we'll get you twice what we promised for the books. It's too late for that. Denver betrayed our arrangement. Emily Pollock speaks for Denver. Therefore, Emily Pollock will take the punishment.
Acker shoved Emily's head deeper into the barrel, and we heard the hiss of flame meeting skin and the smell of burning hair.
Jesus.
Nice.
Emily didn't scream. She moaned. Sort of moan a dying animal makes as it's being consumed, but still lives to feel the viscera being ripped from its body.
That's
Please,
hot.
please stop!
John yelled again, tears running down his face. Dylan looked away, but I had to watch. I spoke from Indianapolis. I had to watch. For them.
Pity. You were really quite pretty. Can't imagine what you look like now. Should we finish it? Burn you in this barrel? Your group will be warm for days, won't they? The leader should sacrifice for her people.
Emily moaned again, but still she fought with her legs, kicking and jabbing. Acker laughed, pulled her head out of the barrel, and threw her back against the wall. Her hair was burned away from the front half of her head. Her skin was melted, curled, and grotesque. But she lived.
So,
Acker started and helped Natalie tie a long cord over the ceiling beam that ran above the desk.
who speaks for Denver?
People in the hallway said nothing. John was docile, limp, as if all hope was lost. His daughter already dead.
Well, come on, tell me.
Acker insisted, climbing on top of the desk and securing the cord while Natalie had somehow expertly tied into a noose.
Who speaks for you? Is it Emily Pollock? She'll be dead within days with those injuries, and she knows it. Is it her?
Silence, and then
Mama Ed.
we all heard it. We all heard Emily try to speak as her bulging eyes watched Natalie twirl the noose. Acker jumped down from the desk and squatted in front of her, hands on his knees.
Seems you're the one willing to make a decision, Cherry Pie. So I'll ask you, who speaks for Denver? Again, sweetheart, speak up. Are you saying your father?
Emily nodded weakly. John lifted his head, the expression on his face one I can't even describe. Pain, total devastation. His daughter was selling him out when she had no hope to live for herself.
Disgusting.
Ack whispered beside me. Acker rose.
Do you agree?
He asked the rest of Denver, who still cowered against the wall in the hallway.
Is it John Pollock that speaks for you?
At first, no one moved, but then there were a few nods and weak agreements. Acker shrugged.
So be it.
He nodded to the woman holding John, and she dragged him toward the table. John didn't fight, didn't seem to want to escape his fate. Natalie and the red-haired man hoisted John on top of the table and put the noose around his neck. Dylan was shaking next to me, and I turned him away, pushed him toward Gracie, who caught him in her arms, but she continued to watch the lynching. Acker addressed the rest of the room.
Promises are very important in the survival situations. They are often the difference between life and death. Denver betrayed us, and John Pollock will die for that. This is a lesson to everyone still alive. Do not fuck
that
with
fucking
Kansas
voice.
City.
Acker leaned in close to John and told him something not meant for the entire room to hear, but I heard it.
Once you're dead, we're gonna eat you. And then we're gonna eat your daughter.
John remained stoic, unmoving, and unspeaking
Jesus,
as Acker
fuck.
hopped down from the desk. No ceremony at all, Natalie and the red-haired man pushed the desk out from under John. The rope dropped half a foot and grew taut. John kicked and wheezed,
Tight,
pulled at the
not
noose around his
taut.
neck. Lasted full minutes, several, until he stopped moving. I watched it all.
I mean, like, all of this, like, weird. I mean, the mist is just so clear. Like, I keep thinking of the mist, but I will say,
It's
like,
the
this brutal.
Yeah, and not only that, but the whole mention to Stephen King.
Yeah. It's definitely a huge nod to the mist. But these moments are fun where it now starts to get into the real tribalism kind of stuff of, almost like fucking Judge Holden or something is what it reminds me of. Just this brutal guy taking shit. You know what I mean? His name's Judge Holden, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't really. Yeah.
But no.
No, I would say more so it fits like the religious leader. Judge Holden's whole thing is he demands to be the god of, effectively his own god of creation, that war's man's ultimate calling. This is more so, I mean, Lord of the Flies is a decent title. I forget the name of the leader of the jocks in that, but it's kind of reminiscent of that sort of thing. But I mean, a lot of stories about, like,
they're all kind
people
of like
getting stranded and breaking up into groups.
Hits the same theme of the woman, like the religious woman who becomes like the kind of nut job leader of the group in the store. Yeah.
Which, depending on how you view that story, her death is actually the sacrifice that makes the mist go away. You don't know why the mist ends. She dies and then the mist leaves. So.
The Emily selling out her dad there was pretty crazy.
That was pretty wild too. Yeah, just absolute, just all of them become monstrous, selfish.
That shocked me pretty bad. I mean, usually in stories like that, it's like obviously a parental relationship or like a father-daughter. Usually they're like going to be really tight-knit, but in this one, like almost immediate. I mean, it's not immediate, but it is surprising that it's just like, oh yeah, fuck it, take my dad, not me.
Yep. Well, we'll keep on chugging.
Next part.
Emily died the next day.
Next fart.
What we heard, she never spoken again. Last words, the ones that ordered her own father's execution. Further penance for their crimes, Kansas City had taken all of Denver's books and wood and half of their remaining food, which left them with one pack of nuts for 12 people.
That's hot.
They began to die, one by one, over the next 3 days. Most were sick already, like Salt Lake, and as they died, the bodies were either tossed out into the snow or hauled away by Kansas City, depending on if they died of sickness or starvation.
We're dying.
Mac told me one night.
Some of us won't last until the end of tomorrow.
I know. I don't know what to do about it, I said, and the scratch of Dylan's pencil stopped when the words left my mouth.
Yes, you do.
I'm open to suggestions. What do we
Easy.
do then?
What if we have to?
Gracie told me, a surprisingly amount of fire in her words, for as weak and broken as we all were.
I did not survive everything that happened in my life only to die in a fucking bus station.
What do you guys want to do? Eat people? Is that it? Want to become cannibals like Kansas City?
It's not just Kansas City. It's Salt Lake too.
Nod toward the wall that had once supported over 20 people, but now there were only 13. I was starving. I was unfocused. I hadn't noticed, but it was true. Watched in horror as a man from Salt Lake carved strips of flesh out of a dead woman's leg and handed it over to another woman, what looked like her daughter. They draped the pieces over a metal rod above the meager fire they could afford and watched them cook. I rose and went to talk to the man with the pocket knife. You're eating the dead.
Yeah?
Said without bothering to look up at me. Amanda's allowing this? The man wiped his face on his sleeve. His eyes were runny. They were also a blink of emotion.
Amanda's dead.
When?
This morning.
But how could you... why would... She would never have wanted this. It goes against your humanity. It goes against...
She's the one who insisted upon it.
He said and then gestured to the body he was carving. And it was her. There's a t-shirt draped over her face, but I would have recognized her long auburn hair, now dull and brittle, anywhere. I stumbled back. Oh my God. Matt grabbed my arm and dragged me back to our camp. He shoved me into a chair.
Son, listen to me. We can't afford humanity anymore. Those people want to survive, and so do ours. I'm saying that I'm dying here anyway, so I won't. But you should. They should.
He said, gesturing back to our sick, dying group of busmates. You're not gonna die here, Mac.
Yes, I will. Maybe we all will. But you should at least try for it. You've got something to live for, don't you?
I swallowed. My mouth was dry. My lips were cracked.
Who is that you call every day?
Mel. Melody, my girlfriend, she's pregnant with my kid.
A family. That's enough. That's worth living for.
What about you, Mac? Who's that letter for? Who's in Post Falls? Mac leaned back in his seat and smiled. First time in weeks.
My daughter.
Yeah? You got grandkids too? Smile fell a little.
I don't know. She wouldn't say.
He was quiet for a moment.
I was a dumb kid. Knocked up a girl I knew. Nice girl. But I didn't want to be tied down. Left her some money in my car and I split. Never came back. I never saw her again. Thought about my kid a lot over the years. Finally did some digging about 10 years ago and found out I had a little girl. Elaine. She's in her 40s now. Took me a decade to gather up the courage to reach out to her. She was mad.
He laughed, a brittle sound.
She's still mad. Not that I blame her. After a couple of years of me bothering her every few days, she agreed to meet me. In Post Falls. Just her. If she has kids, she don't want me around them. And I don't blame her for that either. I don't deserve to know my grandkids.
I was silent for a few minutes, thinking about Mac when I met him, how desperately he'd want to make his connections and get to Post Falls on time. I'm gonna meet her, Mac.
What I'm gonna do is finish my letter before I die. When I go, you have permission to use my body to fuel yours.
Damn it, Mac.
I have faith in you, Romeo.
He said and patted me on the shoulder before laying down on the floor to sleep. Mac slept a lot these days.
It's a good man, Mac.
Good man, Mac. I agree. And all my qualms about the story, I really like that moment. That was a good moment. I like it. Feels earned. Feels like it was kind of alluded to, like we talked about earlier. Like, why has he got to get a Post Falls so hard? And he's anxious because of that. He messed up, doesn't deserve it, can help someone else. I like that. Good character, good moment, all that.
It's a fun full circle moment for the relationship too.
Yeah. Yeah. Between like Mac and his daughter versus Chris and getting Melody pregnant, and now he's about to be a father, doesn't want to make the same mistakes. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's literally also, it's a younger version of, I think Mac sees Stykes as the man that maybe he wanted to be. Yeah. The version of himself he wishes he was, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Not doing what, because Mac did what Chris almost did at the beginning of the story and ran off and left a woman he knocked up.
Yeah.
But now he's changing that. So, yeah.
Next part. Denver's gone.
What?
Denver's gone. The last four decided they'd rather die making a run for it than expire here against a wall and be eaten. I watched all of them leave an hour ago.
I nodded my head. That I can understand.
Chris, we have a decision to make.
I can't wait until
I heard them say that people are dying of.
I can't wait until the main character it like leaves and whatnot, and then when he leaves, it's like a weird experiment thing going on, and then the like people who are doing the experiment kind of like fucking are like, oh yeah, no, you can't go back in. We gotta see what happens, blah blah blah, and then he ends up feeling guilty and shit like that, and blah blah blah. I don't know, maybe. But.
Natural causes, had no muscle and wasn't enough to eat. They were arguing.
Arguing about what?
About who in their group to sacrifice for food.
In their own group?
Yes, Chris, things are really bad. They're cannibalizing themselves because they aren't getting enough meat off the dead.
You've been starving for a month, maybe more. I don't even know how long it's been.
I know. But
oh wait, what?
We're out of food completely. The peanut shells, the leather, everything's gone. We have to do what we have to do.
How long does it take these fuckers to build shit? Holy fuck.
Hey, Stikes.
Dylan interrupted, sat down next to Gracie and gave me a long look.
We lost somebody last night.
What? Who did we lose?
Miles.
Ran my hands down my face. Damn it.
He wasn't eating all of his rations back when we had food. He was trying to make sure there was enough for Dan and his mom.
Damn it, Miles.
We need to... Before he died, explain to me how to prepare meat for consumption.
I heard him. I knew what he was saying. I looked around the 11 remaining members of my group. We wouldn't last much longer. Miles was only the first. Okay. Do it. I mean, which is a completely reasonable decision.
Yeah,
to make,
I mean,
right?
come on. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, no reason. Also, the real reasonable decision to make, I feel like, was what the rest of the Denver people did and just run.
I think you
for
just got to get out of there. Fuck it. Yeah.
You just got to get out of there. Even if you die in the snow or there's some giant like monster in the maze or whatever.
Yeah.
You just got to go. Yeah. I think the easiest thing to do, I mean, you could even make a system where like you leapfrog it. If it turns, keep people at each corner, you know, to keep track of how far you can go and take turns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they're too weak to do that now, but they should have done something like that earlier before they're eating each other. But yeah, in this situation, you have to eat them.
Yeah.
Of course. It happened at what I can only assume was night. The fire barrels were burning low. More people were asleep than awake. In fact, we had long given up the idea of sentries. No one could stay awake more than an hour anymore. Our bodies were shutting down. I woke up to screams. Half weak ones from my own group. It didn't take long to figure out what was wrong. The entire Salt Lake City group had been slaughtered while everyone slept. Most of them had their throats cut, necks straining blood onto the floor. Kansas City's door was wide open. I could see the bodies being harvested inside. I stumbled to my feet and crossed the long room to the door. I could sense Dylan and Gracie at my back. I saw Acker immediately. He was standing over a grill, an entire Weber grill, flipping pieces of meat over with a fork.
That's hot.
Everything smelled of dead flesh.
That's
Paper
hot.
plates full of meat lined bookshelves. The scene was absurd.
That's hot. Okay.
You murdered them? Was the only thing I managed to push through my teeth.
Hey, Stikes, yeah. We found this thing in the closet. A whole Weber grill. Better than the garbage can Salt Lake was cooking over, right?
You murdered them. Launched myself at Acker, ready to tear him apart, but the red-haired guy caught me in the chin with a fist. Went down against the wall. Dylan helped me back up.
Easy. Play nice.
Acker handed the fork over to someone else in his group and approached me casually, hands in his pocket.
It was mostly a waste, you know? All of those people were sick. And those that weren't barely had any meat on them. They weren't going to survive, Stikes. Most of them had only hours left. What we did was humane.
None of this is humane. How many people have you murdered in this station by now?
We're starving, man. Look around. Look at our group. We're alive, not at death's door. Nobody's running a marathon, but we're more healthy than your people and the other groups. We do what we do to survive. And at the end of the day, we're all animals. Would you blame an animal for killing to survive?
Animals aren't people.
No. But people are animals. And you're starting to figure that out. Last night we saw you.
Your people cutting up that kid in the Jets jacket, you're gonna eat him. It was always gonna come to that. You should have done it sooner. Now it's too late. Just like Salt Lake.
Is that a threat?
Maybe it would have been, but judging by what we're getting off of these fucking people, it wouldn't be worth it.
Let me ask you something, Acker. What's the point of surviving if you lose your humanity? He leaned into me and I could smell the stench of the people on his breath.
That's easy. Surviving.
I stared at him as he reached back and pulled a strip of meat from a paper plate and held it out to me. I tapped my jaw and he smiled, shoving it into his mouth and chewing, never breaking eye contact with me.
Come on, Chris. Let's go.
The smell of cooking meat was strong. Permeated the entire building by now. As much as I hated it, my mouth watered and my mind could think of little else. Miles had been stripped and prepared. Meat was cooking nearby. Dan watched it excitedly, as did the other members of my group. My only request had been that Dylan and the others harvest the body away from the side of our little camp. But Dan was a smart kid and he probably knew, but he was beyond caring. Most of us were. The meat was passed around, but I declined. I'd known Miles, talked to him, strategized with him. I knew he'd been on the way home from college for Thanksgiving break. He was excited about seeing his mom and his twin brother. So when the makeshift scrap of metals serving as a plate got to me, I passed on. Yeah, I was starving, but this was a person. Me? I couldn't eat a person. Especially not someone I knew.
He's too high above it.
Kansas City kept their door cracked most of the time to allow the smoke from the Weber to
Come on
escape.
now.
Sometimes we would hear arguments. Sometimes
to
out
live,
and out
bro.
brawling before things would go quiet again. Mac didn't work on his litter much anymore. He spent a lot of time listening to Dylan talk about Sarah. Mac had a fondness for young love, I think. Gracie hung out with Dan a lot as his mother was getting weaker and sicker by the day. She had also passed on the meat, though she encouraged Dan to eat his fill and forbid anyone from admitting what it actually was, or who. Dan had liked Miles. For my part, I still called Melody every day and told her I was always right here. Also told her I was sorry that I was never going home, that I'd never see her again. Now our child could watch how great of a mother she would become. Time was strange. It drifted by in unfamiliar increments. Hunger was constant, the cold relentless. Even the fire seemed to lose much of their heat as the hours passed. We were out of meat for Miles' body on the first day. Then an older man, Harry, died in his sleep. His wife told us it was his wish to contribute, so we cooked him and ate him too.
Nice.
Except for me.
Pussy.
Couldn't bring myself to eat a man in front of his wife. And then came the last day. Very last day we spent at Whitefall. Who knew what day that was? Started with a lot of yelling. It was Acker, of course, and some of his people. A kid who couldn't have been more than 18 ran out of the employee break room. He seemed to be going for the front door, but Acker caught him, threw him on the floor.
You know the rules, Clarkson. You've been enjoying them long enough.
He turned to Natalie.
Get the hammer.
I rose to my feet, shaky and weak. I hadn't eaten anything but leather in days, but whatever was about to happen would be bad.
Can you
If I
actually
was gonna
eat
die
leather?
anyway, maybe I could stop it. Stop this one bad thing from happening. What are you doing? I asked as I reached them. Acker did a table take and then started laughing.
Holy shit, Sykes, is that you? You look fucking horrible.
Acker chuckled as I pushed my way into the middle of the
Can you eat leather? Technically, yes, leather can be eaten in extreme survival situation, but it's not safe and generally not recommended. While boiling raw hide might provide mineral nutrition, modern leather is treated with toxic chemicals, making it poisonous, incredibly chewy, and difficult to digest. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna eat leather.
What is all this? What are you
Oh,
doing
what the
to this
fuck?
kid?
Nothing to do with you.
I want to know anyway.
Sure you wouldn't rather just toddle along? Go finish dying in the corner?
What are you going to do with him?
Well, see, in the Kansas City group, we have a rule about the greater good. And whatever the greatest good is that you can offer the group, well, that's what you gotta do.
And what's his greatest good? Acker took the hammer from Natalie and pointed at the kid.
His meat. That's all he's got left to offer at this point.
Gracie's voice rang out from behind me.
You're gonna kill a perfectly healthy person for their meat?
Natalie laughed.
Oh, honey, it wouldn't be the first time.
You've been cannibalizing your own group?
We're surviving, aren't we?
Yeah, you've snapped Acker. That kid can't be more than 19. Pick an older person.
Our older person have other skills we can use. He doesn't. Anyway, this isn't a debate, Stykes. I've satisfied your curiosity, now fuck off. Boomer, hold him down.
Large red-haired man flipped the
I
kid
thought
over and said
they
on
were
his
calling
back,
him a
holding his
boomer
head
because he
between
was
his
maybe
baby
old or
hands.
something. I don't know.
The kid screamed bloody, terrified murder. I don't think I've ever heard
Hey,
more fear in a voice
boomer.
before or since. It was all too much for me.
Whatever you say,
As
boomer.
Sucker turned toward the kid, I rushed him from behind, and Sucker punched him in the back of the head.
That's hot.
He went down, and the hammer skittered across the floor. They were on me in an instant, kicking, punching, even biting, and I couldn't fight back. I was a big guy, but I was thin now, drained of energy. Didn't have the strength. I heard Mac there, fighting, trying to pull them off me. Mac wasn't a great fighter in the best of times, but now, days from his death, I heard them beat him.
Aw.
I felt them beat me. At one point, I was lying on the floor looking across it, getting kicked from behind. Mac was in the fetal position, covering his head. Gracie was trying to get him, throwing punches of her own. She really was a little scrapper, but the hits seemed louder when they made contact with her body. I tried to call them all off, but no sounds came out of me. It's where my memories end. I woke up to someone dumping water down my throat. It was Dylan.
Damn.
I was on my back on the floor in our camp. I would recognize those ceiling tiles anywhere. I've been staring at them for what felt like years.
Take it easy. You got it pretty bad.
Dylan said, set up anyway with great effort. My vision was blurred and my mind was slow. Everything hurt. Gracie.
She's okay. A little banged up, but she's...
I nodded. It sounded like her. He handed the bottle to me and I took another sip of water. And Mac? Dylan didn't respond. Looked over at him, but he was looking out the window. A pane of black snow. And Mac?
Mac was hours away from dying anyways, Chris.
And did he?
The fight was too much for him.
God, no, Mac. Not you.
He said to tell you that he finished his letter.
Pushed my palms into my eyes. Where is it?
I put it in your backpack. Seemed like you know what to do with it.
Right. Did everyone else?
They're scared, but they seem a little stronger. They're eating.
Who? Dylan said nothing. Harry? Dylan took a deep breath.
Speaking of, you need to eat, Chris.
What about the kid from Kansas City? Did he? Dylan shook his head.
They were never gonna let him leave. You know that.
So he died anyway. After all that.
Yeah.
And I got Mac killed too.
Mac was done for anyway.
I said nothing and drank more water. Gracie was nearby. I could hear her singing to Dan. At least I hadn't gotten her killed. Only by the grace of God, though. I was fairly sure God long ago abandoned Whitefall.
Chris, you need to eat. You're weak. Your body needs to repair itself.
I looked down at the plate in Dylan's lap. It was filled with chunks of gray meat that smelled like rot and death, but also made me salivate with need. I can't.
I heard what you said to Mac about your girl and your baby. Have you ever told Melody that you would do anything for her?
My eyes snapped to his face. Screw you.
Would you do anything for your kid? He or she is gonna need you. Melody is gonna need you.
Is that why you do it? For Sarah? Dylan was quiet for a minute.
No. Not for Sarah. There is no Sarah. There never was. I do it for Sam.
There's no Sarah?
Everything I told you is true, but about Sam, not Sarah. I love him.
Looked down at the maid he was holding. He really must do this. To go against nature. Everything that made him human. He did it for Sam. I lifted my eyes to his face. Sam who loves mountains. Dylan nodded and his eyes fell back to the meat. He sounds great, man. Dylan smiled a little at that and offered the plate to me again.
Do it for her. Do it for them.
Do it for
Let out a
me.
long, slow breath.
God, this is dragging
You'd
on.
head if you didn't.
I wanted to laugh, but it wasn't in me. Mac had never eaten someone he'd known. He died before having to suffer the indignity. I knew what I was eating. Good idea of who I was eating. I couldn't do it. But it didn't matter if I couldn't. Because I had to. I was starving. I was dying. Mac died for me. Mel needed me. Our baby needed me. So I reached over and picked up a chunk of silvery meat. It was well done and looked like it was cut for a stew. The smell was sickening, but saliva.
I don't know
filled
why,
my
but
mouth
I'm getting
just the
Tokyo
same.
Ghoul vibes out.
I deep inside and began to chew. It was tough, tasteless, but I still swallowed it practically whole. I took another piece and ate that, and another, and I was rabid. Barrel.
God, Tokyo Ghoul is such a good fucking anime.
I'll say,
I love it.
so this story has dramatically won me back the more it gets near the end with like the chaos and stuff.
God damn, that
Specifically the stuff
thing
around
big
Mac
as
and all
fuck.
that. And that moment about Sam with, or the moment with Dylan with Sam who loves mountains, that was a touching moment. I like that.
Yeah.
I saw him as I consumed more and more of the meat. Acker, standing in the doorway of his room, watching me. A smug smile on his face, but I didn't care. I ate until only one piece of meat remained. As I reached down to take it, the cackle of the PA popped overhead. Some of us screamed in shock, others gasped, and all fell silent.
Good evening, folks. I've got good news. The storm has let up, and the snow has been dug away from the bay doors. We're going to get you out of here within the next 30 minutes or so please check the overhead board in the terminal and line up at the corresponding doorway to your bus. I know many of you make...
Yeah, okay, this had to have been inspired by fucking The Mist, because it's kind of like like when the ending, that ending pisses me the fuck off, where he kills his son, right? Yeah, his son, and then I think the one girl and two older people, I believe. Then he doesn't have any more bullets for himself, so then, I don't know, he's freaked. And then the fucking army comes by, like, right after that, and that's kind of like what just happened with him finally giving in and eating someone, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you guys are going to be saved in like 30 minutes now, cool, poggers. Joke's on you, fucking losers.
The bus changes in Whitefall, so please be sure to double check your ticket before lining up. Our drivers on the bus is warming up for you as we speak, and we'll be all on our way in a few minutes. We'd like to thank you for your patience during this delay.
That's so uncanny in the midst of that. I love that. That's great. It was over. It was over and we were leaving. The power in the station suddenly clicked back on and we were washed in bright white light. And in it, we could see our crimes more fully.
God, I'm such a
the
fucking
half-eaten bodies,
nerd.
the pools of blood, the glass, the broken things, our sunken cheeks and the ribs in our chest, the gray piece of meat in front of me. Once my friend, I could see the sinewy strings of muscle, and I ate that last piece right then because we were leaving, but I was still hungry. We all rose, picked up what was left of our bags, and checked the board in a trance. I was at door 4, Dylan was at 2, Gracie 1. We stood next to each other as we read the board, and we stared at each other as we got in our respective lines. But no one spoke.
Whatever.
There was nothing to say, not even goodbye. All I had left in my bag was Mac's letter, some scraps of clothing, and $6 in cash. In a daze, I watched the bay door open, dug in my pocket for my ticket, which was still there after all these weeks, now bloody and torn. Richard, our bus driver from before, took my ticket and punched it without a word. I boarded the bus and took a window seat facing the station. There were only a handful of people on the bus. Everyone else was dead or lost. We were all in shock, not quite believing it was real, that we were escaping, that we weren't going to die in Whitefall. As we pulled away from the terminal, I noticed that the blizzard was over and I could see for miles. There was no town beyond the bus station. There never had been. Those that had ventured out had never returned, were lost in the white nothingness.
Oh no.
I felt a body fall into the seat next to me. My eyes snapped over to find Acker shoving his ticket into his backpack.
Hey, Stikes. Didn't think you'd be on my bus.
You headed to Seattle too?
I stared at him. Spokane.
Nice. I'm going to see my girlfriend. My family lives there too. The Thanksgivings at my dad's and are always unfucking pleasant because of his wife. I didn't even want to tell him I was coming. Just gonna hide out at my girl's house.
I didn't respond.
You gonna see your girl?
My family.
Ugh. Sucks to be you then.
He unzipped the top of his bag and dug around a bit and pulled out a king-size Milky Way.
Want one? I have a couple.
He stared at the candy bar. Q had candy. Acker shrugged.
I was saving it. It's my favorite.
I tore it out of his hands and stood, then pushed against his legs to get out.
Name's Luke, by the way.
I didn't answer. Just moved to the back of the bus and sat in an empty row. I tore into the candy bar and it was gone in under a minute. The first stop we made was a fast food restaurant. I got off and bought the 3 biggest things on the dollar menu and then filled my water bottle for free. I couldn't think about the events of Whitefall. My body told me to eat, rest, eat, Mel. Whitefall would get its time later. First thing I did when I got to the receipt was glance at the date. It was Tuesday the 20th, 2 days before Thanksgiving. That would mean we were only at Whitefall for one night. One night. It was impossible. I ran straight to the payphone on the outside of the building, inserted the quarters I'd made sure to get as change, and dialed Mandy's number.
Hello?
Mel?
Hey, baby, where are you?
Mel, when was the last time you talked to me?
What?
She asked, confusion in her voice. When was the last time I called?
Yesterday, the connection was bad. I was trying to tell you about my doctor's appointment. Did you hear me? The line was really bad.
I tried to breathe deeply. Yeah, baby, I heard you.
Good. How's the trip?
Mel, did you hear me on the line?
Yeah. You told me you loved me and that you were always there.
Yeah. And I am, Mel.
I know.
I'd do anything for you. For you and our daughter.
Oh, it's a girl now?
Yeah, I really think it is. I heard the driver whistle, then told Mel I loved her again and I would call her from Billings. I tried to stagger the burgers so I wouldn't make myself sick. I was still starving and weak. First burger almost made me throw up. I ate half a burger every few hours after that. I was nervous about Post Falls. We arrived in the evening, close to 9. It was cold, not as cold as the terminal at Whitefall had been. I clutched Mac's letter in my hand as I exited the bus. I saw her immediately. She had dark hair and was short like Mac. The thing that stopped me dead were the kids in her arms. A toddler on her hip and a little boy holding her hand, and he looked a whole lot like his grandfather. I took a deep breath. The woman looked nervous but excited. She rocked from foot to foot, and a man behind her rubbed her shoulder and whispered into her ear. I was glad he was there. He needed support after I gave her the letter. I walked over to Mac's daughter and waited for her to notice me, but she didn't even see me.
Notice me, senpai.
So intent was she on watching the stairs on the bus. Elaine? She started, and her eyes shot to mine, her eyebrows pinched in confusion.
Yes?
I held the letter out to her. This is from your father. She took it slowly, then glanced back at the bus.
Where is he?
He really wanted to come. It was all I could say. I could only hope that Mac told her the rest.
He's not coming?
Tears filled her eyes. No, but really wanted to, Elaine. More than he wanted anything else.
I don't understand.
I nodded at the paper in her hands. Read the letter.
Where the fuck is the enemy base?
She called. I turned back to her.
Do you know my father?
I'd like to think so. Maybe. Never told me his real name. She was quiet a moment.
I'm so confused.
Arthur Warren McKenzie. That's his name.
Nodded.
Thank you for the letter,
she said, and then turned back to her husband. I walked toward the phone bank, ready to call my girl. You were wrong, Mac. Your whole family was here waiting for you. Man, you know what? That got me. that ow. That's your whole family.
Not us choking back tears right now. CK Walker, man. No character, no dialogue. It's like I think that's their strongest part of her
yes,
writing.
Yeah, for all my qualms, there will be these like grand slam moments like that. Your whole family's here waiting for you. Just
they're right here.
Well done.
They've
Got
been
off the
here.
bus in Spokane. I didn't turn around. Hacker was still on it. But we spent most of his time listening to his headphones and playing pocket poker. My walker was
Pocket
gone.
pussy.
Out of the fire weeks ago. But then I changed my mind. Climbed back onto the bus, walked right to his seat, didn't wait for him to see me, and punched him in the face.
Nice.
Kneed him in the nuts.
Nice.
I used his hair to jerk his face upright. His nose was already bleeding. How's that for playing nice, Acker? I threw him onto the floor while Richard, the bus driver, yelled at me to get off, promising I'd never ride a Greylord bus again. My family was there to meet me at the Spokane terminal. Took me home. I ate, rested, and eventually got my strength back.
Jesus.
My uncles gave me a job. I worked it 3 weeks and then used the money to buy a ticket for my girl. A plane ticket.
I hate that he
No
keeps
day flights to
calling
our
her
daughter.
his girl. Like,
He named her Amanda Gracie Stykes. Ouch. The bus company thought I was crazy when I called to complain. They told me there was no station in Whitefall. In fact, there are no stops between Fargo and Great Falls, Montana. Furthermore, they said there was no city called Whitefall anywhere in the continental United States. Since my ticket was long gone,
There's
was no way to
Whitehall.
prove it had been real, other than the deaths. I often wondered about those missing persons investigations and where it led the detectives. But there was no Whitefall. There was nowhere to look. Must have decided all those people had simply vanished into thin air, and maybe they had. I try not to think about Whitefall anymore, 30 years later, but it's there at night. In my dreams, the ones that turned to nightmares, I never really escaped, because I always go back. And in my dreams, I always will.
And so I just want to say this. This is my immediate reaction to that ending. Is this not Max? Like it feels like there's a huge connection between everything, between all these like different characters and stuff. It almost feels like the story is being
Where's my
told
mouth?
as
There
if
it
it's
is.
the letter that Mac wrote. That's the letter that he gave to Elaine. And like Elaine is that, like it's that relationship that could have happened. It feels like there's like I'm not saying that that's like literal, but it almost seems like that's the case. It's like this
But this
weird.
is the kind of thing he would told her. That's where this record of it comes from. Almost.
It's almost
Yeah.
like it's almost like the Whitefall is. It is a, which this might sound really stupid. Which you know me, I say a lot of stupid things on the show. It almost feels like it's different like dimensions or times that are crossing over at the same point. Like it almost feels like to me.
Is
like
this what he
Mac was
looks
a
like when he's
representation
fully
of him from
decked?
the
Wow,
future,
thanks for ruining
where
it,
he
you
did abandon his
fucks.
kid. It almost even seems like Gracie and
Oh,
like
maybe
other
not.
characters could have been like his Mel, it could have been his daughter. All through these different time periods where they have intersected because of like this one act of like a person at the very beginning, which is the catalyst of this conflict, which is like Mel showing up being like, I'm pregnant. And how did this version of these people respond? It almost seems because right now there's a lot of things that like, I don't know if it's just going completely over my head. Right. But it seems like one, the setup in this, like almost like the first half of the story almost felt like a little bit like a nothing burger. Once again, though, if I went back and reread it, maybe I would catch new things. But it felt like it was just like
it took a while to get there.
it took a while to get there in the sense that the first half of the story is legitimately who are these characters and why are they on the road? In the way that like we didn't even and like who are these characters and why are they on the road? It's more so like who are these like who is Stykes and who are the accompanying characters in this bus or whatever. Like even Gracie and her boyfriend, there's points where I was like, man, you know, it would have been really nice if that guy would have stayed and he would have been the one to initiate this like weird cannibalism thing, because we've seen how crazy he is, and like there would have been more motive in with Gracie's boyfriend. But one thing that's kind of interesting is that everybody's who either running away from something or trying to get somewhere is not on this bus, or they're like not a part of this Whitefall terminal. It's like they're all outside sources that are not like crossing at this point, which is also why I think once again it's like this weird mashup of like, I don't know, it's just this weird crossover between all these parallel universes and stuff. It's very interesting. I don't know, like I said, it just feels like really the beginning of the story is cheesy, kind of cornballish in a lot of ways, and then it kind of picks up in this weird where it almost just feels like it's a love letter to the Mist. And it's kind of like doing this thing where people are isolated. And then you get like at the end, it just feels like towards the end, you get all these things where, yeah, it's cannibalism, but you get all these great character moments and these great character pieces where people are kind of like, they're either fighting for something or they're able to let go of something. Like even Mac being like, I don't think I'm going to survive this, I think is really him as a character saying, not that he doesn't deserve it, but he's like, my life with my daughter is gone, whatever. And like this, I just wanted to tell her this, like this, I would never have the relationship that I wanted with my daughter, and like, you know, I fucked up and I did this thing. So it feels like there's like all of these nice resolutions that are happening, and it feels like the same way that like when the guy shoots all those people in the car or whatever, and then he's at the end of the mist, then the thing clears at the end of the mist. It almost feels like these resolutions, or almost even it seems like as soon as Stykes was able to almost eat somebody or consume Mac or whoever it was on the ground, that's whenever the speaker's like, hey, by the way, we're cleared up.
The moment everyone in, because he was the last holdout, so it was the moment everyone was either dead or a cannibal. Everyone has been eaten or.
And that doesn't feel random. I feel like there's just something I'm not seeing yet. Of course not, yeah. And I'm curious what some of the commenters say.
To me, what it is everyone who was on here had, well, at least the ones we get from our group, everyone who was on here had a determination to change or do something, or survival or something like that, right? So our main character is obvious, Mel, going to be a father, stuff like that. You have Mac, who was determined to see his daughter. You had Gracie, who was determined to be a survivor and get away from what they had done. And then you had Dylan, who had the determination to go see Sam. And like the relationship hadn't worked before, but this time he was going to make it work. So you had all these people who were going to change things. They had done a lot wrong in their life, or had a lot done wrong to them, and now they were getting away from it. So it is almost in that sense that the White Falls station acts as purgatory, not in the way a lot of us think of like, oh, it's a place we wait until we get to pass on to the other side, but purgatory in a traditional Catholic sense of a place of penance, right? Where you have to be put into, and you have to either be lost forever, or you have to rise to the occasion. You have to meet the challenge. It seems the challenge here, if we want to take cannibalism as a stand-in for determination, it was a dedication to survive, even if it means throwing away what you know of your humanity, your purpose. Because the whole time, our main character Chris was fighting back against the idea of cannibalism, because it's losing your humanity, it's throwing it away, but it is through sacrificing his humanity that
it's not that deep, brah.
So it's almost like a message of these people have to lose everything they know in order to find something new, and those that aren't able to do that not only drag themselves down, but everyone else down who dies in the meantime, right? There's also a lot of selfishness seen from the people that do die. Acker's a survivor, but other than him, you have like the Polacks, right? The daughter who sacrifices her father, and then she herself dies. And you have the people making deals with Kansas City to kill the others, and all kinds of stuff like that. So
there's all these.
You have. Go ahead.
Okay.
What were you saying?
No, go ahead.
So you have people who are determined to be selfish from the get-go, but it's almost like in a thematic sense, they don't make it because they were sacrificing for the sake of self, right? There was no greater determination. Where you have salvation through our characters sacrificing.
I could have played another fucking game.
If that be to get to Sam, if that be
I
to
thought
get back
I thought
to,
this
you
was
know,
about
be
to be
father,
done
to be
with.
Mel and things like that. You have sacrifice with purpose versus
Another
a
10
throwing away
minutes.
of a humanity
Jesus
you
Christ.
don't care for selfishness. Like, yeah, sure, you know, Emily gave birth and she died the next day. They had nothing. So to me, it feels like, which I have to brew on it a bit more, but it feels like the Whitefall Station is a stand-in for a payment of a bus ticket, almost, of something you have to pay for, something to go through. That's only
could
one
have just
night,
pressed
feels like
continue,
months for the
but
people that are
whatever.
in it.
Which it corresponds really well with Feed the Pig there. That's I was when we were reading. I didn't want to say
Yes,
that it had that it had that same theme of like a Feed the Pig kind of meme.
Yeah, you got to crawl through it to get through it. Yeah.
That being said, there was still a couple things because I agree. I think that like all of it feels like payment. It also feels like fighting people who have maybe not so much for Gracie, but I guess it's people that are standing up for themselves or for the things that they want the most. Like Gracie being like, I'm not going to be abused anymore, and I'm going to leave this like toxic environment. But I feel like for Stykes, it's like a matter of doing basically like changing his life for the things that he wants in terms of like his like family and shit. The only thing that I thought was interesting is that Ackner is the opposite of everybody there so far. A little bit. Ackner was mostly the guy who was taking his family for granted. And one thing I really wish happened was that whenever buses came to pick him up, like maybe he lost his ticket or he wasn't able to leave or something. Him kind of getting this I mean, like, yeah, he gets punched in the face at the end, but it's like he still gets out of it. It's like I'm still once again.
That one creep dude that was like in the beginning of the story, I would have liked it if he would have stayed further in the story and then something really horrible happens to him, like in the wherever the fuck they were trapped in, the station. I think that would have been pretty cool and interesting. Or maybe he ends up doing something really fucked up and crazy and shit. Like how he was kind of treating that one girl. Maybe if he did something to her and then the group just like turns on him and like just fucking maybe even was like to whatever fucking group was eating, everyone was like, hey, fuck it, here you go, fuck. Or maybe they, when running out of food, they're like, all right, you know what, fuck this guy, he we're gonna eat him. Like, I think that would have been pretty cool. Maybe cannibalism is pretty based, not gonna lie.
Really like he lost his ticket. That sounds awesome.
You know what I mean? Like something
Everyone
like that
else
where
is dead or leaves, and then like the bus leaves without him. Gosh,
Yeah.
that would have been that would have fit so well.
But once again, it doesn't feel random. I'm wondering, like, I would love to hear. I'm sure some people that were reading this were maybe more receptive to it, but I would love to know people's basically like description or decipher of his character, because I will say I really liked him as a villain. Like, I know we did the flaunty kind of like bombastic voice or whatever, but it, like, honestly I was kind of getting into it just because of like how overly evil and like selfish and disgusting like his like character traits were. It was almost like comical, like using that voice, and it like fit, you know. But I'm still lost on that. It seems like so many people.
Maybe if you view it like objectively, like not in a sense of morality, but in an objection of like, if you want to get through, you've got to be willing to, you know, put away your humanity. Maybe that's just easy for someone like Acker who wasn't held on to it, because he did have something he was trying to get for in that final line where he's like, "Oh, I'm going to see my girlfriend." So there was something he wanted to get on the other side of, but when he was presented with like, you have to abandon your humanity to get out, he said no problem and just dove into it. So maybe then it's kind of a harsh lesson, but similar to Lord of the Flies, maybe it's just the idea of those
Lord
who are
of the
willing to throw off
Pies.
societal ties for the sake of their own survival tend to be the ones who survive. Without a system of governance,
Jesus
might does
Christ,
make
bro's
right
just hitting
when it
home
comes to
runs.
living.
This had a kind of maybe not as poignant, but like Lord of the Flies has this great ending where the people show up and all the kids basically return to being children, and they're just crying. You know, that's a great.
That's the best
part.
moment of the book to me. That makes the whole book.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the in this part with Ackner pulling up the candy bars, which is not like that would have saved him, but it's just this idea that it's like you had this thing, but yet you still.
I love him pulling out the candy
I thought
bar.
that was a
think
great
that's
moment.
excellent.
I thought that was his
a good-
strongest
that was a good
moment.
touch.
I just thought that was
Yeah.
really fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot to chew
Yeah.
on, man. I don't know. Like, I mean,
There is.
It's weird
this is
because
a story that I underestimated at the midway point and was getting
Yeah.
upset with, kind of,
I mean,
because I
yeah,
thought we were falling into some
full,
of the tropes.
Yeah, full transparency. I mean, like we went to use like a restroom break or whatever, and we were just kind of sitting there being like, I don't know, like I'm just not really sure. And luckily, I don't know, like this is the second time recently where we've read something and like it's one of those images to me, which this is going to be stupid, and I kind of hate these like meme template engagement bait posts. But it's like that thing where it's like a stick figure horse at the beginning and then turns into like a fully rendered drawing or whatever, and people are like, what movies is like this? You know what I mean? Where it's like beginning like that, the fully rendered part's awesome, and then the stick figures like it went to shit. To me, it's literally that moment though where it's just like this first half was just like, it's just so cheesy, so cornbally, like them rooting for when he beats up the guy and they're all like, yeah, and they throw him off, and it's like this kind of weird moment. But once again, C.K. Walker just does this great thing where she's able to, I don't know, she just makes you give a fuck about characters, really strong with dialogue. That's the weird thing too, is it's either sometimes it's like so comically Marvel or cringe, you know, and then other moments it's like she has you in the palm of her hand. It's very, that dynamic is so polarizing, but I think that's also what makes it so fun. Makes you want to stay around. But yeah, any final thoughts, or is that it?
Okay, I don't know what happened, but while I was in the Discord call, it showed that I had joined it twice, and then it wasn't letting me. When I'd leave, it wouldn't let me come back in. So I'm now talking to you on the phone.
Oh well.
The ending of Whitefall was so good. It's almost like maybe she has these ideas for moments, like the ending of Whitefall and the bus station and all that. And then she draws out the moments she wants, and they're excellent. And then she's like, all right, and I'm going to have fun in between. And I feel like, funny enough, this is the thing I was going to say earlier that I said I'd save to the end. Her writing reminds me so much of Stephen King. Because personally, I don't like Stephen King's writing that much. I think he's a great writer, and I love a lot of his concepts, but I don't like reading Stephen King books. Because in my opinion, they so often have excellent ideas and these really cool premises. And obviously he's a horror juggernaut, right? But the reading of it, like the in-between, will have so much fluff, or it will meander, or it'll have these goofy moments, throw you off from the main point, that it feels like a lot of his, to me, which again, who am I to talk about Stephen King? A lot of his stuff I almost feel like would be better as a novella sometimes. And I think his best writings are his novellas. Things like The Shawshank Redemption, and I think The Green Mile was also one, wasn't it?
Yep.
Or I may be wrong.
Yep, no it is.
Because when it's more concise, it sticks with it. And I was thinking about how C.K. Walker's writing reminds me of Stephen King, and then there's that scene where it's like, oh, Stephen King, he's a mastermind. So, there's probably a bunch of people, including our audience, who do not mind the goofiness at all. Who don't mind,
of course,
Acker being like, play nice, and they can still, but it doesn't take away from the seriousness.
Yeah, all subjective.
For me, I have such a problem with it pulling down the weight of everything else around it. And don't get me wrong, the story, to me, in my opinion, certainly pulled itself back up by the end, that I was hooked and I was in it. But for me, the quips bring it down so much. But there's a lot of people who probably like that, and it doesn't bother them, and more power to you.
Yeah, so. No, I mean, you're right. And it's just a subjective thing. I mean, that's just all personal taste, and that's just for our, this is just our opinion. So definitely, I wouldn't say that. That's just all subjective, I guess. I would like if someone's like, "Oh, I like it," I wouldn't be like,
nerd.
It's just
of
sometimes
course,
it's just
I get it. This story was more than worth reading for the ending.
I think so. I mean,
absolutely. I enjoyed it a lot.
It makes so much sense to me, and this will be my last thing, is it just makes so much sense that she's had success with screenplay writing. That ending
Yes,
shot with
I
him
agree.
walking up and the people waiting at the bus station. So much of what she writes, I just picture it. It's just so clear in my head, and I'm like, that must translate so naturally to, like, screenplays for something for you to watch and just sit back.
The bus appearing from the whiteness. And then, man, when he pulled out that candy bar, I could see it in my head.
Yeah,
like
100%.
The focus arriving on
So
it as
clean.
it comes out.
Did you
and him
picture?
staring-
Did you
yeah.
picture the rappers being like super clean? I did. I was like, oh my god,
polished, super polished. And I imagined Chris next to it, just staring at it, open mouth,
Gaunt.
looking. Hasn't seen a candy bar in weeks.
Gaunt,
yeah,
pale
and he just had
skin,
one
yeah.
the whole time.
Just
Just excellent stuff like that.
Yeah.
I do. So I do see how it makes sense for Acker to live, from the sake of like, hey, maybe might makes right. But gosh, I love the idea you said if he forgot his ticket. Oh.
To me, that's when I was like waiting for it too. I was like, oh my god, I was like waiting for a moment for me to like stand up and be like, yeah, because fuck that guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, just I don't know. I feel like someone's gonna have a comment or something that's just perceives it in some way where I'm gonna be like, oh
analysis,
shit. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Well,
I'm really glad we read it. CK Walker needs no introduction, obviously.
We will be
it makes
linking
so
the
much
book,
sense.
though.
We will be linking the book, the Baraska, of course, which, the OG, and we'll have her website linked in the description as well. And yeah, I agree with you. It makes so much sense that she's so successful as a screenwriter, because similar to King, who I like more as a screenwriter typically than the actual books, so a lot of the visuals are so beautiful, translate so well, so I get it. So yeah, I enjoyed it. We'll have her stuff linked in the description. One of the juggernauts of the creepypasta or online horror space. So we certainly enjoyed, and hopefully you all do too.
Guys, if you're listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, take a second to maybe give us a nice rating. It does help us out. And then also, thank you to our patrons who do support the channel and help us just kind of keep this thing going and have some fun stuff, some extra goodies on the side. So thank you so much. But until next time, guys, stay creeped, and we'll see you in the next one.
Stay creeped, and moral of the story, maybe sometimes you got to eat an old man. I don't know when you'd find yourself in that situation, but you should try it sometime. Bye.
Alrighty, I'm probably gonna be getting off. Yeah, I'm gonna get off so I can get off, you know what I mean? Goodbye. Yeah, fuck it. I was maybe gonna stay on just for a little longer to reach that 7-hour mark, so it looks better.